Hello, everybody, and welcome to the Spring 2024 Seasonal Anime Impressions Podcast of Castaway Anime. I'm Neon Manta.
And I'm Crunchy Bagels.
And today, we're joined by two new guests. Why don't you go ahead and introduce yourselves?
All right. Hello, I'm Curious. DrowningCurious on YouTube. The Drowning part is just to make it easier to search up. I don't want to drown myself, and I make anime videos. Soon, even good ones.
And I'm Framing the Narrative. I'm Framing the Narrative on YouTube. I make anime videos. They're a little all over the place, but hey, that's what you get.
Do the videos frame the narrative?
Yes, exactly.
Okay.
It's a pun because I'm self-aware.
Okay, not a false advertising.
Or at least...
Great. God knows we can't afford any legal issues. we already get falsely copyright struck for putting... what was it, Compost Todd N64 remixes into the podcast.
Oh,
Really?
Oh yeah, that was an ordeal.
I believe it.
They haven't even contested the counterclaim at all, so I'm pretty sure it's just an automatic bot that they don't give two shits about.
Yeah. By the way, guys, I really enjoyed the Ava cast, but you didn't give it a 10 out of 10, so fuck you. Die.
Thank you.
I'm
Thank
sorry.
you.
Listen, if Kawaru didn't have just one episode,
Shut the fuck up. You
it might
don't know
be a
anything
10.
about anime. What do you
It
mean?
might be a 10.
I hate this. Like, actually,
They're just too young to get it.
maybe. I don't know
They're
anymore.
too young. They gave it a 9 instead of a 10. Wait 10 years so you can bump it up a notch.
Exactly.
They're too young when both of them are older than you. Everyone in this room is older than you.
True.
All right.
Okay.
All right, well,
We've immediately
a great
derailed.
start, guys.
but
I'm
we're talking
sorry.
about.
I just wanted to address that. You brought up fucking, Come Sweet Death, so I had to.
It is a highlight of the movie, and Ava is a near masterpiece. But
Nice.
we're not talking about the old. We're talking about the new, and we're talking about
Great
the
segue,
spring
great segue.
2024 season. Off rip, just off of this first block. How are we feeling about it compared to the winter season? If y'all seen anything from that?
I watched way more this time around.
Yeah.
I don't know. There weren't as many shows this season that I found just god awful, but there was a lot of mediocre.
I disagree. I mean, okay, so I said this
Okay.
already. I said this already. But this is the first time I've sampled the first episode of every single seasonal anime, new seasonal anime that's come out. And I am still baffled that you guys have been doing this for 2 years. How do you do this and not break your brain? I don't understand. Like,
It's not easy, and we've slowly adapted the mindset of just skip the shitty ass isekai and the native isekai, the light novel fantasy shows, to the point where I wouldn't be surprised if we just start phasing them out on principle. Just straight up not including them.
That would probably make the podcast better, except for the fact that it is funny to hear people complain about them.
maybe.
But
That's
for the sake of
unfortunately,
completion, being able to say that we did
it's mental
talk about
agony I am not
every-
willing to go through.
For the
Please
sake of
implement
being
that
able
rule
to talk
later
about
for the
every
guest,
show,
for
we
the guest
include for
sanity.
completionist sake.
Yeah. But I mean, besides the horrible isekai, I think I actually found some pretty enjoyable shows that I didn't even know about before. So I think this season's pretty alright.
Yeah, just as a general thing, I think after what I've listened to from you guys' previous shows, I definitely care a little less about the visuals than I think you guys do. So
I
ended
care
up-
a lot.
I ended up really just enjoying a lot of shows that don't look all that good just because they made me laugh. So I mean,
Hey man,
that's-
if the writing's good, I can overlook some subpar animation. Unless
Yeah.
we're talking Lucifer and the Biscuit Hammer level awful.
Right.
My second name is Pretty Colors Curious, so I love color. I really care about the visuals. Half of my fucking
Okay.
notes is
Well,
just me
I
complaining about the designs.
Well, I wonder where you got the inspiration for Pretty Colors Curious. Could it be?
Yeah,
Could it
I knew
maybe
you would get the
Pretty
reference,
Colors
Frenchie. That's
Digibro?
I knew you would get the reference. All right.
Yeah, that's actually interesting. To think that this is the first episode of Castaway Anime where I think every member in here is a fan of. Well, I definitely know Digi and Best Guy Ever were fans of. But
Yeah.
were y'all fans of Content?
Bro, I
Oh,
watched
yeah.
Content since it began, and right till it ended. And Best Guy Ever pretty much
Watched-
inspired me to do YouTube. So blame him for everything.
agree and agree.
Really? For you as well?
pretty
Hashtag
much.
free BGE.
Hashtag free BGE. That's right.
Free
Hashtag
BGE.
I agree. Hashtag BG free even.
Yes. Whatever works.
Yes, this whole podcast was started as a spiritual successor to Content because we were so saddened that it, died so suddenly that I came up with the idea of being like, damn, what if I just like made my own content and I found a like-minded individual who also enjoyed their content to do it with me, and thus, Castaway Anime was born.
Damn.
Yeah, and thus we've been a plague on the website ever since.
You guys really just said,
but not as much
okay,
as
I'll do it
Trash
myself.
Taste.
Yeah, I mean,
like Trash Taste.
We're not to tell stories out of school, but we did at one point try to reach out to Best Guy Ever to have him on the podcast.
Oh wow.
I don't want to say too much, to like, dox him or anything, but he responded. He at the time politely declined, but he did not shirk us off with contempt or anything. He's very good.
Shockingly, he did
nicer
not
than
want
that.
to watch Isekai.
He was a
How
wiser
dare
man than
he.
us.
He never said he was like against the idea of coming on in general, but like he said not much for the seasonal cast, but maybe if like the stars align and his schedules align and something catches his eye that he'd want to be on, we could reach out to him again.
Yeah, maybe when you cut out all the fucking isekai you have to watch for this fucking podcast.
Yeah.
I thought about inviting him on for the End of Ava podcast because he was also going to go see it, and I think I caught him on a live stream because I frequent his live streams. I think he said that was the first time he had seen it since he was a kid. So that I felt like that would have been an interesting time to get him on. But Ava Month in its entirety was a pretty recent idea. We thought we started executing it as soon as we thought of it. It's out like Shinkai Month last year where we thought about it ahead of time.
Yeah, I mean, like, I think the announcement for the movie also wasn't like, it was like right next month they had it.
Yeah,
so,
exactly.
So, that's how it
But it
worked out.
inspired us to watch Ava, so it was a net positive in the world.
Net positive, yes. Everybody should watch Ava.
Absolutely.
Please watch Ava, everybody. Please, it's good.
Would you say there's a show in any of these block of episodes that is better than Ava?
Oh, there's one.
Maybe I was reincarnated as the 7th prince, so I can take back time perfecting my magical ability.
Does Shinji have thunder thighs like that? The kid? I don't think
Why
so.
is he sexualized so much? Why?
Check
He's a kid.
and mate, Hideaki.
Oh wait,
Yeah.
was the show to Isekai I was reincarnated as the 7th prince?
Yeah,
Yeah.
that one.
Oh, I was meaning to watch that one because its premise was so stupid, but then I saw I was reincarnated and immediately
but then
did
a single
not
brain
watch
cell
it.
fired in my head. I was like, wait a second, I'd rather kill myself.
Yeah, and after watching it, I agree, Neon. I'd rather kill myself than watch this.
Alright,
Yeah,
well,
so I
Where are
mean,
we
I guess
starting?
talking about this season overall real
Yeah.
quick before we, dive right in. I really have to wait for the second block of episodes to know for sure if it's
that's
better
because
than
Jellyfish
Winter.
Who Don't Swim in the Night is on the second
Yeah.
block.
It's
mean,
really
yeah,
good.
it's a
I
banger,
love
it's a
it.
I feel like that's gonna carry the season because last season was garbage. There were two good shows. It was Dungeon Meshi and Sengoku Yoko. Buchigiri started good, but then I made the mistake of watching more of it, and then it got bad. So, unfortunate. And then Solo Leveling.
I still like the deaf guy show, not the deaf girl show.
What is the
I
Death
need to
Girl
finish
show?
that one.
Yeah, the
A
romance.
Sign of Affection.
Yeah, Sign of
okay.
Oh, a sign of. Okay, yeah, that one is actually probably good too. So yeah, 3 good shows. Although I wasn't as big on that one as everyone else was, unfortunately.
I actually think that a show in this block is going to carry the season for me. So, yeah, I mean,
Oh, Zam.
we'll get into it. We'll get into it soon.
Yeah, we're missing 3 big hitters because they either haven't come out yet. That's just how the schedule shook out. We're missing like we said, Jellyfish Can't Swim in the Night, which Crunchy's got a massive boner for because it was written by the Tomizaki guy.
Mm-hmm.
I just love the writing in it. It is so relatable as someone who like had a fight and had a band breakup when I was younger. The freaking dialogue about all the mental issues she's going through, it is so
Framing.
on
We're not
point.
talking. We're
Yes,
not talking
yes,
about
let's-
Jellyfish yet.
I
I'm
know,
sorry,
but it would be
we're
a
not.
better episode if we did.
Well, I guess spoiler alert. I
Unfortunate.
guess it sounds like a banger, but I'm kind of not surprised. We're missing
It's-
Kaiju. We're missing
Yeah.
Kaiju number 8 because I think it's supposed to come out today at the time of us recording this, right? The first episode
I
drops
think so.
today.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Awesome.
So unfortunately, we weren't able to slot that in to the first block, despite it's definitely going to be the biggest show of the season because Shonen Jump. It's going to be premiering on X at the same time as television.
Yeah.
What?
Which
Really?
I mean,
Fascinating.
I have no
That's
idea
crazy.
who in their right fucking mind is going to be like, oh yeah, it's time to watch an anime on Twitter video compression.
Yeah. I don't
All
get
24
it. but-
minutes of it, baby.
That's fucking insane.
I
mean,
Eat
okay.
my bit crush beam, and then he fires it at the opponent.
And so maybe the young blood OP goes harder on Twitter. I don't know.
Yeah, it'll be like a cool lo-fi experimentation, right? It's like car seat headrest, but for you guys don't fucking get that.
And of course, we're missing the true anime of the season, anime of the year contender, Blue Archive, the animation.
Ah, I have not checked it out yet.
I don't want to. I've seen them too much
Okay.
in like pornography already. I can't. It's ruined for me.
I am unwillingly subjected to Blue Archive art in
Yeah.
Crunchy server on a
Oh.
near daily basis.
I
Why do
see.
I keep on attracting Blue Archive fans? I wonder what it is about my content that gets these, this
I
specific
wonder what's your-
if I,
crowd.
I wonder what's your
if my
most
most
popular
popular
video,
video
Crunchy.
has like
I
a
wonder what's your most
crossover
popular
appeal.
Yeah, I wonder.
I wonder.
All right, but
Well.
that's enough introductions. I think it's time we dive right into the shows. This one, I'm surprised to see that Mission Yozakura Family has not blown up the way that it probably should have in any other season, because it's a Shonen Jump story. I think Jump Plus, or I can't remember if it was Jump Plus or regular Shonen Jump proper, but it's fallen down in the popularity rankings.
I honestly think the only reason why the show even like is popular in the first place is because it's from Shonen Jump. Like I just don't find anything remarkable about it. What about you guys?
Yeah, so, well, first of all, I was stunned to see that this show is made by Silverlink. A Shonen Jump property by Silverlink is surreal. And, well, it shows in the visual quality.
Yeah,
It's-
there was like one really good cut towards the end, and that was pretty much it.
Yeah, so what's frustrating about Yozakura Family is that the premise is amazing. I love the idea of this family of spies that the main character gets dragged into, but there's just a few problems, namely that the execution thus far has not hooked me at all, and
Yeah.
the visuals... It's part of an increasing number of shows that are frustrating me more and more as time goes on, where you look at it and you're like, oh, the character art is really good, I love the character designs. And then you see the backgrounds. And then you're like, oh, well, this show would have looked good if the art direction didn't completely suck. You know, if the backgrounds weren't all terrible, looking like stock images borderline.
think
So
the
many
whole show
shows
looks
have
stock,
this
right?
issue nowadays.
Yeah.
Like gushing over Magical Girls, that everyone was
Oh.
like, oh, this show looks so good. And I'm like, did you look at the backgrounds? Did your eyes drift from the characters for even a single,
Obviously,
half
they
a
didn't.
second?
drift from
Obviously,
their
they did
characters.
not,
They were too
you
busy
know,
shoving
from
their
the-
tits in their face.
Yeah,
True.
Will not lie, did not notice, and then heard you complaining about it in the podcast.
I think the backgrounds, yeah, they weren't really stand out, but I also don't think the animation stood out that much either. Like they moved a little bit during the action they moved quite a bit during the action cuts, and there were like one or two shots where they're trying to portray some emotion, like that one part where the big brother is like, "Oh my god, I'm gonna protect you." Blah, 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 that part, that part's kind of okay, but the rest is just like they move like 5 frames per second, and it's not very interesting to me.
It's more animated on average than your average Silverlink show, but when you
Maybe.
if you're comparing it to like other Shonen Jump anime, like even if you're just comparing it to the first episode of Spy X Family, it's
yeah.
it's night and day.
Exactly.
Oh, I thought the fight scene itself, like it had energy. It didn't have a lot of motion as far as like moving camera angles or anything, but it was at least a little kinetic compared to a lot of stuff I've seen.
Well, yeah,
I didn't
I
didn't find it boring.
There's that part where the garbage boy, you know, has like those robot arms. That looked cool. But then there's Futaba, the girl who looks like Beatrice. If Beatrice was like the daughter of Echidna, ReZero I'm talking about.
It was completely bleached white.
Yeah, like for some reason, I don't understand. Like when she started spinning the brother around, she looked like a fucking helicopter. Like there's no actual motion besides that one spinning like image of her hand. It looked like it was like animated on like Sony Vegas or something. It was really bad.
True.
Horrible.
It was at least kind of funny.
Well, yeah, it is funny. But going back to the execution of the concept, because yeah, I do agree. I really like the idea, but yeah, just the way I don't think the family's that interesting. I don't like.
Really?
There's okay. So let me count down because I wrote down all the characters. Right? There's
the family is
Futaba.
like the best part of the show for me.
Really?
Granted, that's based off of one episode, but
They're intriguing.
Like
They're,
all of their designs.
They're eclectic cast of characters.
Yeah, just the fact that there was a dude polishing a gun inside of a trash can made me laugh.
It's literally like the anime personification of Oscar the Grouch.
That's
down
okay,
to the green.
Exactly. Me and my friends
love
were we're trying to think of that one Muppets character that it reminded us of. But I mean, like, I think those are all like window dressing. Like, I don't think, you know, the guys in the trash can, cool, and the bucket boy, you know, obviously they're reaching for a Gap Moe thing where like, oh my god, he's actually the smallest one, but he looks big. Oh my god, I haven't seen that in 1,000 billion fucking shows. And then there's the gamer girl. I hate her so much. She's like, oh, assassin.
What did the gamer girl
do? Yeah, she's like, oh my god, I'm gonna treat this as a game, and no impossible game's gonna stop me. Shut the fuck up. It doesn't mean, oh my god, like even if you're a gamer, you don't have to talk in gaming metaphors every 5 seconds. I'm sorry. Maybe I'm coming off as too much of a hater here. But I hope you guys know what I'm talking about.
I'm glad that we're one show in and we've already gotten like the anime autist tier rants.
I'm sorry.
It's the kind of energy I appreciate.
Okay. I'm glad to hear that.
Yeah, please don't get discouraged.
I'm curious. Has anyone here actually checked out some of the source material? I haven't myself, but
no, not for any of these. No.
Okay, so according to what I've read, this is one of those, and this has kind of been a trend, it seems like I've noticed lately. Apparently, it goes fairly like slice of life for a while. A lot of people are talking about how the action and the plot really isn't going to kick in until the end of the season, more than likely.
Well,
so
the show is slated to be like what is like 23 or 27 episodes. Like
27 episodes, which I actually
right.
saw and was like based because
yeah,
more shows need like non-standard numbers of episodes. We got it with Frieren, and now we're getting it again with Yozakura Family.
I think it's actually really
I think that's a good trend. We need more of that.
That's reassuring.
Yeah, like, you know, we have Frieren, Dungeon Meshi, I mean, that's 24, but all, you know, extended. So, like, I think the adaptations, it seems like they are recognizing that, okay, maybe we can take more time with it. Like, you know, wait a bit and until we have more material to adapt. Or maybe just, like, make it go on longer. I think it's a good thing that's happening more with industry in recent
Yeah,
years.
because I always feel weird about these shows that spend, like, the first 9 or 10 episodes going, like, full slice of life. And then, like, there's 2 episodes where the plot kicks in and it just, it feels so out of place, and then there's nothing left to consume unless you go to the source material. That I don't know if that bothers anyone else, but that's reassuring that there's more content coming.
Yeah, but also I think maybe the show will need that slice of life because after the first episode, the biggest thing for me is that, you know, the whole show is kind of based on the relationship between the main guy and the main girl, but there's not much of it in this episode. There's like serviceable amounts, so it's not like completely, you know, unwatchable. But I feel like it could be expanded a lot more in, you know, slice of life.
You're getting into my biggest problem with this episode, which is that it feels like the show is rushing really hard to get to that action scene with the brother. Like, it is doing everything in its power to have that be like chapter 2 of the manga.
And like some anime as a whole are like getting quick to do. Like because, you know, the first episode is you got to make your best impression. Otherwise, if you don't hit your first episode, people are not going to be as likely to check out your second episode. But it feels like we've kind of like this whole thing feels like it could be a one shot for a manga.
Exactly. That's what I thought. Like, it could be like a standalone thing, honestly. Like, I don't know where it's going to go from here.
We don't know where, aside from now that this kid is going to be, you know, indoctrinated into this family of spies. Now he's the main girl's husband. we don't know what the plot is going to be outside of that. We don't have a goal because one goal was marry your childhood friend to avoid getting killed by the super spy, and now he's done that. So now it's spy antics from here until we get a plot started.
Yeah, well, that's the thing that kind of makes it difficult to tell, because they introduce a million characters, they have a big fight scene, they have the emotional moment at the end, and that's pretty much it. I feel like I really need to see more before I know how interested I'm gonna be.
Where episode 1 ended should have been where episode 2 ended. That's what I almost feel like. Because, okay, so let me just go through the amount
episode
of stuff
1 should have ended with
brushes
the siblings starting to fight the older brother, and then the episode 2 should have been like the older brother fighting each one of them individually, so they all get to show off their skills.
I mean, maybe like that would still be infinitely better than what we got. My main thing is that, okay, so the main character's parents are dead, and he is depressed out of his mind. He is, he's having a rough time. He's very reticent and not ready to talk to people anymore. That is extremely rushed. Like, we do not even get a firm standing in his emotional context, because in order to keep the pacing as fast as it is, the main character explains that, when my mother died, I was afraid that, the people around me, if I grew to love them, they would disappear from me. And so, I was shut up. When I saw the first scene in this show, I got so mad. Because the main character, right, so we see the car crash, or not the car crash itself, but the results of it, and, see him
just flipped over burning.
Yeah. And I'm like, okay, this would have been neat visual storytelling, except for the fact that he's monologuing over the entire thing, explaining how he felt about it. And I'm like,
yeah.
But okay, Crunchy, March comes in like a Lions fan. This should have been your favorite thing ever.
March comes in like a lion does not start with, hey, my parents died and I'm very depressed and now and my dad, he was a stern dude. March comes in like a lion, lets you figure that out. In Sangatsu no Lion, when he's explaining the emotions of what he's feeling, it, at least to me, obviously not with Neon, but to me felt justified almost every time. But with this, I'm like, you gotta lead me into it a bit. You gotta, give me some time to process things on my own. Leave some intrigue in there. But what frustrated me the most is that the girl, he pulls his hand away from the girl, and then the girl says, "It's okay, I won't leave you." That should have been the first line of dialogue or monologue anyone said in the show, because I would have understood exactly what they were getting at based off of that line alone. And that would have been subtle, it would have clued you into the character's emotional states, while not just explaining them to you. That's showing without telling, that's implying without literally just showing you exactly, or not even showing, but telling you exactly how the character feels, which feels condescending and like, well, why should I care?
Crunchy, you were right. You can really just write this show better than they did.
I was literally going to say my favorite part of that entire sequence was the scene. Like, they're sitting in front of the shrine. He pulls his hand away. She grabs it, says the line. That really should have been the opening. It was the best part of the whole thing, and like you said, it was the most visual storytelling we got out of the entire sequence.
Yeah, I think it's also just the fact that it's so compact also made some moments really weird, because the whole thing is that he's depressed and he can't talk to people, and the girl, the first conversation they have that we see them having is she's still like, come on, you have to talk to people, you have to do all the things, and then in later in the emotional moment, he's like, oh my god, thank you for helping me so much during my tough times, but he hasn't changed anything. What do you mean? What's the development there? There should have been some development to be signal, okay, yeah, I have actually changed for the better because of this person. But it wasn't there because there wasn't enough time.
Yeah, it's just everything is so compact in order to get to the good stuff, when it's like, and this is a problem with so many shows. Isekai is the flanderized worst possible example of, okay, and then the show begins at the moment of highest impact. Even though you need to build up to the moment of highest impact. It won't have any impact if you just, put on a show and see, and now everything is happening. It's like, no, you gotta explain to me why I should care that all this crazy stuff is happening. Also, am I the only one who hated the Big Brother villain guy for, like, the majority of the episode? Not even in the, like, love to hate him kind of stuff, but just hated him.
He's just Yuri from Spy Family, but way less interesting.
It's Yuri, but from Spy Family, but way more annoying. I hate his voice.
Yeah, his voice
hate his
really
goofy
made him...
attitude. Because at first we don't
know. I didn't find
know.
his voice grating.
At first we don't really know that he's her brother, but and so you see him and you're just like, why does this show have this random pedophile in it?
Yeah.
That was my thought for like the first 10 minutes of the show. Why is he here?
It's not a random pedophile, it's a random incest. That's when Crunchy's interest for the show skyrocketed.
True. But no, I just don't find him a really compelling villain. I mean, he is threatening. I'll give him that. He gets way better in the second half once you see him, kicking everyone's asses. It's like, oh, okay, he is a threat. There is something here. Like, he's cool, I guess. But the first half of the episode, I was like, why is there a random pedophile in this show? Why?
I don't understand. I didn't like him that much either.
Oh, and also, am I the only one who figured out he'd be a bad guy as soon as you saw the suit?
I saw his eyes.
Everything about him, he's a bad guy.
Exactly.
I laughed.
The suit and the closed eyes, I was immediately like, okay, this guy is going to be the threat for the episode.
Yeah, I immediately thought, this looks like an assassin. Why is he here? I did find it funny for about 30 seconds, but once they got to the freaking room where he pulled him aside, I don't know. Nothing about it was particularly engaging.
He's just showing him all his secret photos.
Yeah.
Oh, Lord. Yeah.
Like, okay, initially I thought that it would be like a thing where it's so obviously creepy that I thought it was going to be a subversion, that he was going to do like something like different. Like I thought when, they were talking about, oh my God, I have pictures of her when she was like 2 and all that. So it's like, okay, maybe he's just a really engaged guardian figure, like a friend of a family, a family friend or something. But no, he's just creepy. He's just creepy about his sister. Like, that's it.
He's also like a family authoritarian, I guess you would call it. I mean, once they decide to come to a compromise, like his version of a compromise is, you will stay in this house, you will never leave, and I will watch over you
No
forever.
smartphone, no internet, your Twitter privileges have been revoked.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I found like there was the whole like tyrannical element to him, and there was almost like a mafioso type of thing going on with the family. I did find that part kind of interesting, like the family dynamic with the hard set rules.
Yeah. I think that could lead to interesting things.
The family and the whole nature of spies in this universe, where apparently, like spy families are, like they're like freelance now. There's so many of them. You can get like amateur ones, and this one, you can like fucking Uber a spy to do some work for you. And apparently these guys are like the best of the best. They have the highest average rating of 4.8 stars on whatever service you go to
Google
rate
Play
spies
reviews.
on. The idea that you can rate how good the spy family is entertaining.
Yeah. I just enjoyed the idea that they're perfectly happy to destroy the house, beat each other within an inch of their lives, but they will not kill each other if they're family. I thought that was kind of interesting.
Yeah, I think so as well.
So now you know that the older brother dude's gonna be fucking. I hope they don't make him. I hope they tone down how annoying he can be going forward, because now he's like. I hope they don't make him to be like ooh, I wish I could kill you, but ooh, I can't. Ooh.
Right.
Yeah, but I really don't know where the show's gonna go, because it really just feels so conclusive. Like, it didn't leave a lot of like strands. Besides that one strand of like, somebody's trying to kill the main girl, but we don't know who. That thing, but. Besides that,
I mean, I feel like that would have been an effective enough cliffhanger had that been the end of, like I said, episode 2. Give us some time to really care that we're in this scenario. But instead, it just, like I said, speed runs everything. And so I did not come away from this feeling like any of it had particular impact. And there are good ideas. That's the thing. Like, it's so I feel so split on this show, because on the one hand, it's like a 5 out of 10 episode, something like that, maybe a light 6. No, if I'm it's more like a 5. It's not that good. Too many things have been botched here, but at the same time, there are, like, I like the character designs. I like the idea of the spy family. I like their aesthetic. What I really love, and what I hope they don't go the route that they could go with it, is that the main characters get married in episode 1. And I'm like, okay, good. We aren't having any of this will they, won't they, dumb stuff.
Well, they are married, but are they going to act like a couple?
That is the crux of what I'm talking about.
I feel like that's the thing that's going to happen.
That's what I feel like, and that's gonna annoy me so much if it happens. Because to me, the biggest thread of intrigue to me is the idea that the characters are just together now. But
they're an actual family.
I just have a hunch that they're gonna ruin it, and it's gonna annoy me, and I'm not gonna like it. And if they do that, I already dropped the show. If I hear that they act like an actual married couple, I might give it a second chance. But if it's will they, won't they stuff, I'm gonna be like, because they have the excuse. They have the excuse of, oh, I had to marry you to save your life. Oh,
it's not like I actually like you or anything. My childhood friend with blue hair.
It's not like I actually
it's okay.
like
They're
you
gonna
or
get divorced, and
anything.
he's gonna marry the gamer girl instead because she's
no. Can't wait.
She got the exposed shoulder.
Yozakura family.
The gamer girl, like when she receives the ring, whatever, she'll say "poggers," and that's
Fellas, if your bride to be doesn't say poggers when you pop the question to her, she's not the one.
I'm killing myself.
And when you divorce, she'll say it's so Jover.
Just like girls band cry.
Chad, is this real? Chad, is this real?
Chad, is this real?
Oh my god, they're gonna have a wedding in an MMO.
In chat.
They're gonna have their wedding in Final Fantasy 14 or Realm Reborn.
I mean, haven't there genuinely been World of Warcraft weddings?
I mean, yeah.
Probably.
Oh,
I'm sure.
I'm very
sure
positive
they have.
I've heard of that before. Yeah.
Oh, one last thing. I like that the cat boy's power is catfishing, and that's it. I'm done with the show.
Oh, that's okay. That's genius.
It is catfishing. I didn't even think of that.
The only other thing I would point out is I know you guys pointed out that it was Silverlink who was producing this. Strange for a shonen. I did think that they picked the right moment to turn up the animation, like when he went to grab the ring and everything. I know it's always a big problem when they stuff the first episode with all the good stuff. I hope that they continue to find the right places to really flex nuts.
Well, you know,
I'm glad that you brought up that scene, because on one hand, I like the emotions behind it, but on the other hand, I was kind of thinking in the back of my head, shouldn't you like be losing your entire, like, all the fingers in your hand, if not your entire
it didn't make
hand?
any sense.
If that wire was strong enough to like restrain all of these, like, well, I can only assume powerful spy siblings.
It's like,
why is this fuck ass kid, only cutting his hand and not straight up like
that? I did have that.
I fucking figured it out. The reason why the parents got killed is because they're actually some secret lineage of like aliens, and they actually have superpowers, and they're gonna, they have super durability.
I also have that thought in the back of my head that, hey, maybe there's more to that tip to the older brother about the main dude that more than let on. Maybe he comes from a family of like spies, kind of like him, but that car crash was no accident. It was all
it was suck ass. I wouldn't.
That
like it
that could be the direction the plot goes.
Probably.
This is just a random tidbit, but as soon as I saw the strings, my brain was just like, Zarigoto reference. Holy shit.
Oh yeah, it's Zigzag. That's right. Yeah, I didn't even catch that. That's right.
Yeah,
Zigzag.
And in Zarigoto, you do not get away with what the main character does around these strings. In Zarigoto, if you like touch it, your entire arm falls off.
Yeah.
I'm pretty sure they were like steel threads.
Yeah.
I think that's right.
I don't know.
Yeah.
There's some
Yeah.
fucking material.
It's anime logic. It is what it is.
Yeah.
Yeah, the last thing I want to say about the show, and I want to see if anyone agrees with me. Yeah, most of the designs are great. Except for the main dudes. I hate his little red hair spiral.
When he was just in school and like compared to the other classmates in school, it was like, oh, who's the
Oh yeah,
anime
literally
protagonist
spot
here?
the main characters.
Yeah, I was like,
yeah.
what the fuck? Yeah, it wasn't big on that.
Yet another thing that Spy Family does better.
Yeah, that's true. That's true.
I don't mind the hair spiral. I actually really like the scar on his face.
The
That's
scar
based.
is base.
Yeah, Scar's good.
But
Yeah,
every
I mean,
time
anytime
he turns
any
his head,
character
it's
has
like the
scars.
spiral swaps like orientations and like on which side of the head it's on, and it's weird because like it's placed behind the head, so I just imagine like how it would look in real life, where he just have like this one strand of hair like spiraling away from the rest of his comparatively normally kempt hair.
Hmm.
And
don't
it
know.
bothers me. Like if I imagine his silhouette, it's like you're ruining the silhouette.
Yeah,
Mm.
I agree. The
Also,
design's not-
clipping it out would be a nightmare.
Yeah. All right, I'm done with the show. I don't want to talk about it. It's been
Yeah.
like one
I
show.
don't
It's
know,
been like
it's
30 minutes.
mid.
Yeah.
No, it's
Oh,
been like 20.
no.
Okay. Thank God.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean,
that's
we had a
closer. 15,
long
20.
ass intro.
Yeah.
I do think on just a general note, I mean, this is kind of a problem with seasonal stuff. There's like, what, 40 freaking shows?
40 shows
and like
10 at most at a given season worth talking about, if you're lucky.
and there are so many where I feel like I need to watch 2 or 3 episodes, but I'm just
Yeah.
not that kind of viewer at this
No,
point.
we-
There's
we can only
so
afford
much.
to do one at a time.
There's
Yeah.
so much selection, man. There's just so much else you could be watching.
Bro,
Exactly.
these seasonal podcasts and anime seasons in general would be so much better if we got half the amount of shows and all of the budget you took from them, you placed into those other shows.
Yeah.
Fair
I
enough.
wish more budget went into. Okay. Should I do this transition or is it like a you guys thing?
Now you can go ahead.
Yeah,
Okay.
you can transition.
I wish more budget was put into the horses in Spice and Wolf, the remake. Holy fucking shit! The CGI was unbearable. What the fuck? Like,
I thought it was gonna be a lot worse, to be honest.
well, yeah, when I heard it was Passione, I think, right, the studio who did it, who did also Higurashi Go, and the other one that everybody loved.
Right.
I wasn't having
Gushing
high
over
hopes.
Magical Girls, babe. No, wait, did
Oh,
they
really?
do Gushing over Magical Girls?
Did they do that? I don't know.
I have no idea.
I know they did
but it would-
interspecies reviewers.
Oh yeah, that's right.
Let's see, gushing over magical.
I
Magical
want to say that was
Girls.
Pastio.
No, it was Asahi
Don't.
Production for gushing
Oh,
over
okay.
Magical Girls.
My favorite studio
Okay.
that I know a lot about, Asahi Productions.
Yeah, with their bangers such as.
Let's leave it blank. Yeah, let's move on.
Okay, so like I
I hope I'm not forgetting like a really good show that they made. I look like an asshole, but I feel like I'd commit that studio name to memory more if they had a banger.
Yeah.
I thought the 3D, like I said, was a lot less bad than I thought. It was less ever present. Like for the
Wow.
carriages, I know the crowd shots pretty much all had CG characters. But like the horses, the carriages, there were scenes where they were drawn in 2D, and I've definitely seen worse 3D carriages and horses in this season, I'm sure.
Well, yeah, I think so.
Uh,
but it's kind of baffling because Spice and Wolf is supposedly like pretty big property, but it's getting a remake
Yeah.
on this scale, and this is just kind of like, come on, you're just ruining a beloved property. So I don't know.
Though, since I think it was pretty close to what we were already talking about. The thing about the 3D and 2D is there were a lot of shots where the character models were mixed, and one thing I noticed, they would often have the 2D characters in the forefront of the crowd shots while there were 3D characters in the background. A lot of the scenes, the 3D characters were not moving at all. So I feel like they were really going out of their way to try not to draw attention to it. When there were 3D characters moving around, there were usually like 2-second cuts. Like they were trying really hard not to let you pay too much attention to it.
I wonder
as
because
far
the
as,
next like anime right after this one actually I think does the CGI and 2D thing a lot better. This one I noticed everything.
Yeah.
I don't know.
Yeah, I do kind of agree with freaking Sandland.
Yeah. Sam. Okay,
Well,
get to
we'll
it.
talk about that when it's the
Yeah.
time.
I'm talking
Yeah.
about
But for this show,
and
what gets me about this show, right? So this is my first time consuming anything to do with Spice and Wolf.
Oh, wow.
I have not watched the original anime. I have not read the novels. This is my introduction. And as an introduction, the impression I get is that I should just read the novels because I hate this anime's aesthetic.
Yeah.
This anime does not look good. I mean, there is some technical competency on display, right? There are, decently animated cuts, things that look good. But the overall aesthetic and, combination of visual elements is, well, first of all, I just think the original series aesthetic, from what I've seen of it, looked better.
Yeah.
But I've also heard that it's not particularly well animated. It's pretty choppy. Sometimes
it's
the art
a
can
mixed
be off.
bag.
That's what
There
I've
are
heard.
lots of choppy scrolling shots, and there are scenes where a character's face will just like sit still in a kind of awkward way. But there are actually a surprising amount of tracking shots, like scenes where a character will jump up onto the carriage and the camera tracks across the screen and then bounces back. Everything's eased out and eased in just right. But once again, there are definitely some cuts where it's like, oh yeah, this is very old, and you can tell.
Yeah, and so hearing that is just like, okay, well, the superior version of the story must be the books then. Because if the visuals were bad enough that a remake was warranted.
No, Crunchy, the superior version is the VR Hollow whatever thing they put out like those years ago.
Did you guys hear that? Like,
I don't know what that is.
Did you guys see?
I don't know either, but I have to go now.
Did you guys actually see that the Hollow got debuted as a VTuber, and she's called Hollow Live? Did you guys see that?
That's hilarious.
That's fucking so stupid. But it's good. Yeah, I really hate the character designs here, and the visuals are like horribly processed in that kind of cheap modern anime way, and it's I don't know, it wasn't good.
This is one of the shows that I decided to leave on the chopping block and miss because A, it didn't look that good from the trailers on the outset, and B, it kind of looked like a Rurouni Kenshin remake all over again, where it's the kind of remake where, because the original anime adaptation was loosely based on the manga or / light novel, depending on which thing it was, the source material.
Light novel.
Yeah, I was just referring to also Kenshin, because the original Kenshin
sorry.
anime is pretty loosely adapted as well. But when I doing the podcast where I was watching the Kenshin remake, I was like, you know what? I want to compare it to the first episode of the OG Kenshin anime, and on like pretty much every account, the original was better. The only thing that you can argue was neater about the remake is that it's truer to the manga. I read the first chapter of the Kenshin manga that covers the first episode, and it was very like damn near 1-to-1 with the remake. So and that's what Spice and Wolf, this remake, is being purported as a more faithful adaptation, because we never had a full adaptation of the light novels in anime form before.
They also said the designs are like more closer to the light novel versions.
Yeah, but
Well,
with
I've
the way that y'all are
seen the
gassing
light novel.
I mean, anti-gassing it.
Yeah.
Is
There's
the way
something called
the way that you're siphoning it sounds like I'm not missing much at all, and I'd be better off either reading the novels or watching the old 2 seasons of the anime.
Well, I can tell. I think I definitely enjoyed this more than anyone else here, and I watched this back when it came out. I never finished the second season because they skipped 2 volumes of the novel, just randomly skipped it between seasons. What's interesting is that this is a more faithful adaptation. It's more in line visually with the covers of the novel, and they have like replaced anime original characters with characters who actually came from the novel. But at the same time, they're leaving in scenes that were anime original from the 2008 series. They're also throwing in cameos of those same characters who are no longer like main characters who were anime original. It's a lot of mixed decisions in there. I'm actually working on a comparison right now. The episodes start totally different. There's just so much you could go into with how differently they've approached things, but there are still things that they they both added in from the anime original, and there are things that they left out that seem very important. So I'm going off of Otaku Spirit here, who's actually read the novels, but when they talk about the demon possessions, for example, towards the end of the episode, they apparently explain this much more in depth in the novels, that sometimes children in this village are just born demon possessed, and the church's decision is basically to, just kill them. So parents will take their demon possessed children and they'll basically lock them up in the woods so that they don't have to be killed. Well, but this actually explains why when Lawrence finds Holo, his immediate thought is, oh, it's a demon. Like, you don't really understand that without that explanation, why he just immediately jumps to that conclusion. And with that explanation, it suddenly makes perfect sense. Oh,
yeah, I just assumed it was because he saw like ears and a tail and went, oh, this is not human. It must be, something evil and otherworldly.
Right.
Yeah, that's the kind of detail that's really going to flourish in the novels, where you can get into it without feeling like you're blocking it, kind of, how do you say, blocking down the whole thing.
So while we were having this discussion, I just want to quickly interject. I was looking through the covers of all the novels, and there's a shift in art style as it goes on. So, because my big impression of the anime was, oh, this isn't like the covers of the novels, but I had only seen the cover of Volume 1. And so Volume 1's cover has a really good art style that I really like. I vibe with it. But as it goes on, I think the art style shifts to be more like what the anime looks like, and I also think they get worse. I think they literally look worse and worse as the series goes on, because it leans harder into the art style that the anime is mimicking. So, yeah, it is closer to what the novel's art style ended up being, but it's not for the better, in my opinion anyway. I think they should have just gone with what the first volume cover's art style was like. That art style looks really aesthetically pleasing to me.
I agree. Like, the later ones definitely got worse, the covers. Also, just, I don't know. I mean, like, I'm not in any position to say this as, like, first-hand experience, because I'm not even fucking sure I was born when Spice and Wolf came out, the original anime. But I'm kind of sad that people would think, a fucking anime from 2006 or 5, it needs a remake now. Like, come on, like, why can't you go back, like, 10 years? That's, like, I don't understand that.
Yeah, it is a weird thing. I think
the purpose of it was just to get a full adaptation of Spice and Wolf.
Yeah,
also, it doesn't hurt
that makes sense. Yeah,
Spice and Wolf is one of those properties that has endured. I guess the test of time is fair to say, because Holo is a pretty recognizable character.
I
very
enjoyed...
marketable.
Oh yeah, definitely marketable, and has maybe a controversial. Maybe a controversial thing to say, but for a show where people argue over the fan service and how it's approached, I really think she has some of the most tasteful nudity that there really is in anime.
I don't like the thing where the two hair strands cover her boobs. Like, come on, dude, why?
That is goofy.
Yeah,
that is extremely goofy.
It doesn't bother me that there was a moment where she went to pick up the app. No, not the apple, the jerky off the ground, and they just stuck to her chest as she leaned over. That was pretty weird. I'll admit that was kind of distracting.
That's odd.
But this show actually gets way more into economics and trade and how to negotiate prices and things like that. That's actually what a lot of the sort of world building and stuff here is as they're traveling through these different villages. So it goes into subject matter that you really do not see in anime otherwise.
That's kind of weird because a show about economics, you don't expect it to be an enduring property for 15 years or something.
Yeah, man. I think people mostly love it for the romance, but that trade element I've always found very interesting, and I'm looking forward to seeing how convincing it is on a second watch. This is actually... the episode basically starts and ends in the same spot as the original 2008, but this one opens with a what's clearly a flash forward.
Yeah, that was my favorite part of the episode. That was the part I didn't hate the most. I actually liked it.
I mean, it was also one of the best animated parts of it. It was,
and they didn't
really
show any faces.
smooth.
Yeah, really, they didn't show any faces. Maybe it doesn't really, it says something about the design.
Oh Lord. There's that with that element combined with the fact that they've decided to go with two cores. I think is really reassuring to me of the idea that they're not gonna do what they done before, like skipping volumes, jumping around. It's just weird that they're still adding in and subtracting so much stuff that really seems integral to the story. But I've got to say I really enjoyed the second episode. I don't know if anyone else watched it.
Yeah, here's
And,
the thing. Like the first episode, I watched it and I didn't feel the need to continue at all because just Lawrence, he didn't seem interesting to me. Hollow's like, okay, she's fine. Like probably something else. Like I just didn't find it very interesting. Like just from a story perspective, even without the visuals, and maybe when it's a full volume of a book, then I have more patience with it. But just as an anime, I'm kind of like, I don't want to continue this personally.
So yeah, basically, like Lawrence is obviously a tradesman and he wants to become more famous. And at least at first, he kind of wants to use Holo because she has this wisdom of this, not a deity, but like an elder goddess of sorts.
I think we're kind of getting into like later
prosperity.
future stuff. Like, should we talk about that?
Well, that they talked about that towards the end of the first one.
Right.
Well, what's interesting is once again another thing I've seen pointed out is they don't really go into like what Lawrence himself is thinking during these scenes, even though they go into it in much deeper in the light novel. So that's another thing I'm curious how they're going to handle. In the original series, Lawrence also looked much younger and didn't get into his own thoughts on the situations they were going through and the like. I'm really hoping they go more into that because he's more of like an old rugged man in this take, and they done the same thing to the village chief in the first episode when they meet the village chief. He's much older in the remake, which is once again more in line apparently with the light novels. But yeah, I do feel like if I continue talking, I probably am gonna get into more stuff that really comes from my knowledge of the series, more broadly
That's like
speaking.
it's interesting how like I was watching this with a friend who also like watched the original and read the light novels, and he was
Same.
like he was talking over me constantly, being like, "Oh, this is different from the other thing." Like I think fans of the original just get into that headspace.
The Leonardo DiCaprio point at the screen.
Exactly. Yeah. I mean, fucking I don't know. Monogatari gets a remake. I'll do the same thing. So I understand. I hope they don't. Please don't. Shut. I mean, they haven't even finished adapting it, so what am I talking about?
They're making new things.
They're
not
never
making
going
old
to
things.
finish it because Nisio will never stop writing Monogatari.
Fucking yeah, but in the newest one, he marries Senjogata, so I'm fucking for it. It's good.
Yeah, I can't wait for the next Monogatari arc, Hitagi divorce.
No,
Let's
no.
The one other thing I'd really like to point out without getting too deep into like characterization and stuff is I actually kind of like all the sort of mixed medium type stuff. Like there's a bunch of watercolor art in the opening. There's like all these like chibi art stuff in the middle. There was something else I wrote down somewhere. There was like the scene where they're just showing the wheat fields outside of the village. I think that's like right after the cold open in the snowy place.
That
that
CG,
had this
right?
like
Was it not CG?
I think so. It had a very surreal look
it was
to it.
CG, yeah.
But yeah, the opening really blue balled me because like they opened with this watercolor, really pretty abstract. Like I was like, oh my god, that's cool. And also, the music is done by Kevin Penkin, and I like everything he does. Yeah, and I was like, oh my god, the music is swelling. It's so exciting. And then we see fucking CGI horse in the opening because they just cut to normal art style in the later half. I was like, what the fuck? Come on.
Oh my god, I will say literally watch episode 2 just to hear the song that they end on. It is so beautiful. I love the scene this song they used when Holo's entrance was happening, like as she flipped her hair and you heard like the majestic choir vocals and everything. I love the music. It's great.
It's a bit
I'm actually pretty excited, to be honest. I mean, other than the freaking 3D, I'm enjoying it quite a bit, I have to say.
damn.
If you can remember when you watched the first episode of the OG Spice Wolf anime, which one would you say is the better first episode?
Oh Lord. I I think I probably would say the newer one, and I love the old visual aesthetic. There are some compliments I would give it over the new one. It's so painterly, even with the like janky bits, and there honestly there's probably more dynamism like in tracking shots, dynamic camera angles, and stuff like that. Another thing I do like more about the original is the Foley nature sounds, like the ambient sound effects are that they're basically ever present. You can constantly hear like the birds chirping, even when people are inside of the log cabins. You can kind of hear it off in the distance outside. That's not as ever present in the remake, but the problem with the original is it does kind of leans into that trope a bit.
What trope?
With the well, it's definitely not a harem show, but you can tell I was gonna say it's definitely not like a harem show. They don't go that far with it, but just like Chloe in the original episode 1, replacing Yare, who was supposed to be like the tradesman. She's obviously a girl because they wanted another love interest, and I felt like they really leaned into that in ways I'm not sure were accurate to the novel as the story went on. And once again, they literally skip 2 volumes of the story. So I would watch both first episodes, decide which aesthetic you like better. But once you've watched the first season of the 2008, like there's really nothing to do but read the novels or skip like this huge span of content. So I mean, it's complicated. It's
So what you're saying is that the show might not be, despite any kind of strength it may have, might not be the most ideal way to consume the original product.
Yeah, I hope going forward that they really lean away from, well, I don't know. I don't really even know how to put it. I'm looking forward to the trades. I'm looking forward to
money.
this.
I love money.
Yes,
money talk, economy.
And also just the characters. I know you people. I mean, you guys aren't that.
Jeez, I didn't realize you were so uncultured.
I didn't mean to say it that way.
You heathens.
No, like as we go, I feel like the characters themselves are fairly strong, especially Holo. Like she's a drinker. She she
Say no
curses
more.
Yeah,
I'm pulling up the novel as we speak. Ordering on Amazon now.
Yes.
She drinks, she curses like a sailor sometimes. Like when she gets drunk, she starts calling Lawrence an ass. I love that type of comedy and characterization.
I will say, you are now selling me harder on the show in the last 10 seconds than you have the entire time you've been talking this far.
I love, dude. People love Holo for a reason. I'll definitely say that. And once again, you people, still keep saying
people.
Oh God, they. In the second episode, you talked about the hair sticking to the chest and everything bothering you. That is one thing. If that bothers you, it's going to continue to bother you because she is just naked all the time.
That was weird. I didn't like that part.
So you're telling me she's naked all the time, she drinks, and she curses like a sailor. How have I not seen Spice and Wolf already?
I don't know.
Yeah, missing out.
But like that, they continue to use the traditional, the hair covers everything, but they definitely went a lot further in the second episode than I expected them to. So like anyone who watched the first episode and got like censorious vibes, I assure you it is not as bad as you thought. Just saying, they show way more. I literally had to rewind and reread the subtitles. I could not follow them during one of those scenes. But if the hair bothers you, it's gonna continue to bother you for a long time. She kind of acts like an animal spirit. She has that animalistic characteristic to her, and she's going to continue acting that way.
Speaking of shows with less than stellar adaptations.
Wait, less than stellar?
I'm sad about Sandland.
Really? I thought it was pretty alright. Like I thought it was pretty good. Like I was engaged.
Okay, so
I mean,
Sandland is one of the best shows of the block.
yeah,
It
I
is-
agree. I
It is
definitely agree.
the second, actually, of all the shows, it is my second favorite of this block. However, there is an asterisk, a caveat,
Elephant
a
in the room.
point, an
That's what we
elephant.
need to
That
address.
shit ain't an elephant. That's the Eiffel Tower in your living room type deal.
I'm gonna guess it's the switching between 2D and 3D.
Then it's
It's
not switching.
constant.
It's not
It's
switching because
constant.
there are 2D and 3D characters in the same world, in the same shot.
Yeah.
And it's
It's-
distracting.
It's
I literally I think it's a choice of economics, honestly.
Well, of
If
course
the
it is.
character-
Obviously,
It's
it is.
not
You know,
worth it.
It's
It is an art direction destroyer.
It is impossible to ignore. Every time you see a 2D character, you know in the back of your head it's because
I see
they're
a
not
2D
going...
character move like their arm, and I see, okay, it's like drawing it in a different position. I see a 3D character turn that, and I can envision in like 3D Maya the like X or Y axis like being turned where they're like dragging the arm to move it in 3-dimensional space. It's so distracting.
It is distracting. I kept thinking about the fact that they're doing this because they don't want to develop a 3D model and rig it for a character.
Well,
who
obviously, yeah,
isn't
that's the
gonna
point.
come
They're
back.
saving time, saving money.
But that's
Yeah, I
the
get-
thing.
then
It's
don't
an
make it
adventure.
3D
Yeah.
then.
Yeah.
Like because
Don't
this
make
is an
a-
adventure type show, right? And there okay, so
If you
Some
can't
context.
half-ass it.
this is
Okay,
my
the biggest-
first experience. I know I'm interrupting you a little bit, but
No, it's cool.
this is
I've talked
my
a lot.
first experience with Akira Toriyama's writing.
Really?
Because I did not grow up
What?
with Dragon Ball Z. I
man.
know. I've
Okay.
been an
Oh.
Akira Toriyama virgin this whole time.
Yeah.
And
Probably
when I
like
saw
one of
the story,
5 people on the planet who have been exposed to Akira Toriyama through Sandland first before Dragon Ball in any
Yeah.
way, shape, or
No.
form.
the thing is, like, I saw the episode and I was like, oh, I get it now. Because
You- you-
everything
you understand
about
why
the
he's the GOAT,
story,
right?
everything about the story fills me with such whimsy. The
Yes,
sense of humor,
yes,
the
exactly,
characters, the
dude,
designs,
exactly.
the world. I love desert aesthetics. I went to New Mexico for like a week, and then it's never left my head
It
since I
became
want to
my
go
whole
back. As soon,
personality.
it did become my whole personality. I wrote a book that takes place in New Mexico just because I
Alright.
went there for a few days and loved it so much. And so, a show that is about exploring a world that is entirely a desert is the best possible thing. And with this art style and these characters, perfect. It's a dream come true.
The premise is very simple but effective. Like you know what you want to do and you understand why they want to do it, and then the characters are instantly likable. Like they have like so many dynamics to them. Beelzebub, the main devil guy, and also the sheriff. You know, he has a history to them, and the Beelzebub, like he acts differently towards his father and to other people. Like there's just so much Toriyama is able to cram into so little, and it really shows. Like this is good shonen writing, and compared to like fucking what is it, Yozakura family.
The thing that really sticks out is that it has real jokes. Like it has jokes that actually make me laugh, unlike almost every show.
The main character is inspired to take on his journey because the sheriff offers him a PS1.
Exactly.
Yes,
That's
he wants a
perfect.
console.
Yes.
And
I
the-
want to
the
play
freaking-
Crash Bandicoot. Damn it.
The thing that the dad says before he leaves is,
Yeah.
"You're free to go on this adventure, but when you come back, you can only play 2 hours a day."
Yeah.
Like
Yeah,
that
like,
was
that's
so funny to
perfect.
me.
And like
So
the
good.
way because Beelzebub's whole shtick is that he's a bad guy, but only in menial ways that
Yeah.
don't matter. Like, yeah, I stayed up past my bedtime.
Yeah.
I don't
Yeah.
brush my teeth.
Yeah.
I steal from humans to feed the demon family, except for when I see a starving, like thirsty human family. In which case,
they
I'll
give
give
the
some of my
water
water
to
to
them,
them.
Yeah.
But I
Yeah, just-
stole it, and that's what matters.
I'm evil.
I
Yeah.
love
yeah.
everything about like the actual character designs. Is Toriyama 10 out of 10. Who was surprised?
Yeah.
I love
Yeah.
Beelzebub. Looks like a prototype concept art Kid Buu.
Mm.
And
Mm.
even down to like the purple cape that he's got. That's straight up Majin Buu's cape.
Yeah.
Just fitting small for his body. And his father is literally Deborah. He is literally Demon King
Yes.
Deborah.
He figured out what the perfect character designs were, and he just kept using it, and it literally doesn't even bother me for some reason.
Because he's the GOAT. Literally, no one does it better.
He is the GOAT.
Yeah, the only thing that really
rest his soul.
really genuinely bothered me about this was because they're 3D, there are so many jokes where I feel like they need the jaw drop moment where we get the visual comedy aspect combined with it. And that's the one thing that you're just going to be missing because they're 3D models and that their jaws aren't going to unhinge and hit the floor. Their eyes aren't going to pop out.
It's the biggest "what if it was traditionally animated" moment of all time. Because
and
that's
the
thing.
See,
Some of the backgrounds are hand painted, and the characters are just 3D on top of them, and it's like, why?
I know
Alright,
that scene.
That aesthetic, I'm not too against. It's all right. So a little background. This show, the first, from what research I did, the first about 6 episodes are the Sandland movie that was released last year. It never came stateside. This is the first time that Sandland is coming over to the States. I don't know why they didn't make it they didn't bring the movie over, because an Akira Toriyama movie would fucking slap, but whatever. So they're just cutting it up into 6 episodes and releasing it on Disney Plus, and then they're making like 7 more episodes of new content, and they're calling it a TV show. If this is what the movie was like, I would have been so sad being seen it in theaters, because
if it's a movie,
from all of the trailers that I'd seen, I'd never seen a single 2D background character. I thought it was just, I saw Kamikaze Doga, I saw Anima, I saw Sunrise, and I thought, okay, this is gonna be a 3D movie, kind of in the same vein as Dragon Ball Super Superhero, which fucking bangs, and I had reservations about, because when I saw it was gonna be a 3D CG Dragon Ball movie and not, a traditionally 2D animated one, especially after the wake of the Broly movie, which is like the best piece of Dragon Ball content, at least in terms of animation.
Absolutely beautiful.
I had reservations, and I saw it, and I was like, oh, all of my fears immediately quelled. This looks fucking amazing. And I was thinking, okay, it's okay if the Sandland movie isn't quite on Dragon Ball's level, but if it could even capture like a fraction of its charm, I'd be satisfied.
Yeah, I could still see myself watching it, even if the 3D element kind of bothers me in some way.
It's that's bothering me the shit out of me, though, because
no, the one thing I can say, and this is probably because I'm a bit older, I've played so many of like the Dragon Ball Budokai Tenkaichi games. I'm so used to this aesthetic. It's been programmed into my brain for decades. That kind of helps me ignore it in a big way.
I don't remember there being a Dragon Ball game with 3D characters and 2D characters existing in the same shot.
Yeah, true.
I don't know.
That's fair.
Okay, so like I don't have like too much Dragon Ball experience, but honestly, I agree with Framing here, and I would probably watch this further. And the thing is, like, maybe just compared to other shows, and if I saw it in a vacuum, I wouldn't like it that much. But just compared to Spice and Wolf and other shows with really terrible CG, I was able to kind of like get into the flow of the story, and I could still notice it, but it didn't take me out of it. Now, granted, the story has, I was introduced to all these kooky characters, and they had a lot of charm. That definitely carried it. And also, I think, when they encountered the dragon, the desert, all of it was 3D, because all the character models were 3D by that point. You could say, like, deliberately try to, animate the people that are going to be important, which is kind of,
that scene with, like, the desert dragon, I thought that was just, like, the kind of movie it was going to be. Like, everything's 3D, we're going on this big adventure, it's gonna be stylized, because Kamikaze Doga are no strange. There's one of my favorite studios. They're lesser known, they're most known for Pop Team Epic, but they've done really cool shit like Gal and Dino. They've done the Batman Ninja movie, which is one of the best CG anime movies ever.
They've also done the JoJo Part 1 to 3 OPs, right? That's them. Kamikaze Doga.
The 3D JoJo openings, that's them.
So
they're like
good.
they're some of the best 3D CG anime guys in the game.
Yeah.
That makes a lot of sense, because there were a lot of little details I noticed. Like, not only did I think the cell shading was pretty good, but like when a vehicle would bounce off of the ground, you would see the tire like sort of pop up.
They've got an eye for detail.
Yeah, and like the smoke clouds, they didn't look like freaking generic effects. Like when the muffler shot stuff out the back, like it actually looked decent.
And for a story like this, it does make sense to do it in 3D than to do it in 2D, because if you if you know Akira Toriyama, you know that he loves his detailed mechanical designs, where he doesn't really make mechs, but he makes really complicated contraptions. Like, that's the kind of shit that's like, wow, this looks really complicated and really high detail, but I understand what the point of it is. Like, if you look at the Dragon Ball covers and you see Bulma like riding in the things that she and Goku ride in, or like stuff from Chrono Trigger or some of the different Dragon Quest games, you get the Toriyama's design aesthetic. And for something like this, where we're gonna see a lot more machines like this in this post-apocalyptic desert kind of Mad Mask inspired world, but
I literally no,
for stuff like that,
nope.
it's the 3D that I can understand why it would be better to do that, because you would want to draw that shit out every time. It's one of the reasons why we're likely to never see Perfect Cell in a 2D anime again.
Yeah, I think I think I've heard stuff about the Broly movie and all the Dragon Ball 3D stuff that's been doing really well. And I can see that being a disappointment when you come into this one and it's just not that. But I personally enjoyed it just from like in a vacuum.
I was able to enjoy myself as a net positive, even despite of the in spite of the 2D. But when I saw that the 2D characters and the 3D characters are the same thing, I was like, no.
Yeah, I get it.
It was like a slow. I went through the 5 stages of grief like real fast.
It was like a slow disapproval.
One thing I am curious about, has anyone watched more than the first episode?
No, but I want to.
I watched the first episode this morning.
Damn.
Ah, dang.
I wonder.
I'm so curious. Are there going to continue to be a lot of those 2D characters all janky looking, or was that an issue because it was this village that we're leaving and we're never going to see these characters again?
I highly doubt this is going to be a one-time thing. This shit's going to be recurring.
At the end of the episode, they literally go, they meet these dudes who set a spike trap, and they're also
bandits.
2D.
Yeah,
and it's
you're
like,
right.
okay,
it's gonna
so
be
every
okay.
time
Any
they go to a
character
new
who's not
locale.
3D CG animated is not important.
Yeah, and that really I think
Yeah.
is gonna bother me later because I don't want to be told that somebody's important before they actually do something
Like,
important.
I wonder which character Beelzebub is going to take with him on this journey when he
Spot the main
tries.
protagonist. Spot the protagonist.
I
again.
wonder if he's gonna take the only other 3D character among this crowd of 2D demons.
Yeah, the shit is gonna get old, predictable soon.
Yeah. It's gonna be that, and it's gonna be the lack of visual comedy. Not that there was none of it, but just like I said, there's only so much expression you can get out of a 3D model as opposed to 2D.
Well,
I feel
you
like-
just haven't seen the other show that's later down this list.
Yeah, I kind of disagree about that, but it's all a matter of stylization and how you go about it. I really like the models of the show. Like,
Yeah, the models look
yeah.
great. I mean, like,
Beelzebub looks fucking sick.
yeah.
Oh,
I love
absolutely.
the sheriff's design as well. Like, Dragon Quest games have been 3D for a while, so it makes sense.
Yeah,
Yeah.
Speaking of games, the one thing that's holding me back from wanting to make this the way I experience Sandland is that the Sandland game is coming out later this month.
Is it like a
And from-
adaptation of the story?
Yeah,
Oh.
from the looks of it looks like it's gonna adapt, because I don't know why Sandland like went from an obscure old piece of Akira Toriyama's history that not too many people knew about, because Dr. Slump and Dragon Ball and Dragon Quest and Chrono Trigger like his big claims to fame. Whereas Sandland is one of those things where, like, yeah, he made it and like hardcore fans know what it is, but if you ask the average Dragon Ball fan if they know about Dragon Ball, Dragon Quest, and Sandland, they're not gonna know what fucking Sandland is.
Also, really
But-
bad name, honestly. It's not a good
No,
game.
I love Sandland. It's
so
it's rhyming.
boring.
It's fun.
It
Hey,
rhymes.
let
I like
me-
it.
Bad
let me make-
take. Bad
Okay,
take.
Let
I'm
me
sorry.
make-
Oh, I'm gonna cry.
Let me make a joke that no one here is going to get. 'Cause I wrote this down in the middle of watching this. Sandland, the opposite of Waterworld.
I know what you're talking about. I haven't seen the movie, but I know what you're talking about.
Okay,
They're
I
on the
just
quest
had
to
to-
find the water world.
I had to shove it in there somewhere.
This world
the
is like a
legendary
reverse
spring.
Wind Waker.
Yeah.
Oh, it's
Yeah.
Zelda shit.
Sandland seems like something, like a story I'll love, but it's a huge just read the manga moment. If Spice and Wolf was a read the novel moment, this is a read the manga moment.
Yeah, that's fair.
Wow.
That's fair.
Yeah, so
Yeah.
that's why I'm having doubts about continuing, because if the game, from what I've seen from trailers of the game and trailers of the anime and skimming through it a little bit more, it looks like the game is just going to be a complete adaptation of the source material because it's not very long. So it's coming out later this month, I'm pretty sure, and it's got a decent amount of hype behind it. It looks like I don't think it's gonna like sweep any Game of the Year awards, but it's looks like it'll be fun. It's by the guys who made the One Piece Odyssey game, and
did that game get like pretty bad reviews though?
Did it? I
I think
remember
they
it
did.
not getting a lot of fanfare. I think I thought I heard middling things about it.
Okay, yeah, that was a while ago.
And then they also made Pokemon Brilliant Diamond Shining Pearl,
Oh,
which
well,
that part's concerning to me. But
yeah,
for everything that I've seen about Sandland, the game looks really fun.
yeah, I didn't know about this until now. I want to play it.
They're framing it as an open world RPG.
It's gonna be Sandland, but Elden Ring.
Yeah, the driving around in the desert, it looks like a lot of fun.
Yeah,
Oh. Yeah, that does sound awesome.
I don't have a transition for this, but I want to talk about the next one.
It's okay. Yeah, we
Sure, go ahead.
Speaking of people who are playing games,
Okay.
That's the best I can come up with.
Perfect.
Go Loser Ranger. It is kind of what I just said.
Well, not really a game.
So there.
I
There
think
are
you need to
these-
slip in one more kind of.
Yeah.
It is okay. You know what? I've got a better way to introduce this show.
Yeah.
What
Do
if
it.
there was a Sentai show, but capitalism?
Well, isn't it already? Oh well, yeah. That's fair. That's fair. That's.
I mean, I think Tiger and Bunny did a similar
I was
thing,
about
but I
to
didn't watch
say,
it.
isn't that Tiger
So-
and Bunny? But I haven't seen it.
Yeah, exactly. So, you know, I'm sure this is very similar to it in certain regards anyway, but I don't have a point of comparison. So to me, this is all relatively new.
I just
and
thought it was
I
like
enjoyed it.
WWE, but for
Same.
Power Rangers. It was just like professional wrestling, but for monsters and Power Rangers stuff. But capitalism also sums it up pretty well.
Yeah.
It's
Sadly, this
interest-
is also one of the shows that I wanted to watch to get an impression of, but I just didn't have the time.
Oh, that's a shame.
So,
So it's
this
basically
one was very surprising how good it was. It's not bereft of issues, but I was surprised because I expected to drop it in 5 minutes, but I watched
The
the
beginning
entire
was-
episode and
The beginning was
liked it.
like really bad, but then it gets really kind of pretty good in the future.
I don't think the
And then-
beginning was really bad. The biggest issue is that it takes too long to start. There's this fight scene that you don't have enough context for to really care
Yeah.
about, where it's the 5 Sentai Power Ranger dudes fighting this lion guy. And you're like, well, okay, I don't super care. The main point of the scene, and this was the main thing holding my attention, was the world building and the sort of hyper-capitalistic way they view these fights. Where okay, so the premise of the show is that these Sentai, Power Ranger dudes are fighting these monsters, but it's in an arena, and people are spectating and paying money to get in, and, stuff like that. And the monsters always just happen to appear in this arena. So you're like, well, that's a bit convenient.
Yeah.
Why would that be happening? And eventually, you have your suspicions confirmed when it's revealed that the monsters' leaders have been defeated for a long time by now. Like many, many years. And, they're putting up the facade of them still invading Earth, and they just happen to, plop down a monster in this arena every single time. But in reality, they've made this truce where as long as they keep this, this show going, this farce of this invasion going, they can get away with not being killed. And it's all just I love it. It's like the monster
it's
A
great.
through Z.
yeah.
But like
Yeah.
half the letters of the alphabet are missing because half of them have bailed out of fear and not wanting to do this anymore. And so their
Oh, really? I
numbers
didn't
are
catch that.
thinning on the daily. Yeah,
Oh,
like
yeah.
half of them are gone at this point.
And
Yeah, they just like run away.
I especially love how that reveal later in the episode recontextualizes like the earlier parts where they're actually doing the fight and they're having this tiger monster thing. It was like a a bigger like a leader of the minions, and he was like expositing his like backstory in a really generic. Was oh, I'm the tiger. I want to free the people, free the other
No,
tigers.
dude, no.
And
No, he says he wants to paint all the animals of the world striped like tigers and turn the world into chaos. I thought that was hilarious.
I thought that was
That
stupid.
was amazing.
Yeah, I thought, okay, well,
But it's deliberately stupid.
Yeah, it's deliberately stupid
then-
because it's like they're creatively bankrupt because they've been doing this for like 1,000 times. So like that was clever for me. Like I really like that part.
Yeah, it's all like them trying to market this eternal battle
Yeah.
as some sort of spectacle. I also loved when he turned into a freaking vehicle as if that was his
Fucking
ultimate
Morgana from
form.
Persona 5.
I laughed out loud when that happened.
It was like, what the
That
fuck?
was hilarious.
That was great. That was great. Yeah.
Because
I also
it's just
don't
the
remember.
lamest monster possible. It's just
Yeah.
a buff tiger with like who's like slightly cross-eyed, or the opposite of cross-eyed, where his eyes are, or his pupils are too far apart, and then he
Yeah.
turns into a car a la Transformers, literally for no reason.
Yeah.
You also, I at least like immediately kind of felt bad for them even before the reveal because the spectators just immediately start throwing like cans and stuff at them.
Mm.
They're getting treated so poorly.
Yeah.
Yeah, like they really ham up how much of just a blood sport this is. Not even really a blood sport, because I mean they bring their
immortal.
children to it, but in their minds they're defeating monsters, right?
Yeah.
Or I guess they always run back to the spaceship by the end, so the kayfabe is a bit weak here.
Mm.
But yeah, I mean it's just like an arena spectator sport, and to me that's so interesting.
Yeah, and
Yeah.
I think this is kind of weird, but like we kind of in the beginning of the episode we start focusing on this one guy who's like trying to enter into the Sentai, like the squad or whatever, and he was talking about, oh, like you know because the other people are trying to keep safety protocols, like it's dangerous, you're gonna get killed, and then he's like, oh, actually nobody has been in danger for like how many years at this point, and it reminds me of Conan O'Brien just went on Hot Ones. I don't know if anybody cares, but like in the beginning he says like, you guys have forgotten what danger is because you watch fucking people eat hot wings as danger. Like I felt like that was really apt. Yeah.
It was an interesting way to cue us in, even though I didn't pick up on it, that he was privy to this knowledge. As we find out later, he is one of the villains.
Well,
I
what is that
didn't pick
actually
up
like?
on that,
Is that
but-
actually the thing? I thought he just like became him later, or is it always him? Because
Yeah, so it's always him, I'm fairly
Okay.
certain, because
all right, that makes
the-
more sense. yeah.
it's established that they can shapeshift because he shapeshifts
Mhm.
into the tiger. And it's assumed, on my end at least, that either most of them or all of them can do this. I mean, how else would they run away from their mission? Well, they probably shapeshifted into humans. And
Yeah,
they're just
when-
living in society. But our main character, and this is awesome, because this is such a good note to end the episode on, his goal is to infiltrate the Sentai Power Ranger force as a human and destroy them from the inside.
Yeah.
Because in his eyes, he's taking it way more seriously than anyone else. All his
Yeah.
comrades are like,
Mhm.
we're not gonna defeat anyone. We're just gonna, keep up this measly facade. We're not gonna blend in with humans in case they find us and kill us. We're just gonna, leave things as they are because we have no means by which to meaningfully escape our situation. And the Power Rangers, they all know it's fake. So they're like, okay, yeah, we're just gonna be stage actors. Half of them probably hate their jobs, though we don't have too much of an insight into their psyches yet. But I presume as he infiltrates these, this Power Ranger force, he's going to learn more about each individual person within it, and we'll get to
I
see
do
how
wonder-
that unfolds.
I wonder how many of
Does
them
that-
know. Because like the attitude of the heroes out front was very different than like the blonde chick and the dude who was with them.
Yeah.
I wonder if it's only a couple of them who are privy to the fact that this is all fake.
That
Huh.
could also be a possibility.
Yeah.
This reminds me of
one thing-
the HBO show The Boys. Have you guys seen that or have heard about it?
I've heard of
heard
it.
Is it
of
on
it,
Amazon,
but I
not
haven't
HBO?
seen
Ah,
it.
yeah, Amazon show. Yeah, that's right.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean it's the same kind of idea of like hyper capitalizing superheroes, but in their case they're actually superheroes. It's a good show, but yeah, it reminded me of that.
It also by the way, you mentioned the transformation. I'm fairly certain they can all transform because they have a debate over who should be the tiger based on who knows more about the tiger. But also they actually broke the fourth wall at one point in this episode.
Yeah, when they're like
Done
introducing the title card for the the main character basically, and he pushed it away, right?
Yeah, so it's got that kind of Deadpool thing going on as well.
I think
it's
my
a
main
goofy show.
Yeah.
Oh yeah.
I have like a little bit of issue though when it comes to character writing. Well, first of all, it's just that the motivation of the main character is he's gonna destroy them. World domination is that his end goal? Like it feels so
world
cartoonish.
domination.
It feels so cartoonish, and maybe I'm not supposed to take it so seriously.
The point.
Yeah, maybe
I mean,
that's
to
the
me,
thing.
it's a goofy show, so world domination like fits. Well, I mean, they're aliens that were originally there to take over the world, presumably to colonize it. And these are just a bunch of, literally like grunt A through Z type characters.
I just hope he gets
that
humanized
are
later.
trying to carry on that mission. Like they're literally called like
I
forget the exact term, but it's like, I don't know, grunt A through Z.
Yeah,
the show is very aware of how silly it is.
That's right.
Yeah, I think I could be wrong here, but I think what's going on internally and what's probably going to humanize him is the idea that he simply wants to humiliate them the way that he has been humiliated.
That's a good point. That's a point. Yeah.
He's been driven to a point where he's devoid of all character. Like, he used to be a villain. He used to have a drive and goals, and the same went for all of the people who were working with them, and now it's all just empty showmanship.
Yeah, that's right. That could be interesting in the future. I think I'm definitely watching the show later. I want to see where it goes. But okay, another thing. I'm sorry for being such a fucking negative answer all the time, but there's one part I just don't get. I don't think it's like bad executed, but like there's one part where Grunt D is talking to some other guy. And he's talking about how when he was fighting, a boy actually cheered them on, and that was the thing. And then I guess that motivated Grunt D to try to not keep kayfabe for a while and actually try to go for the Power Rangers. I just don't know. Like, does that play into his motivation at all? That he wants to be like a hero of sorts in its world domination thing, or is it just another thing? Because I don't know how it works into this whole puzzle.
I'm not sure.
I think what they're going for is just to hammer in yet again even further that it has turned into a farce, that people are rooting for them because they've failed. It's canonically 999 times in a row at the start.
Well,
998 at the very beginning, but then they lose again.
Yeah.
Everyone loves an underdog. I think that's part of what is going on as well.
Like, there's such an underdog that children are like, oh, I'm rooting for you. There's probably I forget if they like showed this at all in the show, but there's almost certainly action figures of the villains.
Right, yeah, the guy was carrying the boy was like carrying like a toy of the villain. Yeah.
Right.
Man. Yeah, the world building is really good.
And so
the more I think about it.
Yeah, and like that's why they have to, come up with a cool quote unquote design, which their idea of it is buff tiger that turns into a car for no reason.
They look into an encyclopedia of animals and just it doesn't even look like that. Look like it at all. It's just something different.
I mean, I think they at first said like they wanted to do like a leopard or a cheetah, some other big cat. They're like, we already did that. Wait, which big cat did we not choose yet? Tiger, I got it.
Like the cat from Sonic.
They pulled out like a dictionary, not a dictionary,
encyclopedia.
An encyclopedia. Yes. Try and look for concepts.
Great.
Though, as goofy as it was, I really felt the vibe of the villain in that final shot of him like standing out on the balcony and like his hair swaying in the wind. Like, we're getting the dynamic camera angle swooping around as the background sort of slides out with that parallax effect. I was really feeling the desire to root for the villain in that moment.
Yeah, same for me as well.
Yeah, I absolutely. As soon as I figured out that he's going to be like he's destroying them from the inside, I was like, you've won my allegiance. You're so cool.
He is cool.
Oh yeah.
Cool. I don't get the blonde chick though. She seems kind of like I don't know what the fuck is happening with her. Kind of weird.
She's cynical about the entire hero thing at this point. Like, literally, he asks like, hey, do people get hurt in these spectator events? And she and the other guy are like, well, we're supposed to say that. anyway. You know,
And then
we're supposed to
and then
say
she
that to
grabs the guy's
everyone.
hand, and then something else happened. Like, what the fuck? That was the weirdest scene in the whole episode.
I mean, she wants him to join the hero thing,
I guess
presumably
I don't know why.
to, presumably to, at least the vibe I got, either replace her job or there's something more sinister going on with her, because she does show up at the end of the episode.
Yeah.
Like, you know, he has to transform just in time for her to not see him, so she might have more insight into the situation than the main character knows. So it's one of those two.
Okay.
Probably
Yeah,
a
that makes sense.
combination
Probably,
of both.
Yeah, in the future, hopefully they expand on that.
But yeah, the
It's
next
sick.
show we have is Windbreaker. It's Buchigiri, which I already didn't like, except it's even worse.
Really?
Wait, whoa!
I enjoyed it.
I haven't
You
seen.
wanna
Buchi.
I did not
run
care
that back
for it.
by me again, Crunchy?
Yeah, so I didn't like it.
Why?
You've been snorting the goof juice once again?
How do you snort
Why,
juice?
yes, I have every time. It's always the goof juice.
How do you snort juice? What?
I liked this more than the first episode of Buchigiri.
Yeah, I would
You
agree
are
with
an
that,
unhinged
honestly.
maniac.
This show kicked ass. What are you talking about?
No,
I
to
did
be
not
fair,
care for it.
anytime I see
insane person.
Cloverworks' name, I expect that I'm gonna like it.
What?
So I was a very willing participant in this episode.
I've ever since the 1-2 combo of Dress Up Darling and Bochi, I've become the number one Cloverworks stan.
I can't help but notice, like, when I look back, just over the years, I'm sure they've had some failures, but
Promise
Oh yeah,
Neverland.
sure.
Fucking One
Promise
Direction.
Neverland too.
well, but also freaking Rascal Doesn't Dream of Bunny Girl Senpai.
The books are better.
I personally don't care for that one.
The books are better.
I also loved Horimiya myself. I mean, I know it
that
was
one's also
rushed, but
good.
I enjoyed it a lot. They've got so many bangers for me in the past.
Okay,
like 5
Crunchy, I
years
really
or
need
so.
to know, why don't you like this show?
Yeah.
It's not even anything that it does particularly wrong, but just that I don't. Oh, I bumped into my pop filter. That probably picked up in the audio. Yeah.
LOL.
It's a little.
Okay, let's run that back. Yeah, I guess I just don't really care for the main character's specific kind of angst. I was very pleased that the show did not take his angst seriously. Like when I saw that they were going in a more goofy direction, there was like a palpable sense of relief in my being, where it's like, okay, yeah, his monologue about, oh, I only care for the strong and, you know, don't care about the weak. Yeah, that's being contrasted against him literally saving someone who, in this scenario, is weak. So
It's
clearly,
the ideal of of a high school teenager who, you know, who thinks that that's all there is to life. It's about, you know, you're either strong or you're weak. There's nothing else matters. But
it's like or a Gairu level teenage angsty philosophy on the world.
yeah, but now
it is.
but they're introducing this kid to be like, hey, no, you know what? There's actually more to it than your, you know, stupid closed off worldview, and we're gonna show you whether you like it or not, kiddo.
Well, you could paint it as like an edgy might makes right thing, but later on in the episode, and I think what made me actually embrace him beyond the self-aware stuff was this idea that he had become comfortable. He had become comfortable with the reaction that he was used to, which was, you know, being othered by people. He wasn't comfortable with being embraced. He wasn't comfortable with people being nice to them because he couldn't understand it. I know it's still edgy, but
It's a bit
I
like,
wouldn't-
you know,
I
it's
wouldn't
hard to
call this
believe
show
that you
edgy.
cannot. I mean, maybe to me at least, that is like, you know, such a hard like, oh, I can't accept kindness for anybody. No, everybody must hate me. Like, it's like some pretty severe stuff. But I don't know.
you know, another thing that made it easy for me to swallow, I think, and this is a weird compliment, kind of a backhanded compliment, but I'm so used to seeing shows where you see this like gorgeous girl who has all this to offer and like, oh, no one's ever loved me before. Like to finally see it like on the side of a guy, and he's also kind of like tsundere coded. I thought that was kind of refreshing, to be honest. Also, the first fight scene, I just absolutely
The fights are
loved.
Dude, the
fights are great.
choreography go crazy.
Yeah, the
Ooh,
fights are great. Like, I don't understand how this guy is able to jump like 2 meters in the air, but that's cool. You know, I'm for it.
It's
Dude,
okay.
there
How
was-
is he able to fend off, 20 guys at once when he's just one dude?
Yeah.
There was literally a cut in that segment where I felt like the animation turned into a side-scrolling fighter, like a beat 'em up. Like the
It might as
camera
well
was just
have.
kind of it was beautiful. Like the camera was just kind of going back and forth across the city lines as he beat up people on his left and his right. I really enjoyed the choreography in there.
But I have to agree
way
a
things
bit
were
with
framed.
Crunchy's like specific, like I didn't relate to his specific kind of angst. I feel like if I discovered it in a different time, maybe, then I could have, I could see this being somebody's favorite anime, or like one of their, they like it very much because they explore this kind of angst of this kind of guy who gets alienated and only knows how to express himself through anger. That's something I can see somebody, getting, like understanding. But just to me, it didn't really work, and just how seriously they treated it, like, especially that made me laugh that one time. Like, I don't know, when he hands out the bag to the old man, and that gets called back. Like, remember that one time you handed the bag to the old man? It means you're kind. Actually, you're kind. It's like, oh, come on, is that really the best example you could pull? It just felt so serious for how minute, like how much minutia there actually is. So,
I mean, I feel like it just doesn't pass the vibe check for what resonates with me compared to something like Buchigiri, where I immediately loved the protagonist until they ruined him. I immediately loved the directing, and that actually never went to shit. The directing was always good in that show. I loved the backgrounds, the color palette. I loved everything about Buchigiri until I didn't. But with this show, it's more like I get
Crunchy,
sort of
you
what
should have
it's
loved this show
going
immediately.
for.
They opened with a visual metaphor straight out of Sangatsu.
yeah, that
That
kind of looked
actually
like Sangatsu, yeah.
took me aback. I was like, oh, okay, maybe this show is actually good. And then I saw more of it, and I was like, this isn't really my cup of tea. It's kind of... Well, I also just... that scenario of, oh, the girl is, presumably about to be molested or something, and then he comes in to save her. That feels so played out to me at this point, that seeing that first thing... pretty much first thing. Obviously, you have the rope metaphor first, but, after that pretty much first thing, I just immediately was like, I've seen this 50 times, and I hated it the first time. Seeing it for the 50th, granted, it could be worse. There is a worse example of it in this block of episodes where I clicked off the show once it happens. This was not that bad. I did not click off the show immediately. I just groaned and was like, this is cringe. I hate this.
Damn.
If not for the self-awareness, I do think it would have been unbearable. There was actually a line of dialogue I wrote down because I thought it was almost like him mimicking the expectations of the audience. He said, "The lowest of the low, hated by all others, and worth nothing but their fists. Fighting to become number one is the best thing
is
ever."
Fucking stupid. Like, it's so
Yeah,
expository.
that
I mean, what I wonder is how seriously this show will take fighting, because
that's also
fighting
Very
in
seriously.
high
Did you
school
see that
is
fight scene?
inherently childish.
Yeah, that's true.
And I guess I just can't get into it with this show's attitude towards it. Whereas Buchigiri was always a bit more goofy with it. Granted, it got too goofy with it by the end. Or not by the end, but by the end of me watching it, it was like so... It was like so not taking it seriously that I was like, why should I care? But with this show, it's the opposite, where it's like, you're just some dudes in high school. Like, this is an inherently childish thing you're doing. And on the one hand, it does seem to be aware of it on some level, but on the other hand, I'm like doubting whether or not it will be self-aware enough, or I guess, present enough of it being inherently childish for me to buy into it, where I feel like it's going to start taking it a bit too seriously. I mean, granted, it already had that beatdown, which was inherently goofy to me. That he's beating down like 20
I gotta chime
dudes.
in here. I gotta cut in
Neon,
here.
what do you got?
So here's why Windbreaker's fucking awesome.
Okay.
So first of all, it's about dudes fighting, which is, you want to make a show that's Neon Code, you make it about dudes fighting. You've already got my attention.
Well, that's like anti-crunchy code, except in the sense that I do like hand-to-hand combat more than like magical spells and, crazy flashy bullshit. So I guess it's crunchy coded in that sense, but I also just don't like fight scenes inherently. I don't look at a punch necessarily and go, oh, this is the coolest thing ever. I go, well, if you scene set it right.
Dude, that one shot when he comes back to the game and he goes up to the leader who's even with his whole crew behind him, he's like, oh, you made a big mistake of, attacking the boss of the gang. You didn't think all my boys would ride up? And then the, like, POV shot of him just dogging him with the impact frames. Oh, so good. So good.
I am a monkey brain. I also love fight scenes.
Okay, but it goes a little bit beyond just monkey brain.
Yeah.
I was already sold on the show's initial premise of, oh, I fucking, people think that I'm a delinquent, so I'm just gonna embrace that mentality. That's what society views me as, then that I'm gonna embrace. If no one's ever gonna give me a chance, fine. I'm gonna go to this delinquent high school where it's all about fighting, all about strength, and I'm gonna rise to the top. If I'm gonna be, the delinquent, I'm gonna be the shonen king of delinquents. I'm gonna be the Hokage of delinquents in this, school where apparently only fighting matters because it's all delinquents. Only like the worst of like high school delinquents go to the curriculum. There probably is none. It's all just about fighting. So that I was already sold on. But then they flip the script towards the end where it's like, the lady goes up to him after he saves her and she's like, hey, listen, you no matter how hard you try right now, you will never be top dog of Furing High School. And at first I was, because she says, because you are all alone. And so my thought was that, oh, okay, like, no matter how strong you think you are, is this going to be some kind of message of you need like
community,
friends by your side, the power of friendship will triumph over all. But then the script gets flipped where we find out that the delinquents are actually revered by the townspeople because they went through so much like trouble with gang violence and them gangs taking over the city that when these Furing High School delinquents showed up, they immediately claimed the city as their own. Like, this is our turf and we're gonna protect it. Anyone who's like gonna fuck with us and like disturb the peace, we're gonna beat the shit out of you. And we've gone from Furing to Bofuring, the shield of the town. We are the windbreakers.
The title
and
drop
so
is great.
that flips the entire idea of the show on its head, where you think it's gonna be a main character Haruka fighting his way through all of these delinquents so he could be the #1 delinquent. But now his entire worldview of what the school is going to be like is all turned upside down because he thought he was going to be surrounded by people like him who like they all don't say they don't care about anything and they all just care about fighting and wanting to be the strongest. Well, only the strong matters, the weak ain't shit. But now he sees all these guys who are doing all the things that he's doing, all the scary looking guys who beat the shit out of other people all day, but they're beloved by the townspeople. Like, even when at the end of the fight where he gets cut by one of the gang dudes, and then this old lady is like already getting down onto her knees to be like, oh, Sonny, you look so injured, here, let me help you, and he pulls himself away from her. He's like, everything already he's going through is just like, oh, what the fuck, like, why is it that you guys are so beloved by these townspeople when you're all supposed to be just like me? I can't believe it. You guys are so fucking cool.
Yeah.
That final line, being a hero for justice. You think he's gonna complain about it, but then he drop kicks the dude and says, "That sounds freaking awesome."
We're still like there for some reason. He's just in the back, like the leader's just in the back. He hasn't run away.
That part was. I thought he was about to like sneak up on someone.
Yeah.
But they don't really convey that, so that was the worst part about that scene. But the emotions of him just being like, oh, you guys are so cool. It's like, okay, you've now sold me on the show initially, gotten rid of what I thought the show was going to be about, gave me a new premise, and now I'm sold on that just as much, if not more so.
Okay, two small details, just real quick. I think, I could be wrong, but there was a scene of someone crawling around on the ground a couple minutes before that, like grabbing the knife and sort of scampering off, I think. I think that may have been him.
Oh.
But also, one
No, that was the dude. He grabbed the knife and he cut the main dude to make him.
Right.
Make him play defense.
Okay, one thing that I did love though, and this was a very short scene, when you notice the older lady, I think the same one who patches him up, calling someone on the phone for help, and you think it's the cops, but once the delinquents show up, it becomes obvious. No, they call the delinquents when they have a problem. They call the Furing high schoolers to come.
Fuck the cops. We're gonna call in the local high schoolers to beat the shit out of you and bend metal bats.
Yes. I loved that.
I think I'm a bit questioning because I really like where this episode went, but I don't know how it's gonna continue later because the fighting part, like, are they actually gonna face some hardships, or is it just gonna be more like the main character's development? Because this main character, he seems fucking insane, crazy, and the other guys also seem kind of crazy. So it's the fight. Are they gonna introduce like a big bad that's gonna
I
really
think
challenge
he's
them?
gonna find a new like band of brothers, and
Yeah, I think
he's gonna find out that they all come from different walks of life and probably were all at one point like him, like, shunned by a society, never given like a proper chance, because like the whole point of the main dude is because he was born looking scary. He's got heterochromia. Half of his hair is black, half it's white. They make it a point to be like, it's not a dye, it's not a wig, it's not contact. He just looks like that, and it makes him looks intimidating and scary. And because of that, people are predisposed to think that he's a delinquent, a doer of misdeeds. He says that at one point when someone lost his wallet and he tried to return it to him, people thought that he was the one who stole it.
Well, yeah, I want to see that. I really want to see that. That part where like discovering a new band of friends and discovering this community. I want to see that part. I just wonder if that's going to be also paired with like some kind of action narrative, and that I'm not super excited about because they didn't set this one.
That
up
I'm
well.
most excited. I hope that they like talk shit out with their fists. Like they have they dive into their backstories while throwing hands.
You could combine two. That's right. That could be interesting.
Well, there was a line early on. I think right after the Furine delinquents showed up, one of them tells the girl, "Don't tell who." That
I'd imagine it's probably either like the boss, who I'd imagine is also like blood related, like a sibling to the girl.
Mm-hmm. That's what I was thinking.
As a fan of anime girls, I kind of hated that there's like one girl in this entire show, but it is what it is.
I loved her design.
Yeah, the design's
Yeah.
good.
I like well put together older women.
Nice.
I would just about guarantee that there's a guy in the ED who I don't think was in the
he
episode.
has like white hair.
With the purple hair. I'm half convinced that's a girl.
Yeah, no, you kept seeing them like argue throughout the ED. I'm thinking that's got to be the who.
Maybe.
That's just my little prediction. That's what I was thinking about though, the purple-haired dude.
If all I'm saying is that if for some reason this show finds an excuse to have a tournament arc, I'm gonna pop off.
Yeah.
I wonder if there's gonna be any sort of like vying for control, because I mean we hear.
I would not be surprised in the slightest.
We hear, like, I think the last narrator line is like, "This is the story of how this delinquent became the town's hero.
How I became the greatest hero of the academia variety."
So obviously he's going to rise to the top in some way. We don't know how it's going to happen, but I mean, what ends up coming between him and the leader if he's going to be at the top? I mean, that could be interesting.
I'm so incredibly sold on this show.
Damn.
Yeah. Then again, like I said, I watch everything that Cloverworks does these days.
But are you sold?
Yet another common Cloverworks W. Who's shocked?
That's true.
Yes. Who indeed?
But are you sold,
I'm sold.
on I was reincarnated as the seventh prince, so I can take my time perfecting my magical ability?
I'm sold on going to the restroom while you guys introduce it.
Okay.
I'm
I'm
sorry.
You guys haven't
watched
it. I'm assuming none of you guys watched it, right?
Okay, so I wanted to watch the Shota Isekai just for the novelty, except that I didn't realize it was this one because I didn't check out all. I just saw the title and went skip, and then it turned out to be the pressing Isekai.
Wow, Crunchy, I can't believe you got an Isekai title confused with all the other Isekai titles.
How dare you? How dare you?
It's so easy to not do that.
So easy.
I think it's my bad on that one. I can't believe it. Dude, I mean, really, it's a... Oh, how could I possibly get I was reincarnated as the seventh prince so I can take my time perfecting my magical ability? How could I confuse that with, as a reincarnated aristocrat, I'll use my appraisal skill to rise in the world? They're so
literally Control F, find and replace.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay, but none of you guys have seen the show Neon. I'm talking Neon and Crunchy. You guys haven't seen
I
it.
watched the first 5 minutes, skimmed it, saw the Shota thighs, jumped around my entire room like an orangutan, and then dropped it.
You know what? You know what? The Shota sexualization gets worse as it goes on. But let's. So the premise.
I've heard.
Yeah. So the premise is basically this guy gets killed, reincarnates. This guy was really into magic in his previous life, but he was a commoner, so he couldn't practice it. So now he's in the 7th Prince, and even though he can't vie for the throne, he gets to study magic. Now, initially, I thought this would be a kind of clever thing where, despite he has all this privilege now after the reincarnation isekai thing, he actually wants to stay kind of humble and, trying to hone his talent. And then I watched 5 more minutes and I was like, God damn, okay, no, this is just a power fantasy. So my hopes were...
This is same old shit, just with added Shotokan.
Yeah, and then they...
See,
God damn it.
One of my friends is telling me, oh, no, it's actually peak. It's like unironically
What?
He's
good.
fucking with you.
Meanwhile,
He's gassing the Shotokan thigh anime.
I think he just
fucking
wants
with
this
you.
guy, this Shota's entire bloodline inside him. That's all I'm saying.
Yeah.
Yeah. And, so, Framing, you've seen it, right?
Yeah, I was surprised at how much I enjoyed this. To
What
be
the
honest.
fuck?
Well,
What? Okay.
I say that I enjoy anything that's controversial. So I mean,
What does that
maybe
mean?
that's the
Okay,
problem.
so did you like the part where? Okay, so
So
here's
you're
the
just
worst
the
part.
contrarian.
Here's the worst part. Here's the worst part. Okay, so in the later half of the episode, he discovers a grimoire who's also a beast called Grimoire. Very original.
yeah.
And then the grimoire beast fires a spell at him, doesn't work, and then fails again, and he wraps the spell around his finger, and then the fucking spell shreds his fingers to like fucking bulky flesh, and then he licks the fingers like and makes a sexual face like, oh my god, this is new magic! This is new magic! What is this show? What is this? What am I watching?
Okay, I'm not gonna lie. The fact that he was that psychotic about this was like exactly what I enjoyed.
Was he still
He
like
is-
a 7-year-old when he did that?
He's 10. He's 10, bro. This man is a menace.
yeah.
We can't let him do anything.
I didn't
Is
view it as that
was this show made by the
sexual
Boku no
there.
Pico guy?
Oh lord.
Why is your dick hard from your spell? I'm breaking my voice.
Listen, all I'm saying is I feel like I think disliking this show for any reason, I think it's just tourist talk. I think you're just
I think
Look,
anyone getting
honestly-
into anime, we need to gatekeep them with this high quality filter.
This is gonna be the next
The
Boku no
thing
Pico.
is,
This is gonna be the recommendation.
I saw all the Shota thigh memes, and obviously it does look goofy, but at the same time, I look at the character and I just can't help but think, at least it's a freaking character design.
It's a
At
bad
least
one
he doesn't-
though. It doesn't look good
Bad.
at all.
Yeah,
the legs,
I agree.
From all the screenshots I've seen of this show, his legs are just not anatomically correct. Like straight
yeah,
up,
it's weird.
like, not proper anatomy.
I cannot tell if
That
he's wearing
is
like a
what I
kind
have
of.
seen.
I don't know what the fuck he's
it's
wearing.
okay. The fact that because you're so young, you can look past it because you're too busy cranking it.
It's like he has freaking horse thighs. Is kind of like how I would describe it.
Horse.
Like,
That's a reference
like
you won't get.
No.
I don't get it, but I am laughing.
I think I get
No, like
it.
imagine the anatomy of the back of a minotaur, but it's just like a Shota on top of those legs. That's kind of the vibe I got.
It's horrible.
But does he have the horse cock to match?
Oh no! I didn't want to take it there.
Okay, a few more things. So at one point,
Go for it.
he has invisibility magic. So this guy just knows every magic because power fantasy. And then he has invisibility
Yeah.
magic. And so they decide to portray that by having some fucking cheap ass CG blob and then just anime eyes on top of it. It was so horribly looking. It was horrible. And then the next thing is speaking of character designs, Grimoire eventually gets tamed by the psychopath, and he's like,
Yes.
oh, okay, you can't look this threatening in front of other people. So they turn into this goat. That's the worst looking fucking goat I've ever seen. Like, I want to punch this goat into oblivion. Like, what? Why? Why is that the idea of a
It's-
cute design for anybody? Like,
Listen, all I'm saying is the goat is actually a metaphor for how this Shota is the throat goat.
Oh, no. Why? I'm trying so hard to keep it not sexual, and every turn
it's a
you
show.
How
it's
can you not?
How can you not? Framing, you are framing this too hard. Framing this too hard.
The show is framing
Okay,
him
fair
as
enough.
something to be fucking sexualized, even though he's a child.
So horrible.
The one thing that
Why are
truly
his
did,
pants so short?
the thing that did make it weird for me was the freaking like hot springs, not hot springs, but the freaking they go to the bathhouse, and it's just all the maids are there,
Yeah.
and they're all that part was weird. I'll admit.
That's the only part I thought was you thought were weird. What the fuck?
Dude, I maybe I'm just desensitized to this because I've been watching anime for decades.
Maybe.
But I really viewed him more as a psychotic, obsessed person than anything particularly sexual. I thought what was actually somewhat interesting was I sort of pulled back when the maid started talking about how, oh, we don't want him to study, you know, we want him to, you know, train with this other girl, we want him to, you know, like go clean up with us and all this stuff. But then when I realized that he is like genuinely psychotic about it, I started to realize, oh, like there's a real reason why no one around here wants him studying. Like he takes it too far.
I don't think
But-
there's enough depth in the show to even warrant that
I-
interpretation, man.
I don't think there's any depth to it.
It's just a power fantasy, right?
I can't
But-
imagine
Yeah,
there being
yeah.
much depth to a show that has Isekai Town in it.
Yeah. That's
Oh
horrible.
my god. I feel there are definitely much worse isekai. That's
Well, yeah,
all I'm
there's
saying.
one or
This
two,
season,
one
there
or
are
two more
much-
that I think in the season that was like, God, you got worse. It got worse. It got worse. So it could
The
say
nicest
that
thing I can say about it
only
is that
does
if I
that
were a
with
pedophile,
isekai.
this would be one of my favorite isekai.
word. Well, you got many choices, you know.
Doesn't he grow up to like a non-kid age, become like the next episode or something?
Does he? I don't.
Oh yeah, they remove his only appeal. Pedophilia.
I don't know. I didn't watch the next episode, surprisingly, and yeah,
I didn't
avoided
either. I
peak
just
fiction.
heard from the
No,
guy in
me
Crunchy
neither.
Server who gasses it.
Why
Yeah,
would you
and
guess it?
they were. Well, one of them was okay. There's two guys who gas it. One of them was okay with this change. The other was pissed.
He was distraught. His life was over.
No.
Jesus Christ. Oh God.
Okay, that's where it goes too far.
Too far. Too far.
Too far, even for me.
Well,
Even for.
well, yeah, there's a lot of bad anime this season. I think we're getting to the bad ones.
There's a lot of
oh,
bad anime
no.
every season.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Like
that's
We're about to
fair.
talk about
now
something
past
way
the
God's
worse.
point
game we
where-
play is no different.
Yeah, it's
This was
God's
so much
game
worse.
we play is surprisingly one of the best shows this season.
What?
I really
What?
liked
What
it.
are you
No,
talking
no, no, no,
about?
no,
I
no,
mean,
no.
I
This is the
no.
part where
thought
you
it
hit us
was
with the gotcha.
Filled with depth. No, there is no gotcha.
No,
There
no,
is a
it's
gotcha.
not.
There is
This cannot
absolutely
be.
a gotcha. I was gaslighting you. This
Oh,
show
Yeah,
sucks.
exactly.
I
Yeah,
hate
nice
this.
fucking try, Crunchy.
God damn it. Oh,
You
really
can fool
about
the
to
new
pop
guys,
off.
but you can't fool me.
This show thinks
is
this show thinks it's so clever.
okay.
It thinks it's the best
okay.
thing in the
let
universe,
me-
but it's not.
Let me sum up this
Ugh.
show in just a couple sentences.
Yeah.
Mom, I want to watch No Game No Life.
No.
Exactly. We have No Game No Life at home. The No
Yes.
Game No Life at home.
This is just that. Yeah.
It's literally that. It is No Game No Life. Okay, No Game No Life is a little stupid, but
Yeah.
it knows it's stupid and it's running with it. This show is No Game No Life if it was even stupider but wasn't self-aware.
Yeah, it
And I'm
takes itself
like,
so
and had the
seriously. What
No
the
most
Game
fuck?
No Life
bland
was
aesthetic
silly, but that's
possible.
part of the appeal because it's not taking itself all that seriously. This
Crunchy,
show,
We need
Crunchy,
to
how-
find whoever made this particular like faux future aesthetic of like not
it's
not
horrible.
sci-fi.
Execution.
But, like,
My eyes
Execution
burn.
guillotine.
It's all like LEDs,
Yeah.
and like light and holograms, and you know, weird white jackets and shit like that with stripes, and we need to kill them. We need
Guys,
to beat them with
this-
hammers.
guys, how could you not love the guiding moral of the main character, which is if you have somebody to play a game with, any game can be fun. I love this moral for a character. It makes so much sense, and I love it.
Okay, here's this show. This show tries to do so very little and still fails
Yeah, what
at
the
all of it. That is really what bothers me so much. Like, you can give me, I can watch garbage. I can watch an ecchi fantasy game thriller power fantasy if it's good garbage. But okay, first off, it's ecchi. It's immediately censored. it's a fantasy. None of the concepts are interesting. The main character is instantly so unbelievably powerful. He has what did they call it? MC possesses the arise to not die.
Yeah.
So he's immortal. It's about like thrilling games, except there's no way to follow the freaking games. They like immediately go into this game where they throw a bunch of cards up in the air and they're rotating and they're constantly changing, so it's unpredictable. How am I supposed to follow anything?
I'm so mad at that, because here's the thing, right? So they set up the game and they describe it as like, okay, so all of the cards are floating around, but they're all doing so at different speeds, so they're hard to follow. But the visual on screen is of rings of cards with all the cards moving at the same speed. And I'm like, what? That's literally no. It's very. I mean, sure, it'd be hard to follow, but it's not nearly as hard as you're making it out to be. If I kept my eye on the same cards like over and over again, I could probably do it like kind of okay, you know. But you're making it out like no, you have to have like a computer for a brain in order to follow it because they're all moving at different speeds. They're moving at the same speed. I'm pretty sure the two rings were moving at the same speed as each other, so every card is moving at the same speed. It's insane.
Do you want to know what the most insulting thing about this show is? The most insulting thing? That one girl brought out Uno. And they do, in fact, have Uno. It came free with their fucking shitty anime. And I was like, oh boy, I can't wait for this guy and this god to play Uno together and have, like, an Uno battle. That sounds like it could be a fun time. No, they play fucking Memory instead. Boo! Boo!
Dude, that moment where they show all the games in this girl's room, and then the character monologues to the audience, I guess this god must truly love games, as if I couldn't have pieced that together from Uno and all these other games on the ground, like around this room everywhere, as if I am literally too stupid to put that together in my brain. I saw it and went, wow, okay, she's like a real hardcore gamer. And then the guy says, man, she must really love games. And I'm like, I'm going to behead you.
This show is also animated absolutely atrocious.
Yeah.
Once again, I opened by telling you I don't care as much about animation as you guys, but there are moments. There was one I wrote down where he's walking up to the freaking like TV monitors that are up on top of the Coliseum, and like as he turns his head, there's this moment where suddenly, the camera is sliding across the screen, and suddenly everything stops being animated all at once. It's so jarring. The kind of thing that usually wouldn't bother me.
This one run cycle when they're showing the
the run cycle. That's what follows.
I think they're on the chessboard and they're running away from like this demon. It looks so they look like they're running faster than the camera makes them out to be.
Yes, like they weren't moving across the screen at the speed that it looked like their legs were moving. Like nothing looked the way it should. Like once again, it's not even trying to do anything crazy, and it still fails.
Well, you want to know why it fails so bad? Because this show front loads its story with so much exposition, and so much of it is stuff that I literally did not have to be told. Like, half of it is like, okay, so I have some lines quoted here. Like, oh, many years ago, gods were discovered in this area, and she was frozen in the ice. Like, all that, we see her frozen in the ice, so, like, first of all, we don't even need to be told that it's the same god from the opening, because we know that already. We saw the opening, we saw it with our human eyes, but we reestablished that. And the only new information we really get from this opening, conversation between the girl and him is, okay, so she was playing under the ocean, like tag, for a bunch of time, and then she, like, froze herself. And it's like, okay, cool. I guess that was new information. It kind of speaks to her personality, what little there is. So, okay, you could have cut out all those other lines, though. Like, oh, she was looking for the strongest player. I'm 90% sure she said that in the opening, so we didn't need that re-explained.
Bring me the ultimate gamer!
Yes.
And you are the ultimate gamer. That is why you are being brought to this god. Okay, well, the fact that he is being brought to the god already informs the viewer that that he is the strongest gamer, because that was established in the opening. We have spent like 30 seconds at this point in a row re-establishing things we already knew. And I'm like, dude, you didn't need to do this. We already, we get it.
Quite literally an elevator pitch. The whole thing takes place in an elevator. And it got me thinking of like, it reminds me of this one little obscure anime that I've seen recently that did a similar scene called Neon Genesis Evangelion. I don't know if y'all heard of it.
Never.
And in the first episode, there was a bit of exposition where characters are riding a device through a facility meant to transport them and dump exposition at the same time. Except when they did it in Ava, they did it in a way that, first of all, the things that they were talking about, we didn't already, know beforehand. And they also had the decency to make the visuals incredibly interesting and direct it immaculately.
Also,
that way you can associate it in your head of what they're talking about with the things that you're looking at, so that way it helps sticks in your mind longer.
Also, there's characterization, because Shinji's in the fucking newspaper all the time, because, that's the type of character he is. So there's also that.
Yeah, it's this show. It's better than Ava, obviously. I mean, every single part of it is superior. I don't know what Neon's talking about. Oh god.
I wonder, how is there not a term for this thing that happens where a show tells you one thing that it explicitly shows you is not true? Because there needs to be a term for that.
Gaslighting.
I don't know, like
Gaslight.
visual.
It's some sort of dissonance.
Visual script dissonance.
Yeah, that'll work, I guess.
Pseudo-narrative dissonance.
I've argued for quote-unquote thematic dissonance before, but this idea of showing you things that are clearly not happening right in front of your eyes,
it's so goofy.
Strange.
It's like actually comical. Oh, the cards are moving at different speeds and you see the opposite. It is so... You could not take me out of a show harder than that moment. And mind you, I was already barely
but
paying
I
attention.
kind of mentally checked out when the dude picked up a pair of dice, called what he was gonna roll, and then rolled it exactly, and then explained, it wasn't hard. All you have to do is just, say the opposite side of what you anticipate it's gonna be, and then throw them at a half turn. I'm like, man, you like the worst to bring at parties. Like, if I'm rolling a dice, I'm fucking rolling that shit as hard as I can. I'm not trying to coordinate my dice rolls to get the ideal numbers. It's all fucking chance. And that's the point.
I wouldn't even mind that in a show like No Game No Life, where the characters are supposed to be inhumanly competent at games. You can theoretically make a die land on the same number each time. But No Game No Life, like I said, was self-aware about how goofy it was. So it doesn't feel as nearly as grating and obnoxious and I'm so smart and good at this game. Yeah, No Game No Life knows it's silly. And that was cool
also
about it.
Yeah, because the main characters of No Game No Life are shut-in losers who are they're only excelling in this world because it's the world was almost engineered for them to excel in.
The characters in No Game No Life are only incidentally cool. At every other turn, it is showing us actually these guys are losers. They have the worst attachment anxiety ever. So if they're ever not in the same room together, they literally spaz out and basically have a seizure on the floor because they're so attached to each other. Presumably they shit in the same room, which is funny to think about. But
meanwhile, the main character of this show gets recognized in public, being like, "Whoa, is that Faye, the ultimate gamer?"
Dude, there's also
there's
a decent version of that scene that I just came up with in 15 seconds after remembering that. Just remove the dice, make it quarters, make it a metaphor, not a metaphor, but an example of them trying to decide who starts the game. Have him flip the quarter and then have the internal dialogue. Oh, actually, quarter flipping isn't 50-50. If you start on one side, you actually get to dictate your luck. That's a better version of that scene instantly. Took me 30 seconds to come up with it.
Yeah, except No Game No Life also had the ultimate version of that, where they make the coin land in between a crack in the ground, halfway through. I love that moment. This is just the No Game No Life at home. It did it, but better and more clever.
And at least No
Yeah.
Game No Life had the decency to have a memorable aesthetic.
Yeah, there's also that. And the show's
I
really
love No
worse than I
Game No
thought.
Life,
Like,
in
it's
case
worse
you
than I
couldn't
remember.
tell.
It's very bad. There are multiple shows in this bunch that I would say that there's just a perfect correlate to go watch this other show instead, and this is definitely one of them.
Damn. All right, I don't have many.
Yeah,
now
it's-
now we're gonna hit a string of, I believe, 5 shows, which are all the fantasy ones I unfortunately did not get to see, which makes me sad because I wanted to watch the Elf Bride show.
I watched this.
okay.
I also
this is
watched this
the-
one.
I started. Okay, so I saw Elf Bride and went, okay, I think this will
10
be
out of 10.
bad.
Yeah,
But
10
I'll
out of
try
10
it.
go on.
But, you know,
You had me
I
at
saw
Elf
I saw the
Bride.
phrase Elf Bride. All right, let me regale you with my experience with this show. So it starts off with the demon king dude, evil motherfucker. He's got the elf in front of him. And she's like, "Oh, how will you punish me? How are you gonna murder me?" And he's like in his head monologuing, "Dude, I just have a crush on you. I just love you." And I'm like, "Okay, you're making me want to watch more of this." And then after that, like the OP plays. Okay, I'm still hooked in. I'm still hooked into the Matrix. And
Yes.
then there's like this random girl, and some guy immediately starts trying to rape her. And so I clicked off the show and went, "Nah, I don't want to see
Okay.
this."
So yeah, it didn't go very far. I'll
Wait, can I just? I want to.
Ripping her, like tearing her shirt in half
Yeah.
to expose her tits was already too far for me.
Yeah,
I just went,
understandable.
I don't care enough to watch this.
I have something to say about the opening because I saw the word bride and I imagined, especially with the beginning kind of segment, I thought, okay, it's gonna be kind of romance-y, But then I saw the title in the opening, and because I'm Chinese, I could read kanji, and there's a kanji called for slave there. I was like, wait, give me a second. Wait, this is not a bride, right? This is not a bride. And then
Wait.
yes, it's a slave. She's a slave. She,
Let's go!
He does. Okay, so here's the
baby,
basic.
that's what I've been waiting for. That's what it's all about. Woo!
no.
The basic premise is his far more evil sorcerer buddy shows up right after the assault scene. By the way, he blows that dude's head off, splatters blood all over the chick, and she
Face.
freaks out and faints.
Yeah.
Yeah, that was actually pretty funny. But right after his far more evil sorcerer friend shows up, and he's trying to haggle him about how I need to borrow some money. He lets him know to finally get his attention. Well, actually, what's going on is one of the 13 great sorcerers, the eldest of them all, has just passed away, and they're actually selling off his estate.
Yeah.
And so he convinces him basically to come along, check out what they've got on offer. And when he gets there, it turns out that yes, the most valuable of his assets was this slave that he had recently acquired, the elf girl. And
then, so
it's,
you can go on. You can
Go ahead.
You can go ahead.
Okay. So basically, he's this. I was gonna say hopeless romantic, but that's not it. He sees being with a woman as something too complicated. He doesn't understand them, so he's never worried about it. But the moment he lays eyes on this elf, he immediately goes, 1 million rupees, I'll take her. Just jumps up and shouts it out. Goes and picks her up, takes her home, and this actually leads to some surprisingly funny dialogue because she thinks she's going to die. She keeps making all these really dark jokes about how, oh, are you going to use that to kill me? Oh, you aren't going to kill me? Well, so you're going to torture me? What are you going to torture me with exactly? I just like to get mentally prepared. And all throughout the rest of the episode, even after they've kind of become chummy, she continues
just a master
finding...
becoming chummy with his fucking slave.
Yeah. Well,
Yeah.
obviously it's not what it seems, and he's in this position where he's thought of as an archdemon, but he literally just acquired this castle from someone else. He's been too lazy to get rid of the torture equipment. He doesn't like sacrifice, unlike all the other sorcerers.
I'm
So
a good
he's
slave owner,
definitely
guys.
got
I'm a
that-
good slave owner.
Yeah, it's got that kind of thing going on. Like, obviously, he is an archdemon, but he's a good guy. So,
The effects of Shield Hero on anime.
Right, but here's the thing with Shield Hero. Now,
Undone.
I haven't seen fully Shield Hero, but the thing with Shield Hero is that, first of all, like, the guy isn't supposed to be, like, a very good guy. And also, he bought... Wait, did he buy Raphtalia in the sense of, like, wanting to free her? Was that in his consideration?
No.
Never mind. Then I
No,
guess
it
not.
wasn't.
Shield Hero's bad. But basically...
He never frees her.
No, that's fucking stupid.
Literally never. Actually,
damn
she
it.
offers to stay his slave. Like, actually, no, I take that back. He does offer to free her at one point, and she says no.
Yeah.
Which was shit.
The ideal woman.
Yeah, did you watch further? Because there's literally a scene, I think it's at the beginning of season 2, going into Shield Hero now, but she, like, one of the freaking, not the spear hero, the bow hero girl is having, like, a mental breakdown because she's been kicked out of the party. Raphtalia, like, drags her off to the slave owner and tells you, you'll feel better if you buy a...
What?
It literally is one of the goofiest, darkest things I've ever seen, and it's there's no self-awareness to it whatsoever. It's so strange.
Fucking
The writing.
I'm glad I did not continue watching Shield Hero after season 1. Because I
Dude,
thought
it's so
it
weird.
was bad.
The writing, I think the writing falls apart after like 9 episodes, but the writing just continues falling apart all throughout. And then it suddenly turns into a story about the power of friendship completely out of nowhere, so you don't even get the edgy stuff anymore. It's so unsatisfying, but
Okay, well, like, you know, obviously... I think
that's not what we're talking about, of course.
The thing is, okay, Shield Hero may be an exception, but I'm thinking at least there's a few isekai shows out there because you know slaves are everywhere now in isekai that you know they see the slave as something like, you know, a poor thing that they want to free, and that's the main thing, right?
Yeah.
Like I can you know, imagine that's one of the directions it goes. But this one, he just wants to fuck her. he buys her just to fuck her, and that's it. Well, you know, not only sexually, like romantically, whatever the fuck, you know, falling in love at first sight and all that, but I just don't understand the blatantness of it.
Yeah, the thing that will make it weird if you take it too seriously, and I don't think it's obviously meant to be taken that seriously, but the thing that will make it weird is the fact that he didn't know anything about her. He just saw her and decided, well, she's overwhelmingly beautiful, and she's drawn as if she's overwhelmingly beautiful, and he instantly falls in love, even though he's never had any interest in a woman whatsoever. It didn't bother me, but I mean, the more you make me think about it, the more it is really strange writing, a really strange writing choice.
Yeah, it's just, you know, seeing an opportunity to, like, acquire a woman, like, literally acquire a woman. And taking it doesn't make me like the guy at all. Like, I don't care that he's a good guy who doesn't torture people. Fuck you. Fuck the show.
The thing is, I guarantee you, I haven't watched beyond episode 1, but I guarantee you this is going to, from here on out, be a relaxing slice of life fantasy comedy.
You can't just start off there and
began
fucking
with attempted assault.
Oh, well, I'm sure there's going to continue to be dark humor with that said, because like as they're crawling up to the top of the castle, because he's going to show her her room in the castle where she's going to live, and he starts asking something about how, you know, have we got any rope around? I don't remember why he needs it, but her immediate thought is, oh, are you going to hang me by the ceiling and beat me half to death? Like, it has the darkest sense of humor. Personally, I'm a little screwed up, so I mean, I'll admit, I actually thought it was absolutely hilarious.
Well, you can call me a woke. You can call me a woke moralist, but I think dark humor, you know, has to. There's a limit. Well, not limit is the best word, but it has to be responsible. This show is not fucking responsible for any of the problematic things it brings up and makes.
Right.
And
well, I think they're going to turn this joke into a trope, because as I said, they get all the way to the top. They get all the way to the top of the castle, and before we have the really like sweet scene that they end on, he goes and tells her, like, before he opens the door, he says, we've never actually used this room for anything. It's kind of just a storage holdover from the last person who lived here. And he's never cleaned anything out. He opens the door. The first thing they see is a freaking guillotine. And she, like, bends over and says, my head is yours. And he's super awkward about it. He shuts the door, doesn't know how to respond. He, like, creates this energy bubble in his finger, like, just barely opens the door. He doesn't even want her to see it again. Shoots this energy beam in there, blows up everything in the room completely.
I don't think. I know it's supposed to be funny. I could not find it funny. I just thought you had to jump through so many hoops to enjoy that one kind of okay joke that I couldn't personally.
I gotcha. I do think if that bothers you, I could see it becoming a straight up gag that gets repeated. Well, with that said, like I said, the episode ends as they walk through the room, walk outside, and she sees the moon. And like, remember, he's going on and on about how, I just want to find a way to make her smile. And it was somewhat subtle that she like finally.
You bother. What do you mean? What do you mean? Okay, you can tell I'm pretty new to like watching isekai shit because I am not used to it. Like I cannot get over it.
Yeah, after a certain point, you just go.
Yeah.
I mean, I've seen it all before. I've seen the horrors.
Yeah. I'm still.
Well,
new
anyway,
to it.
I mean that's basically how it ends. So yeah, they see the moon. They have a little moment together.
You didn't tell me about the part where she willingly shows him her underwear.
Oh yeah,
Oh, right, yeah.
There is a
that part. Something. Yeah, she says, "I'm a virgin, by the way," or something.
Yeah, she wants to reassure him that she'll be a good sacrifice or a good experiment.
Oh
That's
right.
basically
The thing is that
that's
being a sacrifice instead of like I think for sexual needs. So
it's messed up, but I think really what she's trying to do here is reassure him at every turn. Look, I am valuable. Please don't throw me away. I really think that's what they're going for with these scenes.
well, yeah, because
But the gags are very strange, I'll admit.
Okay, well, let's. I want to
Yeah.
fucking move on to this. Like, I don't know. I feel like the thing you say, like, it's because she's a slave. She has this, like, she's been conditioned to always prove her value, or else she won't be bought. Like, is that a good thing? Is that supposed to be? I don't know. It's just morally reprehensible to me. I can't get over it. I'm a baby boy with this kind of stuff.
No, you're fine. You're fine. It's not gonna be your thing if you can't tolerate that sort of stuff.
Well, the next one, I
It
rage
just sounds
quit,
like she's the
so-
ultimate sub.
And the ultimate most generic garbage I think I've seen all season long so far.
Really, this one?
I think so. I think this is the most like, oh my god, isekai has just congealed into a formula.
Oh, you're talking about the next one, right?
that's-
Killing Another World.
Yeah. I mean, did anyone else have anything to say about?
They didn't watch it. What do you
Archdemon's
mean?
Dilemma? Oh right.
Well,
I
I tried
forgot.
to watch.
Yeah,
it.
you tried to watch it. That
Didn't
was
get very far.
yeah.
Yeah. I have a high tolerance for anime bullshit. I mean, I think that's really what it comes down to.
So let me just tell you why I rage quit this one, Chilling Another World with level 2 super cheap powers. So I saw this title and my brain cells died, obviously, and then I was like, okay, what is the gimmick here? And I cannot believe the fucking gimmick. Well, the gimmick isn't like unbelievable. It's just so stupid, like something babies think of, right? So the gimmick is that he gets transported, he doesn't get treated well, and they want to cover up basically that he was a failed summoning thing. So they give him some crappy tools and send him off to like a pretty dangerous place. And then he kills one slime. He levels up from 1 where he has nothing.
He has three.
Yeah, he kills 3 slimes. Thank you for the detail. And then he levels up from level 1, like nothing happens, to level 2, where he gets infinite stats. That's the gimmick, folks. He levels up to level 2, and then he gets infinite stats, and then he gets so many skills, and then he gets. I rage quit. I stopped.
Okay, literally, what if Shield Hero was Slime Isekai, but even more generic than both of them combined? That really is this show. Yeah. What really bothers me is I remember watching the trailer for this, and my immediate thought was, wow, I really like the chick's design. Like, she's really cute. Like, maybe this could be a relaxing thing to spend my time.
I didn't even
like,
get to the woman. I got mad at the levels.
She's not even. You don't even see her in episode 1.
Really?
Really?
Okay.
I got blue balled
Jesus.
by this freaking show. But no, I mean, it's exactly what you think it's gonna be, to be honest. The dude is just the nicest, most open-minded dude you've ever seen in your life. He's nice to everyone he meets, like beyond reason.
Yeah, he's like, to tackle racism, he says, "Can't we just all get along? Thank you, light novel, for solving racism. Thank you."
Well, yeah. Another. There's a lot of. I guess there is some weird stuff there. Like he's in one world where there's like slavery with these ogre-looking demi-humans, but then like he almost immediately gets transported to another
There's
world.
no slaves.
He's been being.
Yeah.
Yeah, and they're not slaves. They're the same type of people from what I could tell, but here they're not slaves.
It's just like
they
they blew their load too quickly. Like they have this like, okay, maybe they're trying to set up a comparison, but first of all, the only thing we know about the old world that there was racism. So it just feels so forced.
And now there isn't.
Yeah, it just feels so forced.
Well, he meets the kingdom here. He's blessed with absolutely no stats, while literally Spear Hero, it's literally Spear Hero on the other side. He's the other
Same
hero.
design,
He
right?
got
Very similar.
Yes, 999 stats on everything immediately. Everyone immediately starts treating him like crap, fawning over the blondie. The king like banishes him, says, "Well, we screwed up. We let the portal close, so we can't send you back. We're gonna let you live in this forest to the north. Here's an infinite depth bag or whatever they call it. It's got all this gold and stuff in it." He gets to the forest, like he kills the 3 slimes. He levels up a couple times. He gains literally the power from Slime Isekai. He's just got they literally call it a voice assistant. Once again, isekai congealing. They mention levels. There's a voice assistant. Like everything is just there. Nothing is explained. It doesn't need to be there.
I rage quit this one. I guess I'm not missing out.
I watched it, but okay. So like he gets to the forest. He kills the slimes. He levels up a little bit. He gets the voice assistant. He follows its recommendation to purify the forest. He purifies the entire forest. Only loses 1/3 of his mana. He's so dense, he doesn't realize what a big deal this is. He instantly levels up after purifying the forest to level like 337. He gains like a million different new abilities. He instantly gets instant transmission level teleportation. He can just teleport anywhere he's been before. He shapeshifts.
Enough.
Into
no more.
I'm going it's just brain. It's not good. It's not good. It's so generic. It's
this time you've been talking, I pulled it up to just watch the first 2 minutes of it. So you're telling me this dude is already in a fantasy world, gets isekai'd into another
fantasy world. Yes,
when they already established, the base bare bone theme of there's discrimination among demi-humans in this the world that he's
the only thing that they established from the original world. The only thing. There's no other trait in this world.
And once again, he is so unbelievably overpowered immediately. You hear the king's assistant say, I wrote this down, "We have found evidence that the highest I made a typo. The highest healing magic of all, purification, was just used." And he is level 367. So I
really want to dig into people's psychology, like people who really enjoy this type of like, how fast do you need it to get the satisfaction of like a power fantasy? Like
the thing, I could get something out of this if I like immediately felt the relaxing vibes and the idea like that it's gonna be another slime isekai, like, and I do think that's where it's going. I think he's going to try to bring together the demons and the humans.
Oh no.
And he's gonna create a new place. He's gonna build it up. Like all the promotional artwork and stuff is him like dancing around with the demon lady with the white hair, and she has like a gorgeous character design. Like when I saw the promo art, I was like, yeah, it's a cute girl. I could like this cute anime girl.
So I guess everybody in the end just did get along. That's really the simple. They just got along. They solved racism.
It's just nothing is what it really feels like.
Yeah, not good.
But anyway,
all right.
I could continue rambling, but it's pointless.
Yeah. The next one is also isekai, and it's not that much better, but I have a personal story here to tell. I actually have a personal connection with this story, with this anime. As in Reincarnated Aristocrat, I'll use my appraisal skill to rise in the world. Now, I grew up in China, and if you grew up in China in the early 2010s, the only entertainment you really had was Chinese web novels that pretty much all isekai spawned from, nowadays. So I pretty much saw all these tropes when I was like 12. and I saw them a lot, and then I tried to write them because I wanted to be a writer. So when I was 12, the first story I ever wrote had a protagonist with an appraisal skill in it, and it's the exact same one as the one in the fucking show. So I already had a connection to it. I was like, you know what? Somebody made it. It's not me, but somebody made it.
That's actually amazing.
Yeah.
Beautiful.
And then I watched the show and it's really bad, and then I felt sad. That's my
Yeah,
Rip.
this was around the time I really started kicking in. Okay, I've got to watch these at like 2 times speed to even like bear.
Oh,
what
one
I'm
of these
seeing.
I had on like 4x by the end. It goes pretty crazy.
Yeah.
I don't think this was as like quite as offensively generic as like Chillin' in Another World or the Banished Hero, but it was just really plain.
Yeah, it was very plain. And there's a lot of like a few baffling things about it. First of all, if you guys watched it on like more than 1 time speed, you probably didn't notice this, just like I didn't notice it. But when I looked at the time code for how long he spent in the original world, it's 30 seconds. 30 seconds, and he doesn't even say a word. He doesn't say a word. We don't know anything. And then, yeah. And
I feel like
He
that's still not the record, though.
That's probably not the
Don't you-
record.
but certainly, we've seen a show where it's happened faster, right?
Really?
Almost certainly. I mean, I'm sure there's been shows where they literally start in the world.
There's no content to it at all, though. It's just like he is businessman,
and then he gets
does
heart
have
attack, and then he
attack.
falls. And then he falls. That's it.
That's
That is it. So it just made. He was such a plain self-insert, I guess, that they could just do that. And also, they keep using this digital like metaphor, like visual metaphor that feels like SAO, and it's like he transports into the world in some like digital mainframe for some reason, and then the thing happens again in the opening. The same animation, they reused it. I was like, why? The opening also feels AI generated. Like, really, look at the background. Pull up the opening, look at the background in like the beginning 30 seconds. It feels AI generated. I don't know what happened there. It was just like, wow. And also the singer of the opening is do you guys know?
I'll actually look that up.
Yeah, please.
So
the singer for the opening is actually the Chunibyo, the Kyoani show Chunibyo. Do you guys know that one?
Oh
yeah, I've watched that.
Yeah, the singer is actually the same singer that did the Chunibyo openings, which are all bangers. And I was so sad that she stooped to this point. Come on. But yeah, that's all I had to say. I didn't like any of it. I don't even remember much of it.
Oh my lord.
Yeah, did you see?
I see what you're talking about.
Exactly, dude.
I don't think it is, but it so has the AI sheen.
Yeah.
It literally does.
I can't even remember what it looked like,
no,
to be honest.
might. I think it might literally be AI video now that I'm looking at it really hard.
No.
It's so ugly. It is. It's literally AI video.
Yes, it's
Wait,
AI.
I think it genuinely is.
It has to be
so
AI, bro.
ugly.
It's so ugly.
Wait, hold on. I gotta see this shit.
It really
I'll
does
link
have
it to
that.
you. I have like a 4K 60 FPS
Oh my
version,
God,
'cause
yes,
that's just what I
yes, that-
found.
Oh god, the 60 FPS version must be worse.
Lord.
Oh yeah, because it's got all the freaking blended
Wait, hold on.
motion.
Wait, I think I found the. Okay, yeah. Wait, don't click that link. I found the official version.
Okay.
Oh, dear lord.
Oh yeah, it does.
I'm like 80% sure that is literally AI video, and if not, it is the ugliest filter that anyone has put on anything.
It looks more like an ugly filter. The images look like they're staying in place too much for it to be AI generated. I can see where you could think that is that, but it just looks like the ugliest filter God ever created.
It's the textures, like the way they use the blur when it zooms. Yeah, there's a lot.
It is hideous.
We gotta show this, like, when you repeat the GIF when we're talking about the show on the podcast. Please
You know
show
this.
this.
I already
making
know
note.
what I'm putting on the thumbnail for this show. It's just gonna be like an excerpt of that background. Like one of the
gonna be a
backgrounds.
vlog.
That's going to be what I put of this show in the thumbnail. I'm screenshotting it right now.
It's horrible. Horrible.
That is like one of, if not the most hideous thing I have seen in an anime. It is so bad.
Oh,
I can't wait till we get to actual AI generated anime.
yeah.
Please don't remind me. We're gonna actually have that, and it's gonna suck.
Hey, maybe the AI will generate some actually inspired backgrounds.
Maybe. I mean, it's not a high standard to live up to, considering this season's backgrounds.
There really are
Actually,
so many
funnily enough,
slideshow
I'm
animations
literally
here.
working on the thumbnail right now, and apparently Chillin in Another World with level 2 super cheat skill has a cute witch. I'm putting that in the thumbnail.
Yeah, she honestly, the first thing I thought when I seen her was, what if Roxy was older? Kind of? Kind of. Not
really,
not as well
but
designed.
I love the big floofy witch hat. I'm totally putting her.
Yeah. I love
Big
those.
floofy
Gotta
witch
She
gotta
can
love a
even,
big
unlike
hat.
the other shit tier isekai, she
I'm
can actually have, like,
my
kind
eyes
of a
are being more
prominent
drawn
spot.
to the sexy ab lady.
Nah.
Well, I don't like. I notoriously do not like muscly women, so
Yeah, because you're a coward.
fuck you.
Yeah, I don't think any
Okay.
like
Can't be
character
the weakest
designs
one
in
here.
this appraisal anime is getting that much love. They're
No.
really bad.
I just thought it was hilarious that like there's a purple-haired mage and there's like a younger character who almost looks like Rudius. It was so strange seeing those back to
I mean,
back.
this anime appraisal?
I'm pretty yeah.
Huh, I don't remember.
There was like the character designs really seemed like they were pulling. Okay, he does have different colored hair, but okay. Anyway,
It's just an anime
just-
kid. Stupid looking.
there
piece
are
of
just
shit.
so many of the designs that just look like something I've seen before.
Yeah.
Um,
And also in this show, there's also an attempt to tackle racism because one of the characters that gets introduced later that the main character recruits into his squad basically is like
mhm.
an
They call him
immigrant,
a
yeah, a
Malkin.
Malkin, an immigrant race that is discriminated, and they're like literally even the ruler of the land says, "Oh, you're inferior to us genetically or something." And
Yeah.
I guess
Yeah.
it's not bad to say that racism is bad in the show. It's good to say that, I guess, but it just feels in this context, it just feels like the author trying to give the reader who's reading this for power fantasy another moral victory. It's like, see, you're a good person. You think racism is bad. It's like,
Yeah.
that kind of thing.
The one thing that I did find somewhat interesting was when he started talking about his backstory. How apparently he was a wandering mercenary.
Oh yeah.
And the rest of his band had been killed in battle, and that was actually why he had been isolated the way he had been. He had been wandering around because he wasn't really comfortable with being in a new group,
Mm.
but he was like looking for a new place to fit in where he could use his skills as a fighter. And yeah, it made me want to go watch Berserk instead.
Exactly. Well, fuck, I need to
But,
finish Berserk. I stopped at a little bit into the arc after the Golden Age. I forgot what it's called. I saw like bees raping
Golden
people,
Age,
and I was
right?
like, okay, maybe not today. So I didn't continue.
It's a pretty dark series, dude.
Yeah,
It's gonna
Berserk is good.
it's
though.
gonna
Berserk is good. I like the parts that I read.
Oh yeah.
All right. Speaking of something that lives up to Berserk, Remonster, the next one.
Um
Yeah.
Did
this is
anyone else
better
watch
than
this?
Berserk.
Yeah.
I did not watch this. I saw it. I was originally going
I
to
didn't
because
watch
the
it either.
title didn't seem isekai, but then I looked at the
It was
genres
isekai.
and when actually, and then I figured out what the re meant, and I was like, oh yeah, it is a reincarnation show.
Okay, so this is actually apparently based on a light novel isekai.
Wow, what a surprise.
And I've got to be honest, this is one of those weird situations where I feel like this could be a fairly entertaining show if it didn't look the way it did. The premise is almost refreshingly plain in a weird
What?
way. Like the main character is just a goblin. He's just a goblin. He's not some grand hero who
But he is.
you
He
know,
has all the powers and shit.
Yes, but comma, but he is, of
Yeah.
course. This show went to some pretty dark places. I actually went ahead and watched the episode 2 because at the end of episode 1, he has that moment where he says, "I'm just gonna keep eating and gaining more powers until ... And I was like, until what? Are you gonna become a villain? Is this like actually gonna be an interesting subversion?
I doubt it.
He's not a villain, but I wrote down the term tyrannical leader because he's not a bad person, but he's perfectly willing to kill members of his own tribe he when his elders come back in the second episode, I guess I'm just gonna immediately spoil this because I mean it's the most interesting thing to
Yeah.
it's the most interesting thing to talk about.
Remonster.
Remonster.
How could you?
So
I
mean,
looking forward to it.
Yeah.
basic
Crunchy has that
premise
in his
is
schedule, like every week. Remaster.
okay.
Yeah.
So obviously this is just slime isekai, but goblin instead, and I mean that's basically what it is. But in the second episode, the elders come back, and when they see that like everyone's loving him because he's strong and he cooperates with everyone, he's been teaching everyone how to work together and come up with like real strategies for battle instead of just like raping and pillaging and stabbing everything you see. He comes face to face with the elders and says, "Here, I'm going to fight you one-on-one, and whoever wins will decide how this band continues to operate going forward." He beats him pretty easily because he has powers that the goblins don't. But later on, he catches them trying to sneak in to see the captive women, which is what they had the argument over. And obviously, they know exactly what they're going in there to do. He beats them all senseless.
What?
He beats the elders senseless. And when his friends come running, because they obviously get woken up by the commotion, he just like smiles at them and says, gather everyone around outside. We need to have a little talk. And it's like raining outside. He walks out. He beats all of them like to within an inch of their life. He hangs the old leader up by a rope upside down. I mean, literally tortures him, and he's dead by the next morning. It's a brutal show. This is kind of what I meant by it's almost refreshing.
Like
It's almost refreshingly plain because it really is just kind of a story about some freaking goblins.
What the thing is like,
but it's also obviously a generic.
I want to
isekai
jump off
in
of
that
what
sense.
Crunchy said. Like he's just like me for real because that's
Yeah.
I think it's an isekai. They want you to self-insert into this character who's like super powerful and that's the point, right? So why did you make this guy so fucking cruel for no reason? In the first few scenes, right? They have a scene where the MC and the eldest goblin they hunt down a rabbit and the eldest goblin starts drooling because he's hungry and then the MC starts beating the shit out of him until he fucking faints so he can have the food for himself. Well, for himself first. I was like, why? Why, I thought the whole point is to have a likable character that you can insert yourself into, but instead he's just a fucking maniac, and I don't understand anybody who like thinks of this as like a, I don't know, what do you think?
I definitely think on one hand that does shift as things goes on because he actually starts bringing them food. First he
yeah, I know later,
brings,
right? But I don't think that was warranted. I don't think that was deserved because right before he brought him food, people were jealous of him, so they tried to ambush him. But obviously he's super powered. Oh my god, so cool. He beats them, and then he's like, "Oh, sorry, I didn't control my my horns poison dosage, so I killed a guy. Whoops, sorry." And then like he has no empathy for anything, and I'm supposed to believe that in the next scene, he goes, "Okay, I will bring them food." So they'll, I don't buy it. I don't buy it.
There is a bit of a through line here where I think there is some writing, some actual writing at play.
No. I refuse.
Because he starts out like the first thing.
Be writing on some level.
I know. I can't find my words. He slowly starts teaching the ones who are close to him at first how to work together and come up with real strategies. And that's not really humanizing yet, but it is teaching them to do more than just stab what's in front of them. When he brings them back,
but you think that's like interesting, like enough for you to keep watching?
No, not beyond episode 2. But I know that there's a person out there who there's an audience for this. There absolutely is, beyond the fact that its animation is absolutely basic.
Yeah, and the music is so plastic. Like
it's not like slideshow basic, but it is basic.
Yeah.
Later on, he brings back all the food and he tells them, now after this, you have to start earning your own. You also have to start working together and you have to start using real strategies in battle. So he starts teaching them this. And by the end of the second episode, like I said, he he goes through the whole torture
It just sounds
thing.
like
And
extended
this
wishful
was
fulfillment. It just sounds like, you want to play the leader, you want to play the coolest guy of them all who leads them all. Like, I don't think it's anything special that you're like trying to highlight here.
I understand. I really just wanted to get to the ending point. The
What point?
the cruelest thing, not the cruelest, but like the most like interestingly mixed up thing is after that scene where he like takes out the old elder, he literally just smiles. He turns around, smiles at everyone, and says, "Do you understand the rules now?" Like, I mean, that's what you're here for, man. That's what kind of show this is, as far as I can tell. The only other thing I see, and he like goes off into the forest. He fights a giant fire-breathing bear. This fight was better than I expected. I'll give it that. And there was some dope metal music in there. But
I thought
yeah,
the music was all like really plastic, but I'll take your word for it. I'm
that,
not watching
that was
episode.
the one track. I do not blame you.
Okay.
I just figured I'd describe it for the audience. 'Cause I'm sure there are people who are looking at all these isekai thinking, I mean, is any of this even the slightest bit interesting? This is way more. This is way more interesting than. Okay, but compared to a reincarnated aristocrat or Chillin' in Another World or freaking, it's not saying much, but it's definitely leagues above those.
Well, yeah, compared to Remonster.
Compared to absolute garbage.
Yeah, compared to Remonster, the banished former hero lives where he this one is actually, I think, the worst like written like out of the isekai. Because okay, so let me just describe how fucking ridiculous this is. So we start with some kind of vague thing of like, oh my god, the hero, he sacrificed himself at the end of the adventures, he saved everybody, and then he dies and he gets reborn, and he has apparently a wish, right? And then he gets reborn into this new family where he's the fucking disappointment of the family. Like, he has no skills, no bitches, nothing, and then he gets banished at age 15, right?
No, I think you are misremembering the opening, because he is brutally murdered immediately.
Wait, no, but he said like, what do you mean? Wait, I'm talking about not Remaster right now. I'm talking about the next one.
Okay, I'm sorry. My bad. Now we're talking about a show that's actually that bad.
Yeah, but speaking of Remaster, like one last thing. The whole skill that he has is that he can eat anything and get skills, and that skill apparently is carried from his older life.
From his old
so it's
life.
like a show following his older life as a human who can eat things, like, and in this like dark society where he apparently gets stabbed to death in the end. Like that could have been cool, like somewhat, but they they made it a generic goblin isekai. But anyways, a banished former hero. So
yes,
he gets banished at age 15, right? And then he goes on to this. I didn't know the premise. I didn't check the premise for any of these. So I was like, okay. He just goes on.
Same old shit.
Yeah.
Same old shit.
It's the same old shit. This is gonna be quick.
This is worse than you could imagine.
Yeah. He goes and he saves a person, right? He saves a person who initially believed in him. Was like, okay, well, why did she believe in him? Never explained. And then he saves him. He saves her. And then he's like, oh, actually, I have these powers that I carried from my former hero life that I can use right now. I was like, wait, so you could always use them. So why did you get yourself be the disappointment of the family and then be like shamed for 15 years of your life and then get banished? Why are you playing such a long haul? Yes, okay, I get it. Like, his point is like, oh, he wants to live as he pleases. He wants to be free. Bro, you play the fucking long haul, dude. 15 years for this. Come on, you could have just like, I don't know, shown the incredible
just escape.
Yeah, escape or show the incredible powers, get the respect, and then like go off, fuck off somewhere. It's so bad. I don't want to.
Dude, the one thing that was great about the opening was listening to his brother just absolutely lambast him for the trash that he is. I was like, yes, he is a trash character. You're right.
He's supposed to be trash, but he's also supposed to be so good for no reason. Like, I don't.
Dude, his whole thing, because I've already seen him repeat this line, I believe, twice. He keeps saying the line, oh, well, I really shouldn't show anyone, but when a friend in need believes in me, and then he just shows what? After he's hidden it for 15 years.
This is the laziest
one. This is the worst, most poorly written thing I've seen this season, easily. And the animation is god awful. This is so bad. I think I'm actually going to make a shit post about it. It's that bad.
It's really bad. Yeah. I think this is probably the worst isekai out of all of these, which is saying a lot for me.
The the main thing I want to say about this show is go watch Banished from the Heroes Party instead. It's better in literally every way.
Why do they sound
but,
exactly the same? Why? It just sounds like a different
I know.
orientation of words.
This is just that show, but worse. Yes, it's called Banished from the Heroes Party. Do not watch The Banished Former Hero. Watch Banished from the Heroes Party.
We're really in isekai
Yeah, and
fatigue
especially
right now.
make sure not to watch Banished from the Demon King's party because I had to because my farming skills were underrated.
Oh my god!
And so I decided to court the Demon
farming.
King's mother.
Dude, once again, though, you do not understand how bad this show is unless you watch the episode.
Understand.
You understand.
All
Let's
I
go.
need
No,
Let's
no.
Ah,
There's just one thing. There's just one thing I want to point out because this baffled me, unlike anything I've seen in years. There is an animation as he leaves the house. This is like a pivotal moment. He finally leaves the mansion. The door shuts. 2 seconds later, you hear the freaking sound effect of the door shutting.
Really?
What were you doing?
Wow.
I had to double take. I kept rewinding. Certainly, I'm hearing this wrong. I'm missing something. It can't be that bad.
it's
That bad.
It is that
it's
bad.
that bad.
I was saying,
The writing is just as bad. The writing is just as bad.
I was really, surprised because I went through this, how do you say, like, just by the order we're gonna cover them, and I was like, okay,
Yeah.
Read Monsters is the worst isekai. No, this one is the worst isekai.
Yeah,
this one is the
no.
worst. Like, it just kept
Not
getting
even
worse. Yeah,
close.
like, Neon, genius sequencing, okay? Genius sequencing. I thank you for this.
Yeah, that was the intention.
Yes, definitely. Can we move on to a good show? Like, decent show. Salad Bowl.
Yeah, we're
I-
out of
yes.
the isekai
Please.
track.
Yes.
Please.
Oh, I have so much baggage going into this.
Oh,
Oh,
yeah, the
no.
one that you didn't
I-
like? Or was it the one you liked? I forgot.
Well, actually, you know what?
Alright.
I tell a lie. Tell a lie. We're not out of isekai just yet, because now we're entering reverse isekai.
Ah,
Yes.
right, that's
Yeah,
right.
so Salad Bowl of Eccentrics is a novel series written by Yomi Hirasaka.
Who's that?
Now, if you don't know what Yomi Hirasaka has written, I'll tell you. Imose, A Sister's All You Need.
Okay, I've heard
Which
about
is
that.
a
I didn't
show
know that.
Yeah,
I
I've heard it.
really like.
Yeah.
I have watched it, I think, 3 times total. It is
Goddamn.
really good. And I've read almost all the novels. I never actually got around to the final 2, even though I really liked most of what came before then. The show, here's the thing about Yomi Hirasaka, because having read a lot of his novels now in order to catch up to, almost all the way up through Imose, I'm pretty familiar with his writing style. And the best thing I can say about him as an author is that he is really, really charming. He is not always, in terms of technical storytelling ability, the best. Because Imose, and this is, something you sort of realize as you get into the very later novels in it, a lot of it does not pay off particularly well.
Oh.
The guy is not necessarily the best at structuring an overall narrative. You can really tell that he's making it the fuck up as he goes on, which leads to some issues where some characters don't necessarily, and maybe this changes in the final 2 novels suddenly, but like there's this entire chapter about the person who wrote the original A Sister's All You Need novels within the canon of A Sister's All You Need. It's weird, don't question it. It makes slightly more sense when you're actually reading the novels. But yeah, there's this arc about like what she went through. It doesn't go anywhere. It doesn't mean anything. I thought like when I read the chapter, like in the moment I enjoyed it because I was like, oh, okay, this is like an interesting backstory. Yeah, it doesn't actually mean anything. You just kind of have to enjoy it in isolation. And that, that's sort of a recurring thing. But Imose makes up for it tenfold in just being charming. It's funny. It has a lot going for it in terms of comedy, in terms of characterization. Even when it's not being technically the best written, you just like to see Yomi Hirasaka do things like describe beer flavors. Like the dude is addicted to the flavors of beer in Imose, where the characters will just drink whatever exotic beer he happens to have bought recently as of writing that novel, and he will go into meticulous detail describing the taste of the beer And like you can tell the guy is really passionate about this, and it's just in the story, or how the story is literally like in the afterword of the first novel, Yomi Hirosaka describes an argument that he had with his friends about whether or not fan service is better with brawn panties or without it. And then in volume 4, that same discussion appears through the lens of the characters, and the resolution is that they both come to appreciate each other's side through very convoluted means. And by the way, because Yomi Hirosaka is how we hilarious writer. Yeah,
I love it.
Because Yomi Hirosaka is just a hilarious writer. Like, the fate of the novel, or of the manga adaptation of Itsuki's novels is on the line here. Because the manga author is so distraught that Itsuki is, like, putting his foot down and saying, you must draw them naked. That she's like, you're an animal. Like, I love everything else about you and your stories, but you just constantly insist on stripping these characters down nude when they should have these beautiful, lacy panties and underwear on them. Yomi Hirosaka's a hilarious writer. Like, I will not hear it any other way. This dude is comedically phenomenal. I love everything about his writing style. Another great moment. I know I'm just going on about Imose, but I am deeply passionate about this series, and I need to convey that to you before I say what I will about A Salad Bowl of Eccentrics.
Oh no.
So one of the characters in Imose is Ashley Ono, and she's a tax accountant who specializes in doing the taxes of light novelists. And the reason why she does the taxes of light novelists is because she gets sadistic pleasure out of them having to show her all the porn games they bought that year and all the, skeevy novels so that she can write them off as business expenses, as research for their novels. And so she is like this genius level tax accountant that will give you so much money back in return. But she has to make you say, like, all the different porn games you bought, and she is getting pleasure out of that. And so there's this chapter of Itsuki just saying the most unhinged titles of porn games imaginable to Ashley Ono, hating every second of it. And this is clearly based off of a real experience that Yomi Hirosaka had. Like, he doesn't say it anywhere, he hasn't confirmed to this, but you watch it and you go, yeah, this is absolutely something that happens to him. He's just embellishing it by having the tax accountant get sadistic pleasure out of it. But he clearly had to say all the porn games he bought in a year for his taxes. That is clearly a real
2,
story.
Rants 3, Rants 4.
Beautiful.
Yeah, so there's, he clearly had to tell the tax accountant, yeah, so, what's this visual novel about? Yeah, so there's this guy named Rance. I stole that from Neon. He made that joke in an earlier podcast about a different show.
Yeah.
But yeah, point is, Imose is great. I love it.
Yeah.
But, and so when I go into this show, what I am expecting is something like the Imose adaptation. Something that has less than stellar directing, less than stellar visuals, but the core story is good. That is my expectation.
Yeah.
This show fucking sucks.
I wouldn't say it.
I don't think it sucks.
I enjoyed this, honestly.
It's middling levels of acceptable.
Yeah.
What I would describe this show as is a war between soul and soulless, where it's slightly generic, in all these bad ways, and you're like, this is kind of boring. But then, like, you get some of that Yomi Hirosaka special, this concept that really resonates with me. Like, okay, just the aesthetic of this girl from another kingdom, like this magical world, just chilling out with this homeless dude, just bumming with him.
That was my favorite part,
That is the best thing ever.
Yeah.
That is the greatest thing in any story. But then you juxtapose that against the scene that finally broke me, because I was on the fence about it for a long time. I was like, okay, is it going to get good? Is it going to be bad? Are we going to get something great? What finally broke me is the scene where the guy, he's like trying to, so he's doing his private detective stuff, which is another, flash of soul in this show. Like, okay, being a private detective, that isn't an occupation that you would normally expect of a character. And we're finally, the entire episode he has had like no fucking personality aside from being a private detective. So it's like, okay, we finally learn that he's kind of cynical and he wants to be a hero. And so he ends up trying to be a hero, busting, these guys who are like, shaking this guy down for money, might kill him if he doesn't get enough money soon. He tries to attack not even attack them. He ends up in a fight, but he's at first like, trying to fight with words, but that doesn't work out. And so the girl with the design I really like, I like the main girl's design, and she comes in and she just sends them flying against the walls in a very boring way. And I was like, couldn't you have chosen anything more creative than, oh yeah, I will send you flying against the wall? Like, the first thing that came to mind was, okay, how funny would it be if she just fucking cut them in half? If it was just this gory mess and he's like traumatized for life, and it's like the funniest thing ever. I'm not even saying that would necessarily be tonally in line with the series, because it is clearly meant to be chilled out and relaxing on some level. But like anything more interesting than, and then
pick him up and spin him around,
used
baby.
her. Yeah, like any choreography whatsoever.
That one episode of SpongeBob where Patrick beats himself up without SpongeBob even touching him.
Yeah.
Just do that.
Yeah, like just anything more interesting than, and then she threw the guy against the wall and it really hurt. Anything but that. And
I think,
but she does call it Chinese martial arts.
Yeah.
I did not finish this episode, by the way. I was so disgusted.
Okay, it
with
sounds like you dropped it right before the joke happened.
What was the joke?
All the guys all the thugs are like, "Oh, how are you doing this? Like, how are you destroying us without even touching us?" And she says, "Oh,
I'm a
don't
Chinese
you know?
martial artist.
I'm a Chinese martial arts master.
Yeah,
when
I
you
did
get
not
to
get
be
to
as
that
skilled
point.
as I am, my chi just pushes people away."
Which I
without
approve.
even
This is what
touching
happens,
them.
okay? As a Chinese person, I approve. Keep training. Yeah, it'll happen. It'll happen. Trust me.
Okay, the one thing that I think was missing, other than just impact in the fight, is with a show like this, which is to me kind of the same style of humor as like Konosuba or Combatants Will Be Dispatched. Like the characters are idiots. The problem is they also kind of need to be bad people for it to be all that funny. Now, I still thought it was funny, but when you mentioned the idea of her like chopping them in half, I was like, yeah, well, it would be funnier if they weren't that good of people. So it's missing that element.
Because Emo Say to me is hilarious. I think pretty much every gag in that show works to varying degrees. And they're all idiots, right? Like the thing I loved about Itsuki is that he is a moron. He is like people look at him and he's like blatantly putting on a show of being as egotistical as possible. And it's like blatantly not, like he doesn't even feel that way. He's like deeply insecure, and that's why he's putting on this show. And Imose was very content to let its characters be dumb and, appear like morons. Whereas this show, the main guy's personality is just kinda, he's very milquetoast from what I saw of the episode. There was
think
very
he's kind
little
of
that I could connect to.
It feels like he's supposed to be the foil to the rest of the characters. I'm forgetting the proper term here. He's kind of the straight-laced
Great man.
Like whereas the other two, the princess and the knight, are both kind of just idiots who have no self-awareness. He's very cynical and has been kind of bred by this capitalistic version of the detective lifestyle.
He's not cynical enough.
Yeah. I don't. Yeah, I think
his personality is not nearly evident enough, nearly quick enough. And you want to know the other thing? And because I think this would be infinitely better just reading it. I think that this half the problem seems to be with the narrative. It's probably, if I had to take a guess based on what I saw of the first episode, probably one of Yomi Hirosaka's weakest works. But the other half of it is that the directing and the character designs are awful, and the animation. Visually, it is super unappealing. And
the animation is very plain, but I did feel like there was at least a little bit of visual comedy, like the golden statue as she finally dropped into the new world. That was really funny to me.
I don't think the animation was that good.
Just this.
I don't think it was that good.
No,
The directing got on my nerves because of all. I hate paneling. I hate paneling.
Very
every
moving
single
manga.
instance
Very
it appears.
moving manga.
And so there's like literally this like the girl starts undressing in a lake to wash off, and it's shown like in this weird paneling montage that isn't quite fan servicey. Because, like, you think, oh, okay, she's taking off her clothes. You know, Yomi Hirosaka is a horny bastard. This makes sense. But it's not that. It's just this very weird directorial decision that did not seem to mean anything. I genuinely do not know why it was there, what it was trying to communicate. And then, like, the girl, alright, so the main girl, and this is why I think it's butchering the original source material. This girl goes out into the world and, like, learns about video games, goofs off for a day. It is told in this weird panel type thing.
Exactly.
With the PNGs of the characters over top.
Yes.
And I'm just imagining, like, okay, they're clearly condensing, like, some scene in the story in a very weird way, when normally this would be the charming moment to get you, like, oh, okay, now I like the characters. But no, they're clearly, it's clearly half, at least half butchering it, if not more. Clearly,
and
this director just does not know how to adapt this story in a convincing way.
Like there were those blatant moving manga moments, but they weren't done creatively. Like I think back to what was the show Toilet-kun, the freaking the spirit in the toilet.
Hanako-kun.
That was a very Hanako-kun. That was a very moving manga show, but like there was interesting art styles, like borders to the panels, and like they had like interesting animation with the panels. This was literally like you could see a panel pop up on screen, then you could see a panel pop up on screen, and then you could see like the PNG fade over the top of the panels. And that really was one of those moments where it's like, yeah, I could just be reading this instead.
Yeah, you know,
and it would be.
I didn't like notice this when I was watching it, but when you pointed out, like really the parts that really I thought were charming is the dialogue. It's the parts that are like written, like that probably work better in the book. So.
The freaking line when she drops out of the world, I was saved because you were beneath me. Like, she doesn't have to point out the double meaning. I immediately got it. Oh, because you're a princess.
Really?
Cool. Get that. Interesting double meaning. It's a good double entendre. I really appreciated that. I mean, it had jokes. But
yeah, but like compared to Imose, the ones that you've just described, this does not even fucking have a chance.
Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, I also just think the character designs are worse than anything else I've seen from Yomi Hirosaka. Haganai, great character designs. Imose, great character designs. I love the design work in both of those shows.
Well, also, he's not the one designing them.
The main
he's
character
the
in this show.
He's not the artist.
Yeah, he's not the one designing them. Like, it's completely up to the character designer. The character designer for this... I'm not sure who did it. I could probably look
Kentoku.
Right.
I just looked it up.
Kentoku
Did the designs for
he did
Sasaki to Pichan.
So that's bizarre.
And
Kentoku,
and the Imose.
Yeah, Kentoku
it's the same guy.
The Imose designs, and those were really good.
That's odd.
And the main girl has a great design. The main guy, I mean, maybe it looks better in the light novels art style. Like maybe it is just the adaptation butchering it. The main guy is like a millimeter above John Every anime.
Yeah, I agree with that.
Like just barely above being a John Every anime. I do not like his design whatsoever. I don't like the silver-haired girl's design that much either. It's at least tolerable, but it looks very standard.
She looks better when she's in the tracksuit.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Which, by the way, I will say my favorite part about the show is the female knight who just goes from being the knight to the main princess character to just being homeless. Yeah, like, but she's just so good at being homeless.
Okay, dude, I'm looking at Kentoku's illustrations of the main guy right now, and he does look much better in his art style.
Yeah.
Holy shit. Night and day difference. I wouldn't even say he's a stellar design even in Kentoku's art style, but it's at least a design. It's at least not John Every anime, or John Every anime adjacent anyway. But like, holy shit, if they just adapted it well, yeah, okay. Kentoku, you're forgiven. It was not entirely your fault.
The one visual gag that I really actually got to me though in the show is about the homeless part, where they have this weird video gamey thing where they show this is the job of this person, and they go this is a detective, this is a princess, and then the job of the female knight, she goes from female knight and switches to homeless. I was like, okay, that was kind of clever, but that was it.
There's literally a line that this cracked me up like crazy. Once again, the writing. You have a talent for the homelessness. That's what the old man tells her.
It's great.
It is
I
great
just wish
writing.
the entire show was that good.
Yeah.
Because you can see the Yomi Hirosaka, you can see his sense of humor. Like, in the very first scene, right? What was buttering me up to the show was when the main girl said, I will defend the princess on her honor. And then the guy is like, oh, okay, that is the princess. We weren't entirely sure.
Yeah.
Okay, that's good to know. Drats, they figured it out.
Yeah.
That kind of stuff. that goofy irreverence that I love from his sense of humor. Like, I saw that exchange and we're like, yeah, this was something that would happen in Imose. Like, it is that exact style of dialogue. And unfortunately, either through butchering or through it just not being a very good story in general, a lot of that is absent from what I saw of it. It's like Imose's sense of humor if a lot of the charm was just sucked out.
Yeah, I want to read Imose now. This is my conclusion
Yeah,
after
me
this.
too. It sounds
Imose is
great.
really good. There are parts of it that aren't that good, but the humor and the charm of the story will always carry it to me.
Yeah.
Like, I love Imose and no one will convince me out of that.
You know what else I love that no one will convince me out of because you don't need convincing? Girls Band Cry. This is anime of the fucking year so far.
Ooh.
This is the anime of the year.
What?
It is.
So
Anime of the year?
I
don't know about that.
I have
Really fucking
an
surprisingly
admission.
good? Yes.
Yeah.
I have an
okay.
I have
Which
a
one?
confession
Which
to
anime
make.
is better than it? Like right now, like in 2024.
I literally think this
Freeman.
is Jellyfish but worse.
Are you?
I have a
must be kidding
confession
me.
to
I-
make, everyone.
I'm
did-
completely. I want to hear what you like about it.
Okay,
though. I
what
really
do you wanna
I
say,
did not
Crunchy?
watch Girls Band Cry.
What?
You
I
did
had
wait,
to
you did
take
you
a-
skipped it?
I did not want to. I was going to watch it this morning, but then I had to take a fat nasty shit, and I wasn't about to watch it.
I can
Well,
relate.
I guess it happens.
So I
to the
didn't
best
get
of us.
around to it.
All right, Crunchy, you need to as soon as this
Rectify
podcast is
it.
over, you need to rectify
Rectify
that
that.
immediately.
Yeah, Girls Band Cry. I mean,
I will rectify that before the next podcast so that I can rank it against everything.
yeah.
But unfortunately, I'm gonna be silent here.
Well,
Well,
the poster immediately drew me in. Like the poster, look at on AniList, it was like God, this cover is striking, and I was immediately sold. And then I started watching it, and it was fully 3D, and is probably the best 3D I've ever seen in any anime. So there's that, and also Jellyfish, but worse. I don't want to get into it because we
we don't have
yeah,
to.
because we have to talk about Jellyfish later, but I
Yeah.
can see what you mean in that they both explore angst, but this one. It's different, and it's I think it's executed better because in Jellyfish I could feel certain parts where like kind of they're really trying to force it, or like trying to force you into thinking in a certain way, like into empathizing with the character, and that's fine, but I just saw it too much for it to like fully get into it. This one,
It's probably more textual,
what do you mean?
like less sub. Yeah, I would see that this one's maybe a bit more subtextual,
Yeah.
whereas Jellyfish really exposits a lot of its
And that's
ideas.
why that's what I appreciate so much about it, because yeah, it has, especially in the first episode. The second episode, it just came out today, and I watched it and it was like, it's not as good, and there's like a few moments where they switch to 2D, it's like, come on, but it's still they have the really natural dialogue, grounded dialogue that really carries the show, and the clever directing that really makes you feel what the character is feeling without showing it, without telling you, I mean, just by showing it. I don't fucking. What can you even say against it?
I'm
Well,
so
here's-
amazed that the worst thing I can say about the show is that I don't like that the opening switches from 2D to 3D.
Yeah.
Like, I don't get why they. why would you draw them in 2D when the entire show is in 3D? And it commits to it more than Sandland.
Yeah, definitely.
But
Mhm.
where Girls Band Cry takes the fucking cake is its expression work.
Yes.
This is the most expressive 3D anime I've ever seen.
Well, like, just look at these gifs I'm gonna send in chat. Like, they're all from this one episode.
They're-
One episode. How?
I did love the scene where they were arguing in the other girl's house. Like when she pulled up the freaking chair in front of her and they just started
Yeah, she
debating.
goes up to the counter,
Oh.
slams down the coffee, lifts the chair over her head, walks back over in front of her, slams it down, and then really fast, and then hops over it to
Yeah.
sit down on it. Soul, so much soul.
So much energy too,
Yeah.
man.
It's incredible. And
There were definitely
what do you want to say?
No,
You-
go
you
ahead.
can-
I probably I'm afraid if I start complaining, I'm gonna go. One thing is when I see a musical 3D show like this, I always kind of go in with the expectation, oh well, there's so many interesting things they can do with the musical performances because it's 3D and they're rigged and they can animate things specifically, like convincingly.
Are you not
and there
are you saying that the performance at the end of episode 1 wasn't using all of that?
There were bits and pieces like that. There were a couple of fills on the drums where they zoomed up onto the drummer, and I could see that he was like actually doing a fill on the hi-hat and the snare drum, and that was cool. But there were so many shots where it was just pulled way back, and they're trying to do the slow-mo rain, but the rain's like not moving at all. It's totally stiff. I really felt like it was devoid of a lot of the advantages that you can get out of 3D, like really showing to me, oh wow, she's like really chording the guitar. I don't know.
I distinctly remember that one shot where she's like, the way she kind of swing the guitar to that way and like swing it upwards, because when you play some kind of riff, then you have to swing it upwards to see reach the lower notes, and I saw that, I was like, what? That's incredible. And like the rain thing I didn't notice, but you can say, okay, it's missing out on the full potential, like the best thing you can make up in your mind, but it's still way better than anything like, I don't know, Bandori has ever made. Like
it was so crazy to me, I guess, because I seen it was 3D, I seen it was Toei animation, so I was like, I mean, this has got to have a wild production behind it. I just kind of left a bit disappointed.
Well, I came in with no expectations, so maybe
I will say that the ending performance, if we're talking like at the actual episode content, was my least favorite part of the episode.
You mean like
if only because
the part leading up to it, where the performance itself?
No,
I
the
did
performance
love the
itself.
music.
Only because the music is subjective. I liked the shouting that she did at the end, because I just like when singers like shout and just like scream, that's just really fun to me as a form of expression. But it's just the directing was a little lame. It just like, it felt like, oh, we're in 3D, let's rotate the camera around the band and let's keep doing that every time. Not to say it was completely bereft of cool shots. The one part where the rain stops mid-performance as they're playing, and while she's screaming, and then when the performance ends, it starts falling back down again. That's cool.
Yeah, that's awesome.
But if I were to compare this to another band anime that I've seen recently, I think I much prefer the directing of the performance scenes in Bochi.
Yeah, I agree
this
as well.
one. Because
I
even
will
with
say
a
this
more limited camera in 2D, they have way more creative shots, like POV shots of the Bochi playing the guitar, a lot more creative cuts of animation.
It's been a while since I've
seen
seen Bochi, but like whenever you're saying things about the performances, I'm just picturing the exact shot you're talking about in my head.
Yeah,
because they live rent free, bro. The shot where she stamps her foot on the ground and then hits the riff of Loneliness in Blue Planet.
Yeah.
Or when they're doing the audition, and then like it slowly like kind of revolves around her. Oh, it's so good.
That's what I really needed. I needed more close-up individual shots where they really showed me the minute details. I'm sure there were definitely a handful of them in there. I just needed more. Also, I to give it a positive. I guess this is a positive. The level of emotional anxiety it gave me as she was running through the rain while holding a guitar.
I have my acoustic guitar hanging right there, and I was like scared. I stared back at it when that scene happens. Like,
oh my
the
god, when she
emotions of
dropped
the show
it,
are fucking
I reeled in
awesome.
pain.
What did you say, Neon?
Yeah.
The vibes and emotions of the show are fucking awesome.
Yeah. And moving on to the I want to go back to the Bochi point a bit, because I think the reason why Bochi has these shots, these really clever shots, is because I think they're more familiar with like rock culture. I think the team really tried to study it, and they brought in like real rock musicians, and the scenes are the places are based off of real places, and I think these shots you can see them in like concert recordings. The shots of the POV things and like guitars, like they do that. And I think that's the thing that Girls Band Cry definitely has less of. Like a lot of times the band part feels like more of an aesthetic than like an actual thing, especially right now because they're not really starting anything. Hopefully it'll get better later when they aim for the Budokan like all they do in the these anime. But yeah,
I did really appreciate that the characters, they really just kind of acted like people.
I love the dialogue.
They didn't exposit any messages necessarily. They're these lost people who are kind of acting their way through freaking Tokyo. That was good stuff. I think. I couldn't. It was so difficult not to think about Jellyfish, Bochi the Rock, your boy Kong Ming, like all these other musical shows I've seen recently. And like direct correlates to Jellyfish, like the freaking integration of like social media stuff. When they overlapped the phone screen onto this one, and it was literally just like
I really like that. It felt cinematic.
I hated it.
You didn't like it? I really liked that. I thought it was creative.
Here's the problem. The problem is I watched Jellyfish before I watched this, and there was so much interesting integration of like phone camera work and social media stuff, and then here it was literally like a square image with a basic drop shadow. It just seemed really basic. I did like the idea of it. It's just so difficult not to compare it because there's so many.
I am calling it anime of the year, but I feel like you are the one really just trying to compare it to things that like they have parallels, but you really don't need that. Like it has so many other things to it. And like I don't want to get into Jellyfish because that's for the second recording. But
no, you're right. I'm.
Yeah, but going to the emotions.
Talking about the show on its own merits. We got to go over the animation one more time because it's insane how expressive these characters are.
Jesus, yeah, fucking. Also the outfits.
Like Crunchy, I know you haven't seen it, but look at the gifs that are in the general.
Look
at the way she squints at her phone.
Look at these outfits, man.
I've seen lots of clips from not clips per se, but like images from the show. And if every CG anime was as expressive as this, I don't think it'd have the reputation it does.
Yeah. So far. Well, we have one like in the season that's a lot worse. So, but this one is so good.
It also
a lot worse. Also, the outfits in the show, like first of all, they vary up every episode, which I appreciate, and also the fits mostly hit. Like the girl, the Momoko, the blonde girl, she's wearing some really. I don't know. I was like already into her.
She's insanely hot.
Yeah, she's. I'm claiming her.
Bro, they have a hot blonde girl that plays guitar and flips people off.
Yeah.
You're right. It is anime of the year.
Yeah. And in the next episode, they introduce a drummer who's also, I think, even hotter. But that's a personal thing. So yeah, the drummer girl is always the hottest. Nijika is supremacy. I don't know. What do you guys think about like fucking Bochi characters?
Nijika is not. I prefer Rio.
That's fair.
I just relate
but again,
to
true
Rio
men
so
of culture
hard.
say Kuroi.
What the fuck is
Hero,
Kuroi?
rather.
Oh
Who's
yeah,
Kuroi? What?
the drunken one, right?
Yeah, the drunk girl.
Okay.
Yeah,
Name?
she's great.
Oh, I don't remember that. God damn.
Kikuri Hiro.
Kikuri.
Yeah, Kikuri. I hear Kikuri a lot more.
Mm.
Yeah, okay, that's right.
Yeah, she's wonderful. I did appreciate that the humor was like, the humor was based on things that people would just do, like tricking your friend into flipping someone off because they didn't know what it means. That was great.
And
Dude, that was it's such a fucking awesome joke.
yeah,
That she's such a
Yes.
country bumpkin that she doesn't know what the middle finger means. So then when
Yeah.
the blonde guitar girl flips these guys who kicked her out of her performance space, sticks out her tongue and flips off the double bird. Then she jokingly says, "Oh, it means thank you," in city culture.
And then
and so
and then
after
she-
they leave a restaurant together, and she was like, "Oh, thank you for the food so much," and then flips them the double bird.
it's awesome.
It's
Okay,
fucking
Yeah.
awesome.
So this is completely unrelated to the show, but I have like nothing to say about it because I didn't watch it, so I'm just gonna tell this story real quick. When I was 7, or no, this would have been when I was 6. Right, so I realized that, oh, your middle finger is like kind of hard to raise. But so I was trying it out, and then I finally got it, and so I showed it to this guy I was sitting next to at lunch. And he pulled the teacher on me, and I got sent to a table in isolation from everyone else.
Oh, wow.
Which was like 6-year-old lunch detention. And I was so mad because I did not understand why I was being brought there, and that no one told me.
Oh,
and so I just kept that burden on.
Dude, you would have
that
related
chip
to
on
the
my
scene
shoulder.
so hard then.
I didn't know.
Basically the same exact type of story from when I was younger. I don't remember how old I was, but it was around the time I was playing Metal Gear Solid, and I had no idea what the word bastard meant. And so I was just being dramatic on the playground one day because someone was like standing atop the freaking play shed, like laughing at me, and I said, "You bastard!" And of course I got in trouble for it. It's yeah. I mean, it's very relatable. It's definitely a real thing that people do, and I mean that's a lot of the best stuff that I liked about this. They're just people, man. It's awesome.
Yeah, the jokes all land for me, and also obviously that joke of the middle finger then it becomes an emotional payoff at the end where she says like, if it's over, okay. Basically she says like, oh, it's all over if you really give up now. And you have to raise the middle finger with me and all that, and that was great.
Oh
right?
yeah.
But I mean,
Yeah, and the guitarist writes on when she gives her the guitar as she's trying to leave. She writes on it, "Flip them off."
Yeah, so good.
As like a parting like words of advice, and then she like takes it to heart. And then when she tries to use the microphone at the performance platform to try to find her in the train station. She goes, "If you feel me, raise your middle finger to the sky."
Yeah.
So good.
Like, hell yeah.
You know what?
Hell
I think that's. I'm pretty sure that's literally an "Upon a Burning Body" lyric.
Really?
I'm pretty sure. Intermission. It's like a party metal song. I wonder if that's a reference. Now that I think about it.
I don't know.
Let me see if I can find that.
Also, more about the emotional angst of the main character. Like, obviously, we don't see much of her backstory. We see quite a little bit, right, of her like background and why she came here. But like, what I connected with personally is just that she threw everything away in her old home and came here into like completely unfamiliar places, which is a different thing from Jellyfish. Because in Jellyfish, she's a city slicker the whole time. But now she's a country bumpkin who comes here, doesn't know anything, but she just wants to get away. And I related to that. I was like, yeah, damn. I will, that's some angst I like.
Yeah.
So there's that.
And the phone call was like so convincing with the freaking, "Oh, I'm sorry, I think you're breaking up." Like
Just
that
really doesn't want to.
that was really
Yeah,
well done.
really doesn't want to talk to her parents.
End of the conversation.
Yeah, it was so real.
Because like her parents sound like they don't resent her, but they're treating her decision to be like, it's the whims of a child who like just doesn't get it yet, man.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And she drops out of high school, just leaves her entire old life behind to try to make something of herself in Tokyo because she thinks that's where she's gonna make it.
Yeah. The more we talk about it, the more I think I like it.
That's good.
It's really good. I was gonna lead in with a joke, because I was gonna link this part of the podcast to our pal Vlusky, who has been on before and he gasses the shit out of the show. And I was gonna be like, "Oh my god, finally, after all these years, after all this time, CG anime has caught up to PS3 graphics."
Oh no.
But genuinely, like, well, yeah, like if you're looking at like if you're comparing this to like this does look like PS3 cutscenes of like a well-made game, but the animation, the story, the characters, like the directing, everything about it makes it a special show. Dude, the level of detail we were talking about in Sandland even shows up here when she's walking through the train station at the beginning of the show. The sound design is so on point that when she's dragging her suitcase along the floor, when she walks over like a little bumpy part of the walkway, you hear the sounds of the wheels on her luggage bounce up and down a little bit, like as a rugged sound, and then returns to normal.
Yeah.
Incredible.
And then that actually comes back to a joke because the neighbors start complaining, "You're making all this noise."
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. There's this one part where like when she's trying to find the spare key to her
Right, and
new
her face
home,
pouts like that.
and her
I
neighbor
was like, I didn't know CG could do that. Like, I legit did not know. Like, what the hell?
and her neighbor comes out and be like, hey, I live next door, what do you think, what are you doing? It's like, oh, sorry, I'm your new neighbor, I'm looking for the key. And it's like, oh, okay,
And then she like,
yeah, that sucks that you got locked out. But then, like, he's holding a golf club behind his back the whole time because he thought she was an intruder. He's gonna beat the shit out of her.
yeah. Okay, I'm looking at the charts again. I guess like if I watch more Dungeon Meshi, then that probably would be anime of the year so far. But this one is like a close second. Jesus, it's so good. Like it hits all the angsty spots I want to, and it's so expressive. And I also, the music is not as good as Bochi, but I still like it.
If every episode is as good as this one, it could be a contender.
Yeah. The second episode I think is just as good in different ways, but I think it's just as good. So hopefully it doesn't fall off. Please don't fall off. Please don't fall off. Please.
I can't imagine it would. Like the first episode's giving me no indication that it will.
I mean, okay, and also
I just
the show's been hyped up for like a month, right? And there's like so much footage of like already what's gonna happen in the future, like on the trailers and stuff. So I'm guessing like a lot of it is already completed, or else like why would they hype it up so early? So I'm thinking that
I saw they released a lot of promotional material by making music videos from the show, and releasing it all throughout its promotional campaign.
Yeah, the oil tycoon who's behind this and the promotional campaign probably he's gonna keep funding the show. I hope it's gonna stay that way.
Yeah, bro, this is the kind of like banned 3D anime that makes me be like, damn, maybe I would play like a rhythm game or like a gacha game of these characters if that's how they act.
Yeah.
If they're this well written and likable.
Yeah, that's right. Momoka is so likable. She's best girl. Maybe probably of the year. I mean Marcel maybe, but fucking Momoka is so good.
It's gonna be hard to compete with Marcel.
Yeah, she's really cute.
Yeah. I gotta say that last GIF you sent, it is so expressive for a 3D
look, they're
model, man.
hair bound.
Yeah, what
the mouth is like really stretching out and opening up. The eyes are big and wide. Yeah, you really don't expect to see that from a 3D
Dude, so
model.
many good expressions. I gotta find the full one of the her flipping the double bird.
Yeah.
Oh wait, this one's also good.
Yeah.
Of just her passing face.
That's great.
But I gotta find the full one of the double bird.
It's just absolutely incredible.
Here it is. Now
Yes.
Keep your eyes on the girl in the back.
Yeah.
how her face changes.
Incredible.
Yeah.
Incredible.
The whole show is a treat for the eyes.
Yeah, definitely.
If all CG anime looked this good, I'd be way more welcoming of more 3D CG anime. We haven't gotten a one this good since Beastars.
I think Beastars is not as good as this one. I think Beastars is very good, but I think this one surpasses it. Unless it falls off later.
Are you talking animation or are we talking like as a show?
Animation. I don't think as a show it's as good as Beastars just yet.
Okay, because if we're talking expression, then yeah, this one kind of has a beat. But if we're talking, just animation, part of what carries Beastars, it has some god tier directing.
Yeah, that's right.
And on top of having good 3D animation.
I thought the directing this one is also pretty solid. Like the beginning scene where like we just see a little snippet of her in her like casual clothes and she's like falling while listening to the music. So like that was pretty good. But yeah, it's not. I don't know. I remember more distinct shots from Beastars when I think about it for now. So we'll have to see.
Yeah, but I'm definitely gonna want to keep up with this one.
Definitely.
And Crunchy, you gotta watch this shit ASAP.
Also, it's not officially
I will
like
be
licensed.
on
I
it
think
before before the next block of episodes, so that I
Please.
can rank it against everything else.
Yeah, sadly, it's not like officially licensed, so we only rely on fan subs. And I was like shitting and crying my pants yesterday.
And they gotta
because
put
couldn't
in
be
lines
out.
like "it's Jover,"
Yeah.
which I'm only 50% convinced is the actual translation,
Yeah, it's
and not just something
That
they
is
input
not
in.
the translation.
Yeah, I know. I know.
How do you even translate that? What's the Japanese original there?
Wonder.
Okay.
All right,
Yeah,
but
that
you see, Girls Band Cry, Curious, it can't be Anime of the Year
Why?
because Tadaima Okaeri
Okay.
is the true Anime
okay.
of the
Surprisingly,
Year.
I thought this one's pretty alright. Like I liked it. I
Wait,
like the
what?
concept. Like it's a gay couple raising a baby based That's what I wrote in my notes.
It's
You know,
not
I
just
like-
the gay
I like
couple
the
curious.
concept.
We're
far
not going
beyond
into the
that.
Spider-Verse. We're going into the Omegaverse.
Yeah, so I had to look it up actually. So can I say it so like you guys can like correct me or whatever?
Please
So
go ahead.
I-
For those
so-
of you not in the
so
know,
I didn't know what was happening at all. So I was like, why are they discriminating against omegas? What's omegas and alphas, right? And then I looked up. So Omegaverse, also known as the ABO, is a subgenre of speculative erotic fiction. Its premise is that a dominance hierarchy exists in humans, which are divided into dominant alphas, neutral betas, and submissive omegas. Wait, aren't betas supposed to be submissive from the thousands of red pill videos I watch religiously every day? What do you mean? I don't.
I was so confused. I had no idea that was.
Yeah, like I had to look it up and put it in my notes. Like Jesus.
Yeah, so I'm not, obviously I am extremely familiar with Omegaverse, clearly, not at all, but I get the gist of it, and by gist I mean the fact that mpreg is a thing.
What is
Which is
mpreg?
hilarious.
it's the mpreg universe.
What is mpreg? Oh, it's a male
Male
pregnancy.
pregnancy.
Okay.
FFmpeg,
Yeah,
more like
quite literally.
FFmpreg.
It's no longer no longer a joke. In Omegaverse, dudes can get pregnant.
Jesus Christ.
So only certain only the submissive dudes though. There's no such thing as a dominant man who can get pregnant.
Wait, wait. Did I not catch this? Is this baby like actually born from a man,
Yep.
or is it like adopted?
Yeah.
Yes.
What? I thought
He
they
said
adopted it.
he
Literally,
spent
yes.
10
Nope.
months
Yep.
with it inside
Yes,
him.
10
in the show.
months.
Oh, okay. I guess I missed that part.
A literal line in the show.
Okay. I forgot
Yes.
To
that.
which
I
I
forgot.
stood up, clapped, and said, "Just like me for real."
Crunchy is an Omega in real life.
God. Jesus Christ.
It's part of his
Okay.
Yeah, so
femboy
the problem
nature.
with this show is that it without it being the first Omegaverse anime, and probably the only one for some time, without that, it would be so unremarkable that no one would even know what it is.
Yeah, I think it actually only has. I think last time I checked, it has 1,315 members on Mal. Like, it doesn't even pop up when you search for it unless you go to
Let me
Google.
check. Right now, it has 18,000.
Oh wow.
18,000. Okay.
Megaverse people
okay.
finally.
That's
came
because the season's finally started.
The Omegaverse is growing.
into the
Rapidly.
Omegaverse.
Yeah, Crunchy put it best. The only remarkable thing about this show is that it is the first and probably only Omegaverse anime for a while. I don't know if this is gonna start a wave, a new genesis of Omegaverse adaptations.
This is the one
But,
that I put on 4x speed by the end because I was so.
I
I can
was pretty
sum up
close
the
to it.
entire show right here. All right, I wrote this down. So hold on, let me scroll to it. Or no, I wrote it down on Discord. Never mind, I can't scroll to it. But so I'll just recite it from memory. The beginning, rising action, climax, and denouement of this show is all gay family has a kid and is happy. The end.
Yeah.
I mean, there's
It's
some
just
societal
happy
stuff.
gay couple simulator.
Here I was
there's
thinking it was
some-
like
there's some societal stuff.
Yeah.
But it's not focused on enough to be.
I was
Interesting.
taken aback to find out that there's discrimination within the Omegaverse. I just assumed it was accepted in this universe because why would you
Apparently,
let
I
something
actually-
like minority politics into my sex fiction?
Okay,
where
so
men
I
can get
was
pregnant?
scrolling. I was lurking around the AniList forums for this show because I was so curious to see what its response was. Apparently, that is highly atypical of Omegaverse fiction. That this is something that is like pretty much only in this story. Typically, it is in most Omegaverse stuff, as far as I know, anyway. I mean, clearly I'm the expert. It's normal for alphas and omegas to get together. This is like a thing, but within this story, you stay within your class.
Oh.
Oh, and by the way, I just want to mention, I put this show on 1.5x speed at one point, then forgot it was on 1.5x speed, and like didn't even notice that it was different because the actual pacing is so slow that in order to bear it, you need to put it onto 1.5x, which will just feel like normal speed because it is that slow. In any other show, the 1.5x of this show would be its normal speed.
So like, okay, where did the Omegaverse thing come from? Like, I just searched the
don't know.
definition.
Fujos.
Women.
Horny Fujos.
Okay, a woman. I get. You know,
Dude,
Like
literally,
all
their,
good
their
things-
family name is Fujiyoshi, as in
Yes.
Fujoshi. Like, come
Oh
on.
my god. I
Okay.
didn't even catch that.
You know, this
Yeah,
show, I do agree that it's like
it
very
sucks.
slow, and the you know
I will say.
what?
Oh, go. I'm
No,
sorry. Go ahead.
I agree that the show is very slow, and yeah, the production value isn't very there. But I think I would enjoy the manga of this just because I saw the cover art. I was like, okay, this looks kind of cool. And I was still under the impression because I didn't know about this fucking Omegaverse thing that it's a gay couple raising a baby. That sounds kind of cool. You know, I don't see that much represented because I guess I don't seek out Omegaverse stuff. So it sounded interesting to me before I learned that this isn't a new thing at all.
I will say, the show is a coward for having the main couple kiss out of frame.
Yeah.
It was so
Like,
weird.
Boo, boo.
But oh my god, like they kissed out of frame, but the dialogue was so strange. There was a line like as they decided to freaking censor the kiss, they also started talking about how it's like you're kissing me the same way you were kissing him, but now it's naughty. I was like, what?
Okay,
I was
it's a sex
so
thing.
uncomfortable.
It's a sex thing. It's supposed to be weird. It's just mpreg.
well,
I was confused and uncomfortable.
For a concept that is like solely for sex fiction, I was surprised at how tame it was, really, because you'd expect the first Omegaverse anime to make some kind of statement of like, oh yeah, we're horny, we're here to get down to brass tacks, and we're not ashamed. But it's just like the most generic gay couple has a child that you could possibly envision, but also sometimes they say the main guy is an Omega, and that's like a thing.
yeah.
The one thing that confused me the whole show, and I don't think I ever looked up what the answer was, because I don't know if I was mentally prepared
I think
for it.
I know what you're talking about. Is the mark on his neck?
Yeah, the mark on his neck. I thought
It's a bite mark.
okay. I was like, all right, that has to be like an Omega thing, but like it's persistent. It's like in the opening too. It's not just like a one-time thing.
In the Omegaverse, I had to look this up too. Well, I saw it on the forums, rather. And apparently, it is a thing to show submission to an alpha. They bite you, but it, like, stays there permanently to show your subservience.
That's weird.
It is weird. Because it feels so out of place in a show that is, like, otherwise wholesome child-raising simulator. And then it's like,
here's my mark of ownership
kink.
that I have to wear out in public.
It's weird.
It was weird because during the first minute, I really thought, okay, this is like one of those like propaganda pieces trying to get people to have babies, but then it was like anything but that.
Imagine being the kid of an Omega parent, and then growing up, be like, "Hey, daddy, one of two daddies. What's that mark on the back of your neck mean?"
What's the child? How are they gonna like assign? Is the child of an alpha and omega alpha or omega? Like which one is it?
It depends on what genitals you have.
I don't want to know more about this.
Oh yeah, apparently, I didn't even realize this until scrolling the forums. Apparently, there's supposed to be men with vaginas, but that's not explicit in the show.
I think I don't remember if they have exclusively vaginas or if they have both, or some unholy, ungodly abomination where they birth through their dicks. I can't imagine that's the case. I think it's probably they either have both, or they just have vaginas.
This is more than I learn something new every day.
This is more than I bargained for.
Yeah, more than I bargained for.
I see now why you weren't able to watch most of the shows. You were too busy researching the Omegaverse.
Well, obviously, Crunchy's got to write his biopic being the world's first Omega and make a killing in the Fujo market.
True. You know what? That's my daring scheme to get a girlfriend. I'll just market myself as the world's first Omega.
No, if it works, I'll follow in your footsteps. I'll do it.
The only other thing I have is a very bad joke that I wrote down. Where are the
might as well
Sigmas?
hear it.
Where are the Sigmas at?
Are there Sigmas?
That's the one thing the show was missing.
What does Andrew Tate think of this anime?
What does Andrew Tate think of this anime? This anime was red pilled and
don't-
based and cool and escapes the matrix, and that's all I can say about it. You know, I didn't know I was going into a whole rabbit hole. Well, I just watched some like cute child raising thing.
Oh, if only it were that simple.
Yeah. Life is never that simple.
Yeah, but you want to know what show is that simple?
Yeah.
Highspeed Etoile. I didn't watch this.
You did not miss much.
I
It is
watched
ugly
it.
as sin.
Yeah, like this has
I finished the thumbnail and I had to look at characters from the show for it, and it did look ugly as sin.
yeah, it has like half the frame
It's a
rate
bad
of Girls'
CG
Band Cry.
racing show in a season where it would already be bad enough, but now it has to be compared to Girls Band
Yeah.
Cry as the other 3D anime this year, and it can't hold a fucking candle.
Yeah.
I think you're gonna love what I did for this show in the thumbnail because obviously I don't know anything about it, so I went very visual comedy with it.
Damn. And also like
I felt like
what?
I was just gonna say this one really was just not trying to do anything but the basic 3D anime aesthetic. That was really it. Even the lip flaps.
Yeah.
Like to go back to Girls Band Cry, you look at this one and it looks like an old school lip flap animation. Like there are 3 frames of animation when they talk, even though it's in 3D. It's really strange.
This is like
How
PS2
close
graphics.
is it to like the
Um,
lip flaps in like some kind of scuffed fanime from 2008?
Not very far, not very far.
The most interesting thing about this, I think, was really the race itself, but it was impossible for me to properly follow. The race was like I think 15 minutes
Yeah, it was, like,
long.
Most of the episode.
It just kept going. There were these 2 commentators talking over it the entire time, like sort of talking us through how the different characters were passing each other and the strategies they were using, like holding on to like the new version of nitrous, which is
They say it's some kind of
what they
like
call
fossil
it.
fuel but different. I don't care. I didn't care.
the Revol burst. I get it now, Revol.
No.
The only other I thought it was funny. They had the anime hologram girls
Yeah.
like coming up and advertising products, and one of them was blue curry.
Blue curry.
No, just no.
The
Well,
futuristic
also,
society.
the characters are straight up wearing the branding for Good
Yes!
Smile, We Cross.
Yeah.
Wacom. Yes, Wacom. There were so many brand names. Yostar was in there.
I think when we got to the like 5 minutes into the race, I checked out and I stopped watching because I was like,
Yeah, I stopped watching 5 minutes
Yeah.
in. I was like, I'm not finishing this shit.
I honestly, I just really wanted to see if I could do it.
it's
don't-
challenge.
It
I already
was-
watched like 10 isekai anime. I don't need this another one. I really don't.
The one thing I can give it, I actually kind of like the soundtrack.
I
like
don't remember
the
it at all.
there was a lot of really I mean, how do I describe this? It was a lot of like digital synth music while they were racing. It really reminded me of playing Gran Turismo back in the day. Like, I mean, it felt like racing music, which I could really appreciate.
Okay.
And the commentary of the race was like convincing, even though I didn't understand a lot of it. But I don't know what else.
Enough.
And we've already exhausted things to say
Yeah,
about it.
it's over.
And
Alright.
I feel like it'll be similar for Astro Note.
Oh, but there was one notable thing. Did anyone finish
I
the
did.
episode?
Etoile or Astro Note?
Astro Note.
No. Oh no, I was going to say freaking Highspeed Etoile. Like they actually, I don't think they even introduced the main character until like the last 2
Yeah,
minutes,
I didn't
and then
watch
it's
it.
like, oh, there's this up and comer. So like, yeah, you didn't. I don't think you even seen the main character.
Thank God. I don't want to
I
meet him.
don't
I don't
know.
want to meet him.
Past the first 5
I
minutes,
don't.
and I don't care
I
to.
don't want to.
It took 20 minutes to see
I want to
her.
talk about a fun
Yeah.
show like
Astro
Astro
Note
Note.
is
Yeah.
pretty like I surprising to me. Like the twist at the end was like, what the fuck?
I expected to drop this 5 minutes in. I watched the whole thing, and I was like, was fun.
Yeah, like I'm.
Okay, you guys are gonna have to tell me what the appeal of this is, because I looked at it and went, "This is the
There's a
ugliest
hot
show I've ever
pink-haired
seen."
girl with freckles and
And
glasses
then I-
wearing a shoulder-strap top.
Okay,
10 out of 10 anime of
She
the year.
was
Fuck
su-
goes bank
listen,
cry.
And she's
She
like
was
some indie
super hot.
idol who's like
This
really
show is
mad.
ugly as sin. This show is so ugly. I could not watch more than 5 minutes of it. I feel like with a better visual aesthetic, I might
both
stick
agree
around.
and disagree.
I hate how it looks. It's so
It doesn't
ugly.
have the if we're talking like the character art, it doesn't have the most appealing looking characters.
Yeah, it looks like
but
it's somewhere between Metro
I
and
like
Retro
the
and modern.
background of
I like that the
of
designs are so weird and varied. I love the
See,
little
I
old
would
man.
like
I love
that.
the
Except
weird triangle head of the bum
backgrounds
dad.
are hideous though. The background is so garish and overly colorful and hideous and looks oversaturated. It's so bad looking. I hate it.
Maybe I wasn't looking closely enough at the background.
The background
but
of
I don't remember it
specifically
being
the
an
place,
affront
the
to
like
my
cafe, living quarters that they were at, was so ugly. It was so bad. I could not stand looking at it, and so I dropped the show. I'm not going to look at a show with that visual style for more than 5 minutes. I think it looks
Crunchy.
so
It has the pink-haired girl. Do it for
I
her.
would rather just go on to, I don't know, Enhen or Gelburu and search her up. And that's like the extent of my associating myself with this show.
I mean, I think I get it. Like the visual
They
aesthetic
do a
was
cute
really...
little dance in the OP.
The aesthetic to me was very retro.
No,
like,
it was like
wasn't even
somewhere
trying...
in between retro and modern, and is really awkward. It ends up looking awkward in between.
Well, actually, the first sequence in the show of the girl, in the space battle, I thought that actually looked really good. And then it gets to its actual aesthetic, and it's like, why did you butter me up with the opening sequence though? That looked kind of good. And then you see the actual show, and you're like,
Yeah, I can see. Yeah, I can see that.
I think one thing that did make me enjoy it, I felt a lot of like subversive jokes going on. I'm not saying they're deep, but like the tiny old man is the only one who can wrangle the crazy poodle. Like no one else can control it. Like the glasses girl is the one who turns out to secretly be the idol. Like the one who looks like a businessman is a total bum.
And the little kid is like the genius.
Yeah.
And they all form like a union against the the space girl for her horrible breakfast.
Yes, they literally revolt. I enjoyed the sense of humor, I really did. And then to convince her...
The expressions are also great.
To convince the cook, she doesn't have a boyfriend. If she hires you, I'm sure she'll fall for you. She'll fall for you. She'll definitely fall for you. I enjoyed the character interaction. That was what really made it funny.
This show
to
is a
me.
vibe. I think it passes the vibe check.
It does. I enjoyed what I seen.
I just was really surprised at the space reveal because I just didn't... I didn't see that coming. Like,
yeah, I knew it was going to come back at some point.
She doesn't know what Wi-Fi is. She
mean,
doesn't know what movies are.
I mean, I saw the opening sequence and then it like cut to the girl soon after, and I was like, okay, so she's like from space.
Okay.
I mean,
I guess I was a dumbass there.
I felt like that was very. I mean, I thought it was pretty foreshadowed.
I thought like
but...
I there was a possibility that I thought it was like she's a character from a game because she like the guy was carrying around this like game that the thing that she wanted to watch with her, and maybe I don't know, but yeah, it just ended up being Space Girl.
Yeah, I do love the joke that she's from the planet Wid, which makes her a widow. And so when the main dude comes to her door to ask her to watch the movie with her, and he overhears her talking to the poodle alien, who's her companion, he hears, but I'm from you're from planet Wid. You like is it because I can't interact with humans because I'm a widow? And then that makes the guy think, oh my god, she's a widow. Mira's a widow. Her husband died.
Yeah.
What's strange about that is that's not how you pronounce an I in Japanese. I kept thinking during that reveal, she's from the planet of the weed. That was all I could think about during the last scene. Yes.
The more I think about it, I can't actually say much about it because this is one of the last ones I watched. I just remember the reveal, and I didn't like the aesthetic. So I guess maybe I don't actually like it that much.
I will say I thought the foreshadowing was good because I thought it was pretty obvious how out of place she was, but also it was kind of subtly done. Like, she didn't understand a lot of things, but you also noticed, like, she's a bad cook, so she's got all these ingredients, and she doesn't know how great the ingredients she actually has access to. Like, it was foreshadowed, but also, like, parts of the foreshadowing were totally believable just for her character. I thought that was pretty well done.
If they can make the relationship between the two
Yeah.
of them fleshed out as the show goes on,
Yeah.
because they have really good chemistry right off the bat. My
Mhm.
favorite bit between them is
They
when
keep bowing.
she's going to apologize to her, and they're both
Yeah,
bowing
yes.
to each other, and then he raises his head to see that she hasn't raised hers yet, so he continues to bow, and then afterwards she raises her head to see that he is still bowing, and then she puts her head back down too. It's so cute.
Yeah, that was
Yeah.
probably my favorite moment in the show.
Yeah, and also, do it for the pink-haired girl, if nothing else.
I hope she becomes more of a character.
Yeah, me too. She was like the first one who popped up in the ED, so maybe. I mean,
Hopefully.
well, they
Yeah, but it's fun. It looks like a vibe. It's not gonna, set the world on fire. But if you're looking for like a cute show to watch, I think
Yeah.
you could do a whole lot worse.
Mm.
definitely. Speaking of cute shows you could watch,
Yeah, this one. Train to the End of the World.
Train to the End of the World is another anime original we got.
This is one of the best
season.
shows of the season.
Absolutely.
Mm.
This is so. I was looking through all the seasonals. I just checked the analyst page of each one and was like, okay, which of these are going to be good? And I immediately just saw this one and went, okay, this is the dark horse of the season. This is gonna be great. Everyone's, I'm gonna absolutely love it. And then I watch it, and it is one of the weirdest things. It is so off the walls. What is even happening? Because
everything,
okay,
man, and it's so fast you cannot keep up.
so at the beginning
Yeah,
of the
to its
show,
detriment.
I watched it this morning.
I love
Neon,
it.
did you watch this one?
I did watch
also
it.
watched
and
Okay, good.
I've got some feelings about
Same.
it.
Oh,
I am so okay. So there is a chance that this show does fall apart. There are some things
Yeah.
that it needs to do in order to live up to its potential. But I just want to.
The
I want
first
to
thing is
set
to
the
turn the
scene.
speed down from 1 to 0.75 because holy shit,
dude, yes,
these
I literally
characters talk way too fucking fast.
I
mean,
thought
didn't
I was-
think they talked that. I mean, okay.
dude, I
feel
checked
like-
my playback speed. I had to check my playback speed. I was like, dude, did I
ran
keep...
I ran an experiment with myself to be like, okay, what happens if I turn the speed down from 1 to 0.75 and I played it on 0.75 and it's like, oh wow, they're actually talking like normal human beings. They're having a normal pace of conversation.
talking about, like,
And I
just
turned
at
it
the
back
very
to 1 and
beginning
it felt
of the
like
show?
whiplash of being fast forward.
Are we just talking about the
No,
beginning?
Oh yeah, like throughout with all the talking animals. Yeah, I mean, I do sort of get that because it does.
It was mainly the
end up
girls.
being. But
The-
okay, so
everything.
Oh, go ahead.
Yeah, go ahead.
Okay, so
I was just gonna say
show...
every. No, go ahead. You go ahead. You go first. I'm sorry. I've already dropped a video on this anyway.
Yeah. Okay. So the show starts off with set in the scene where in Ikebukuro rather. I don't know. But anyway, this girl suddenly gets taken away by this owl thing.
Yeah.
This
Gross.
owl capsule. And
Giant
dropped-
owl, tiny little drone on top.
Yeah. And then she gets dropped off on this building, and this guy's like, we got 7G Wi-Fi. We missed out on 5G, we missed out on 6G, but I'm sure 7G is where it's at. And I'm like, okay, so the owl has clearly clued me into the fact that this is a dream sequence of some kind. Like, I know it's the end of the world, but like this is zany. This is wacky comedy. So she presses the button, and then we get this beautiful shot, by the way, of the world of Ikebukuro, like morphing into this. I mean, I have the screenshot on my computer right now.
It looks like a
It's
Masayuki
so
Yuasa
wacky.
anime.
Just-
It looks like
It
Masayuki
is
Yuasa.
so.
It's just
It is
utterly
so
psychedelic.
Artistically, psychedelic,
Bizarro
interesting.
dream world.
And what this show needs to do in order to live up to its potential, I think, is we need to eventually go to Ikebukuro, and for it to look something like this. It does not need to be as dense as this, because obviously this is ridiculous. Like, this is supposed to be a still frame of super high impact, but just something of this aesthetic. And I think it is building to that, because we have already said, like, okay, our goal is this city. We are finding the girl that we started the show with, and we are getting to her, which is a very interesting, goal. I think that we're starting off with the girl that the characters are now missing. And by the way, this comedy scene, this weird, surreal comedy scene that I thought was a dream sequence at first, is literally how the world enters this apocalyptic state.
Yes.
It is literally
she gets
real.
bullied into pressing the button.
Ends the world.
It is one of the most unhinged beginnings to a show ever. And at first I didn't even know how to feel about it, but as I just sort of kept wrapping my head around the fact that this show begins like this, I began to like it more and more. And what you were saying about the characters talking really quickly, I will say, like, when it's all the people in the animals, like, talking, like, all the different people in the village, like, I found it kind of hard to follow that conversation, because it was just animal after animal saying, mostly stuff that isn't too consequential. But once we're, like, with our actual main characters and tethered to them, things started to feel a bit more grounded. Well, not grounded in any semblance of reality, because this show is unhinged, but grounded in the characters and the world. And like, okay, I'm starting to get the hang of this. And I am really genuinely excited to watch more of this.
Without spoiling anything, I won't say what actually happens in episode 2. I will say it does pull back and slow down a bit and really lets you soak in the atmosphere. So much of the second episode is just spent on the train, and it's still visually interesting. The dialogue is still funny. The character interactions have not gotten old. It's a really nice, like, pull back into this relaxing train ride and this, like, slow exploration of the kind of world they're actually entering. What I will say is I think the overly bombastic, like, kineticness that I think Neon was kind of complaining about, it is definitely there. Now, I love it, but I
don't have a problem with it being overly bombastic and kinetic. I just think the dialogue is like paced way too fast. There's no room in between lines, especially with the girls.
Well, there are also scenes, like, this is something I noticed while I was editing my video. There are scenes where something will be on screen for like 15 frames, and then it just changes instantly. When the girl, Shizuru, comes in and punches the bear who's about to eat the glasses girl, it is so fast. When I was editing my video, I was just like, no one's gonna be able to tell what's going on here. Like, is anyone gonna be able to read the action while I'm talking?
I really love that scene, because I thought it was gonna, like, suddenly switch into, like, grim dark fantasy. Like, oh, we're like, yeah, we were joking around having these friendly neighborly conversations between our animal neighbor friends. Except, oh wait, one of them is about to go feral and maul us to death.
Dude, but it is relevant, because she goes on to talk about how her theory is that they're slowly going to become more and more animalistic. So, like, the joke is relevant to the ideas that the story is going for.
It's like, haha, yeah, we punched the bear in the face for trying to give in to its urges, but this could be a very real thing that happens later.
Yes, and also when they see the armored trucks that come in to bring supplies in, there
and there's
are
blood
bear
marks
claws.
and, like, feet and claw and handprints all over the trucks.
Yeah,
it's like, where the fuck were you guys?
Dude, those were clearly, I thought that those were clearly the claws of a bear. Once again, totally relevant to what we've seen already. It's kind of taking that lighthearted thing and saying, hey, it's gonna get real out there. Bullet marks everywhere, bloody handprints all over. They say we are actually the last corporation left who is, going out for supply runs. All of the other ones have been destroyed. So it's a brutal world they're venturing out into.
Yeah, what I love about the world is that they have explicitly said that this incident has mutated the landscape of the world. So things are
Yes.
further apart now. Like the world
Yes.
has literally gotten bigger.
And it's going to
which
keep
is
like furthering apart,
so
right?
interesting. I'm not sure if that was the case. If there was a line about that, I didn't catch it. But
They pointed out that landmarks and train stations are further apart. It's like
I don't.
It's
yeah,
like-
I don't
I
think,
think-
they're gonna continue to go further apart because I think what's done is done and what's happened
okay.
to the world has happened.
okay. So this is
the conductor dude who switches back and forth between an old man
that gag,
and his
I
normal
love
self.
that gag because
Yes.
it's so uncomfortable.
I was
but it's
so caught off
so-
guard when he turned back to his young self.
No, the moment. All right, so the shot where the girl is just like terrified out of her mind at at this guy just randomly switching to a normal dude. I laughed out loud. It's so good. But yeah, it's
So
just
there's-
such an uncomfortable gag. But people just treat him as like a normal fixture of the village. It's
Yeah.
Like,
so
there
good.
goes old man Zenjiro pretending he's on a train.
he's going to continue to be relevant. Thank the Lord. He actually shows up in episode 2 and has a lot of really funny bits. But what I thought was really fascinating, there are a couple of things to point out about this. Like I said, it's an anime original. I can't remember the man's name. I'd have to look it up. But the director, freaking of Shirobako and Girls und
Yeah.
Panzer is working on this.
I wrote this down because I was like, who made this? It's Tsutomu Mizushima. He directed Shirobako, Girls und Panzer, Another, Prison School, and more.
The producer, I believe this is him, Akihiro Sotokawa, is the same dude who produced Akiba Maid War recently.
That makes so
the
much
people
sense.
working. Yes, the people working on this are all crazy, and it really shows. But also, this is allegedly a celebration of 150 years of railway in Japan. That actually
is,
came about
really.
2 years ago. I have heard rumors. I cannot substantiate the following part, but I've heard rumors that there's actually some funding coming from Japanese railways. But also, what's really interesting is it isn't just like a wacky celebration of trains with cute girls and conspiracy theories. When you think about it, the idea of 7G like making the locales, the transportation points further apart, it's really an interesting metaphor for how technology that seems to bring us closer might actually push us further away from each other. And that's so subtle, but to me that seems like it's obviously intentional.
Well, yeah, because like the conductor dude is like warning the what was he, the showman who was behind the 7G thing that pressured the girl into pushing the button.
Yeah.
Was like warned him the whole time, like, hey, 7G is a bad idea. Maybe like all those scientists that said it would break the laws of physics if you implemented it. You like maybe should listen to them, because they specifically say that the what 7G is and what makes it stand out from like 5 and 6G is that it's goes beyond the boundaries of just normal technology. It's not just, hey, technology has progressed enough to we can make our Wi-Fi speeds faster. No, 7G bypasses all that shit entirely, connects directly to your mind. So this is a certified Elon Musk anime where we've all got the brain chips, and we're doing shit with apparently if I gather this right, the reason that the whole world got fucked up like this is because when the girl at the beginning pushed the 7G button, I guess the world reflected her like mind at the time, and she's clearly in a state of like
distress
panic and distress because she's got abducted by an owl drone, is now placed in front of this crowd, peer pressure to hit a button for this weird 7G thing.
Dude, and it's so interesting that he does not take responsibility for it. He pushes it off onto someone else. That all by itself is interesting to me. That it's just fascinating.
Yeah, and in doing so, it's caused so many people like based off the OP, because it looks like there's like some zombie like people to be hinted at. It looks like some people got turned into animals or trees and plants. Like people,
Mhm.
a lot of people around the world have changed.
Mhm.
In this one town in particular, the town of Agana, where our 4 main characters are from, everyone who has ever lived in that village since the 7G incident 2 years ago will turn into an animal specifically when they turn 21 and 3 months old.
Yes.
Which is so
Exactly.
weirdly specific, but I love it because it
it's
just
like-
adds to the nonsense of it all.
Yeah.
I was
And what I find interesting about it though, not just oh okay they're gonna turn into animals or some shit. It's that society, at least in this village, has kind of been content with the downgrade of their physical beings, because some people have it worse than others. You could become a bear, you could become a bird, or you could become like a what was it, an eye or whatever that was, like that one dude, a sloth. It's not just limited to animals that exist currently. There's a fucking triceratops at one point. So dinosaurs are on the table. You can't choose what animal you get turned into.
They're not only content with it. There are lines of dialogue where they talk about the positive sides. Well, we don't have to pay for health insurance or our own pensions or anything anymore.
Bureaucracy is fucking over. Society has collapsed, but we're all just mad chillin'.
Yeah, I don't know if there's any metaphor going on here, but I find it interesting that you become an animal when you become an adult. I don't know what that means, but
yeah, but with it come, it's great. It's interesting to see that, it looks like these people are better off without like bureaucracy and societal pressures on them. Because now when they're all just animals doing animal things. When the iguana started talking in the classroom, I was like, okay, well hold on, is that just like what's going on here? Is that just like is there a singular talking iguana like how Astro Note has a talking poodle? Is this the kind of show that we're gonna operate on? No, all the animals are talking because all the animals were once people.
yeah.
This conversation has made me realize just how Return to Monkey this show is, because it literally is about returning to like the most natural state in a sense of not having any society left. And I guess it could reflect a yearning for that. I guess a yearning for something other than the increasingly tech landscape that is foreign from where humans even came from and is increasingly harder to wrap your head around, and that we don't know the consequences of. And
I feel
especially the social
connections are
ones.
definitely going to be playing a major theme in this show, because
Yeah.
the whole
it's about
the whole
trains,
point of the girls
which were
Yeah.
made
Yeah.
to
it's
connect
about trains, and it's
people.
the whole crux of the journey is that the girl who pushed the button has been missing for months, well, not just months, ever since the incident. They couldn't find her. But then she shows up in a newspaper from the town of Ikebukuro, and it's recent, so they think, okay, she must still be there, so let's take the train there. And they go because the main character, Shizuru, had a falling out with the main girl, Yoka was her name.
Mhm.
And she, I think, said something along the lines of, I don't understand you. And that's part of the reason why we don't know exactly what caused them to have the fight. We just know that they
Yeah,
did have
kinda
one.
vague.
Something like, they had a bit of miscommunication, misconnection. And so they, ended things off at their relationship, their friendship. But now they're she's on the hunt to find her, to make, presumably to make things right.
Can I just say that I didn't like the character designs. I don't know if that's a hot take amongst us, but I just thought the character designs were not very appealing.
I mean,
I like
I think they're
I like
good.
the is she Okinawan, the dark skinned blonde girl, the Gyaru?
Maybe? I'm not sure.
that is a
I do
question.
really like the my favorite character is Akira, who is the short sarcastic one.
Yeah, I think it's just the main girl.
The way that she bullies
bothered me.
the
It's funny because I think Yoka's design, the black-haired girl, is my favorite, but she's also, currently missing in action. So
Yeah,
I mean,
it's
my
a
my
weird-
favorite
very
design is
ironic.
Senjuro.
Zenjuro, yeah, I mean, obviously. No, he's a sexy beast.
Zenjiro.
Bro, when he started ranting when he regained his youth, I was like, I've heard this voice actor before, and I looked it up, and it's the guy who voices the Japanese performance of Jonathan Joestar from JoJo.
Actually,
and so I was like,
I had a similar
hear
moment with a different character. Shizuru Chikara is Chika Anzai, who voiced Chisato from Licorice Recoil.
Bam.
Ooh, I need to
immediately
re-listen
recognized
to. I need
it.
to
I was
listen
like,
to more
where
of
have
her
I
in the
heard
show.
this voice before? Oh,
But I feel like I'm getting flashes in my mind, like, oh, maybe I didn't realize it, but my brain did.
because I immediately picked up on her as my favorite voice actor in the show, and I was like, but I've heard that voice before. And then, you know, I looked it up and it hit me. Oh yeah, it's totally Chika Anzai.
Yeah, but when Zenjiro started ranting, I was like, dude, that's literally like when he goes like, Reizo Hato, Mohet's gonna get a Sito, Sunlight Yellow, Overdrive.
Listen, all I'm
He
saying is
like
the fact
rolls
that
his voice the same way.
all I'm saying is the fact that this is less popular than all the isekai this season.
Oh my god.
This is the dark
proof-
horse. This and Girls Band Cry are the dark horses of the season so far.
You know, and the thing is, I know exactly what's going to happen when the show gets serious. All of a sudden, everybody is going to fall in love with it. Now, it was great the entire time. You're all cowards. It happens every season.
The way that the show is setting up the journey of being like, hey, we may not return from this journey because we're quite literally venturing out into the unknown. One could even
Yes.
say we're taking a train to the end of the world. So maybe they're like, I wonder if the show's gonna have like some. I doubt it'll reach the same heights, but Made in Abyss moments of, hey, we're gonna go on this journey of like no coming back.
I think what's
My biggest hope is that we get like we go from station to station and we get like it's like the One Piece or Kino's Journey effect where we get like a new town or a new like mini world with like its own rules and mechanics every time.
what I find really reassuring about this, given that it's the type of show that could go anywhere for any and every reason, is that they've really set us up with comedy and wackiness, but also like plenty of hints of the darker parts. Like not just the imagery and the OP and the ED, but that there are so many correlates between the wacky parts and like the death and destruction that awaits them outside. I really feel like this show could get away with going in a million different directions, given how it's been set up.
Personally, I think it's
just-
gonna be one of the best shows this season. Like,
Absolutely.
I
Careful,
probably
Crunchy.
prefer
You said that about
Sand-
Buchigiri.
Well, yeah, true. I mean, Sandland is probably better from a writing perspective, but obviously that's just a read the manga moment. And then Go Go Loser Ranger, which I also liked a lot. It's not as good as this IMO, even though it is very fun to watch. This is just, I mean, better looking, and the concept innately appeals to me just because it's so weird. I really want to just unravel who wrote this. Honestly,
Yeah.
anyone
Responsible
involved
for
in this.
this.
I just want to look into their brain and know, like, figure out what mental illness caused this.
Well, see, speaking of mental illness, though, when I was when I got done with this episode, I was like, "Damn, can't believe I like this so much, and it's not that popular." Like, this could be like a contender for Dark Horse of the season. Who made this show? And I looked, and I had an out of body experience. I was like, EMT squared?
It makes no sense.
They make nothing but dog shit.
They make nothing but generic. Is what they make. I don't know. It's just
I felt like the angry video game nerd when he finally got to play a good LJN game with the Spider-Man Carnage game on SNES. And I'm like, they made a show that's not a complete pile of fucking shit. It's not shit.
Yeah, it's so strange. I really
Now we just need a good Project Number 9 show so we can finalize the apocalypse.
all else I know to say is just watch it. It's my favorite thing this season.
Really?
Easily,
Really?
to be honest. I I absolutely love this show. This is exactly my type of show.
Of all the things
to be fair,
I've seen from this block, it is my favorite.
the thing is, I
It's
am
a little-
unbelievably biased because I love any type of anime that makes me go, how does this exist? Because to me, that's like one of the main arguments for the existence of anime, doing something that I would never see anywhere else. It's also sci-fi. I love sci-fi. It's a cute girls doing cute things anime. I love that. It's an anime original. It hits my sweet spot in almost every way.
It's definitely one of the best shows of this block. I do have the fear that because it's an original and it's so open-ended until like where it can go, that does,
Yeah.
by the same nature mean it has the easiest chance of going to shit. Cause like I can't, like, if we're comparing the first episodes of like what I think are some of the best shows from this block, like Sandland, Windbreaker, and Girls Band Cry, which I all enjoyed on similar levels to this. I was like, okay, I can tell where Sandland's going from here, or at least get a good gist of it. I can get a good gist of where Windbreaker's going. I can get a good gist of where Girls Band Cry is going. I can't get it quite the same gist as this, which gives me some shaky ground, but I definitely it has the most intrigue, I will say.
Except I'm by no means going to say I can predict where this is going, but I think I have a pretty good idea, especially after watching episode 2. I think this is really going to be a fairly like stop of the week. Like I think they're going to be going on the train. There's going to be lots of character interactions. And
I hope they stay at some places for longer than an episode.
Okay, at the end of episode 2, without spoiling anything, they have to stop somewhere and they meet some people right before the cliffhanger happens. I think we're probably going to hang out there for a while and then they're going to get back on the road. I mean, I think that's going to continue happening until we hit the climax where they get to Ikebukuro. And I don't know, that they could mess it up, but it just it's difficult to see it happening. Like, I hate to freaking knock on wood, but I think a train stop of the week with this character interaction, this wacky direction, this awesome music. Oh my god, I love the music in episode 2. There was this awesome, like, surreal synthetic music that played like as a sort of almost natural disaster like event started to occur around them. It continues to be weird and strange, but like I said, it pulls back a lot, slows down, really lets us sit with our main crew of characters, and then by the end of the episode, we're at our first big stop where we're gonna meet some weird, wacky people. Like, what are the people here? Like, what did they turn into? I think that's where the show is going, and then eventually we'll probably get to the last 2 or 3 episodes, and we'll have the big climactic thing. My fear is that the very end of it goes big subvert expectations mode, and all of a sudden it throws away all the wacky hijinks and turns into a dark show. That is not what I want.
I'm fine if it goes dark if it earns it.
Yeah, and I just hope it maintains its sense of humor and its like insane presentation.
I haven't said a lot.
I
haven't said a lot
I hope
during
it
this.
maintains the vibe.
No, not because like I disagree
Sorry.
too much with what you guys are saying. I just think, yeah, it's weird, and that's all I could really say about it. Like, it's
Actually, you know what? Now talking about it, you know what this show kind of reminds me of? The vibes it gives me, which now is terrifying me. It's kind of giving me Wonder Egg priority vibes.
No!
Don't
I have
say
to
that,
agree, though.
Neon.
I have to agree. though,
Anything
I
but
just feel
that.
like, all of these elements, framing, when you're talking about like this is the point of anime to see something you wouldn't see anywhere else. That's also, I think, like the only thing like you can really glean out of it. Like it's so out there that it's kind of it's looking like a freak, looking at a freak show, and all of these elements, they kind of work together, kind of don't. Like, I hope they come together together and did analyze it to say, oh, this is going to be about connection. Hopefully, that's true. But to me, right now, I guess maybe out of the other shows here, I prefer the more steady narratives like Girls Band Cry and all that. And this one, I can see why people like it. I just don't. I can't. I think
It's
it's.
understandable.
I don't want to say it's too weird for me because I like Monogatari, but like I think it's just
Yeah.
these elements are not combining in a way that's grabbing me right now, and I hope it does in the future, and I can like it. Besides just the fact that oh my god, everything's so insane.
Of all the shows that we've seen thus far in this block, I would say it's my fourth favorite.
Fourth favorite.
Okay.
Mm.
Acceptable.
Yeah,
That's
and
it.
I think
Holy shit.
that's all we got for this one. So now we can move on to block 2 next week. I've decided that I don't need to pretend to do an outro in post when it'd just be easier to just say, hey, come back next week when we talk about the rest of the
few that's
shows
gonna
that we
be
haven't
exciting.
gotten to yet.
Yeah,
And
stay tuned. We have the objectively correct opinions. Everything we say cannot be argued with. There's no discussion.
Even
to
the
be had.
opinions we
But tell us
disagree
why
on.
Please
we're wrong
subscribe
anyway.
to everybody here. 2 times. What?
Yeah.
3 times. Yes.
Yes.
Yeah, that'd be pretty cool.
Yeah, get all your
make
alt
5
accounts.
accounts. Make
Yeah.
subscribe 5 times. Yeah, be sure to tune in next week when we talk about Kaiju number 8, Condition Called Love, Blue Archive, Jellyfish Can't
Yes.
Swim in the Night, and more. So that'll do it for this episode of Castaway Anime. For right now, we'll see you next week.
Bye.